when a man dares to speak out against this angel. She blows his head off. This angelic creature is evil as hell. She appears out of nowhere and drags people into an unfair game world, where they must fight monsters over and over again. She delights in watching humans die, smiling as the insignificant beings fall one after another. But there's one guy who stands out. Rehuman faces the monsters with ease and takes the #1 spot among everyone. Then he does something bold that surprises everyone. Even the angel. He demands a better reward for finishing first. This enrages her, so she comes up with a plan to eliminate him. She's already used her power to kill a player once, and can't do it again without breaking the rules. So, she suggests they talk in private instead. They head to a nearby forest. As they walk, she can't stop thinking about how much she hates greedy, foolish humans. But she can't just kill him. It's against the rules, and her superiors would punish her. She leads him deeper into the forest, away from any witnesses planning to later claim he tried to leave the map and was punished for it. Upon reaching the right spot, she turns around only to see a fist. She falls to the ground, seeing her own blood, in disbelief that a human would dare to hit her. When she looks up again, he's gone. Rehuman appears behind her, grabbing her by the wing and throat. He rips off her wings one by one, ignoring her screams. Now that she can't escape, he pulls a dagger from his inventory and kills her with a single, clean strike. As her body falls, a system message appears. Rehuman is the first player to kill an angel. As a reward, he gets the title First Angel Slayer, doubling all his stats when fighting divine creatures. He also gets Angel's Blood, unlocking the Reaper class. Finally, he obtains the Slaughter rune, which raises his stats by 1% for every enemy killed until the end of the round. You might be wondering why Rehuman is so strong and bold as to kill an angel. Right from the start, the truth is, this is his 100th regression. He already knows everything, and this is how it all started in his 99th regression. He killed the final boss's guardians by himself, but he couldn't enter the gate that led to him. The reason was that the system required at least 5 players to enter. Because he was alone, the system eliminated him. And now, here he goes again. Right before the game begins, this time it's his 100th and final regression. Just as the crowd begins to cheer and shout to celebrate the new year, an unknown sound breaks through the noise. The voice mocks the humans with a twisted and amused tone, calling them ridiculous for being so full of themselves without a clue of what's about to happen. Everyone freezes in confusion, and one by one, they rush toward the sound, only to see a radiant woman descending from the sky with an angelic glow. She watches them as if they were pathetic monkeys in a cage. The astonished humans are captivated by the surreal scene, some convinced it's a high-tech hologram, while others can't help but admire the angelic lady's beauty. Min watches her too, but for him, it's not fascinating. He has lived this exact moment repeatedly for 99 years, and honestly, he finds it more insulting than impressive. By now, the angelic lady smiles with that same condescending look and mocks the humans for falling for her so easily. A guy, clearly irritated by what he thinks is just an elaborate prank, points at her and demands to know who she is, asking if this is some ridiculous cosplay show or a street drama with flying props. The moment he casually refers to her as a floating tissue paper, Min instantly knows this man has just sealed his fate. Just then, her eyes glow a deep, furious crimson, and in one swift move, she slices off the man's head in a fit of rage. His blood splatters across the crowd, leaving them frozen in terror, tear-streaked, and drenched in fear. The once elegant lady is now a merciless figure, declaring with a sharp voice and a chilling gaze that this is a just punishment for a human who dare to speak against someone superior to their kind. She warns the rest that if anyone else chooses to question her, they too will meet the same fate, without mercy. Once silence is established, she tells everyone to listen carefully as she begins to explain the situation they are in. Min only feels irritation hearing the same speech again, comparing it to those boring school announcements from the principal that seem to go on forever. She tells them they're going to play a game, a total of 20 rounds, one that will take place each month. Then she explains that their souls will be transported to another dimension for this. They just need to complete a mission in that dimension. She says that upon finishing their missions, they will return to reality with rewards. Everyone is confused by the vague and incomplete explanation, wondering if completing the mission would really guarantee their survival. Just as they start to overthink the idea of surviving, the angelic lady chimes in, clarifying that while it may seem like they could survive by completing the mission, it doesn't actually ensure their lives. She reveals that only half will make it out alive based on their ranks and achievements, as panic begins to spread. She adds that only humans from 15 to 29 years old will be taken, leaving the others behind. An old man laughs, shouting that he survived, which instantly infuriates one of Jiangmin's subordinates, who grabs him by the neck and starts a fight. Jiangmin quickly intervenes and silences his man, telling him he should try to understand the situation unless he wants to literally explode. Right after, the angel woman announces that over 18 million people will participate in this game and begins the teleportation process. Everyone is sent to a place where they can't see each other and are asked to create their avatar before the soul transfer begins. She warns them to be very careful with what they choose, as there will be no other chance to do it again. Min chooses the avatar he has used for the past 99 lives and names it Black Scythe. Upon confirming his choice, he finds himself in a grassy area. He has kept this body for as long as he can remember, and now it feels more like his real body than any other. At that moment, the rest of the participants are also teleported in. None seem very scared, and one guy even acts all cocky, asking his friend if he looks like him. Min already knows what's up. They all tried to look as handsome or adorable as possible. But if anyone had any common sense, they wouldn't have done that because flashy appearances will only make them easier targets, and once they're dead, they're gone for good. Just as Min is wondering where the bully Jiangmin is, he appears. With a shiny and very muscular body. The guy has gone all in again, creating the most muscular build possible, while everyone is still enjoying the novelty of their new bodies and the brief change of mood. The angelic woman appears out of nowhere, commenting that everyone seems to be having a good time with their avatars. Her presence kills the mood, the tension returns, and panic spreads over what might happen. A human intervenes, pointing out that the group doesn't look like 1 million, which makes the angelic lady frown and sternly explain that this isn't the only location and that others are in groups with other angels. Before the first round begins, the Grand Lady, now enraged, gives them a quick rundown and tells them to imagine a status window in their minds. Min opens his status panel and feels annoyed, knowing he'll have to level up from scratch all over again. Everyone looks at their status window, and the lady says they're newbies now, something any player with basic experience would have already guessed. She tells them to start getting stronger, adding that if they manage to surpass 20 levels, they won't just survive, but they'll also receive one free wish. Then, she tells them to think of an inventory, as she's left a gift for each of them. Everyone checks and find a unique rune piece inside. The great, crazy, evil angelic lady explains that this random rune fragment is a one-time use item and can only be activated while they're still at level 1. She tells them it's a unique item given only at this moment and explains how they should use it. Min wastes no time and activates it instantly. Looking amazed by the result, the great evil angelic lady comments that everyone will be satisfied with what they get. And once the runes are engraved, she reveals their missions in that instant. A mission window pops up before each person, instructing them to eliminate 100 goblins each. Goblins start appearing everywhere, forcing the humans to be on high alert. Suddenly, it seems like someone has commercialized virtual reality, and everyone has been captured as test subjects for a new game. The great evil lady unleashes a wave of 10,000 goblins against a group of 5,000 helpless and inexperienced humans, ordering them to fight with the clear intention to kill. Min calmly steps forward and walks toward the monsters, catching everyone's attention. In an instant, he crushes a goblin like it's nothing, making it all look easy. Min knows that first impressions last almost forever, and for some reason, he wants everyone to remember exactly who he is. The reason is simple in his head. He just wants to keep all the nuisances away from him. And to achieve that, he needs to make it clear how strong he is. Besides, he wants to catch the angelic lady's attention. To accomplish all these goals at once, he puts on a performance so impressive that everyone who sees it wonders if he's an elite soldier from a secret military program. And to top it all off, they find out his nickname, the Black Scythe. Very cool. Seeing Min act like a pro gets everyone fired up, and they decide to give it a try too, believing that goblins should be the weakest monsters. Just as they get arrogant, a goblin suddenly jumps out of nowhere and sticks its dagger into a human, making it clear that this is no harmless tutorial fight. When that happens, panic sets in, and instead of helping, everyone turns and runs for their lives. The goblins quickly surround the crowd and start attacking, turning the situation into total chaos. Min knows what's going through their minds. Most of them thought it was a game, but he's sure their survival instincts will kick in soon, and when that happens, the only thing they'll do is run, leaving everyone else behind without a second thought. Min had done the same thing once, and it took him 2 entire lifetimes to finally understand that there was no point in running from the monsters. Here, a girl trying to escape crashes right into some kind of invisible barrier, making it painfully clear to everyone that they really have no other choice. They must fight. For modern humans, who have never even had to kill a bug, being forced to kill goblins just to survive backs them into a corner. And now, the only way forward is by completely changing who they are. One after another, people fall, and those barely hanging on cry out for help. Meanwhile, the grand angelic lady enjoys the massacre. She's aware that although goblins are weak individually, they become terrifying in swarms, and with weapons on top of that. She finally shows some interest in our boy, just as he expected. The lady is frustrated that she can't see the player's information beyond his quest progress, feeling it's beneath her, especially for someone of his level. Still, she finds it quite entertaining to watch Blackside Men. He continues to cut through the goblins with ease, making it look like child's play. Only a quarter of his objective remains, so he picks up the pace, slaughtering them without mercy until the remaining goblins begin to retreat, fleeing for their lives. This gives him a breather, and in that pause, he opens his status menu, seeing that he has reached level 4. Every time someone levels up, they gain 2 stat points, and Min allocates all his points to his speed. He knows that in this celestial game, speed increases both attack and movement. From his previous experiences, he's learned that there's no stat more crucial than speed at the start of the game. After impressing the angel, Min decides it's time to end this quickly. He throws his sword like Mowgli's whip, and it returns, taking out several monsters. The remaining goblins, seeing they don't stand a chance, stop. Min approaches and finishes the job, making sure they all die, completing his mission. After easily passing the first round, Min reflects on his actions. He realizes he pushed himself so hard with the goblins, not just to catch the angelic woman's attention, but also to be the first to complete the mission on the player and world map. A golden quest window appears before him, revealing he completed the mission in a total of 10 minutes and 21 seconds, making him the first. Min knows that the first 3 winners receive special rewards, and by placing first, he gets a basic level rare weapon ticket, along with a unique reward box for being number 1 on the world map. Min opens his rewards for first place on the player map, and finds several weapons. Among the options, he chooses the stiletto, a basic level dagger. Tossing aside the useless one he used to finish the round, he decides to save the world map reward for later and checks his status menu. Seeing that everyone is still struggling with the miserable goblins, Min looks at the title he earned. The Last Time Traveler, one he never received in his 99 past lives. Curious, he uses the rune he acquired and receives the time reversal rune. Just as it begins to engrave itself on his body, the system notifies him that there are remnants of the rune's effect in him, which causes the engraving to fail. This doesn't surprise Min. If the rune had engraved properly, it could have created an endless time reversal glitch, which would be way too powerful. The system tells Min that because of his 100 regressions, he has unlocked a new title. Min knows that titles are an upgraded version of runes in the game. Looking at the details of his new title, he discovers it gives him the ability to fully revive once after death. Min remembers that resurrection is usually for priests, and even then, they can only revive someone with 30% of their health. However, his title is much more powerful, offering a full recovery. Min is astonished by the power of his title and quickly uses the hide function of the system to keep it a secret. Once he's done checking everything, he wonders if anyone else has completed the mission and how Jongmin, the bully, is doing. He sees him fighting alongside his friends, and knows that he will survive the round 2. As the number of humans dwindles to that of the goblins, the bored angel summons more goblins to keep the chaos going, while the bodies of the fallen humans disappear, leaving their loved ones crying in despair. The wave of 50,000 goblins overwhelms the humans struggling to defeat them. The qualifying count inches closer to the mark until it surpasses the 5,000 mark, causing the goblins to disappear. Those who haven't qualified say their goodbyes as they vanish into thin air, leaving no trace. One man keeps screaming at the wicked angel lady that he only needs to kill one more, but the rules of the game remain unchanged. Only half the people in each round are destined to qualify. The survivors who manage to pass to the next round are terrified as they watch their fallen comrades disappear. The dreaded angel lady tells them they should be grateful for surviving, and urges them to try harder to pass the next round before letting them go. The system then displays their rewards in the leaderboard. Everyone receives 1,000 gold coins that they can use to buy items in the shop once it unlocks at level 10. Thanks to the leaderboard, everyone now knows our boy, just as he planned. Being in first place attracts the angel's attention, who asks him how he has become so strong, suspecting if he receives some kind of broken rune. Our black side scoffs, asking if she can't see what rune he got. The lady instantly changes her tone, claiming she knows everything, trying to maintain her reputation. Min asks the angel if he can ask her a question, insisting that the reward for being first is too little for him. This enrages the lady. When asked for a better reward, she demands that Min repeat what he said. Without a second thought, he does, enraging her further. The lady scowls, wondering how a human can be so dissatisfied after defeating so many goblins. In her fury, she thinks about blowing Min's head off. But she remembers she already used that trump card and that the right to kill was a one-time thing. She regrets using it on another human, but then an idea strikes her. She asks Min if he really needs a better reward. The angel says that the rules would normally prevent it, but she could make an exception. She asks the other humans to wait, as she needs to speak with Min in private. Chaos erupts among the crowd as they wonder if haggling is normal in this game, and others start thinking about asking for better rewards too. Everyone starts to doubt the quality of the reward, seeing her take Min away, and some even feel envious of his luck. Min follows the lady into the jungle, keeping a safe distance. She notices and, enraged, tells him to keep up. She thinks of humans as nothing more than pests who only obey when yelled at, but she lets the anger go. She knows she can't interfere with the game system designed by higher beings. A malicious smile spreads across her face as she realizes she has something wicked in mind. Once they pass a certain point, she plans to kill our boy. She knows that killing a human for personal reasons could cause serious problems. After all, she doesn't have the authority to do so and could be punished for disrupting the game. To avoid any consequences, she just needs to make sure there are no witnesses. Upon reaching a safe spot, she turns around and is met with an unexpected surprise. A fist smashes through her face, taking her completely by surprise. The blow sends the angel falling, and a strange golden liquid gushes out of her, enraging her more than ever. Furious and determined to crush Min, she tries to approach him, but he vanishes without a trace. Min appears behind her, catching her off guard. With one hand grabbing her wings, he uses the other to choke her. Holding her in place, she screams at him to stop, but Min doesn't yield. He rips her wings off, showing her that escape is no longer an option. As he finishes tearing them off, he mocks her, asking if it hurts. Confused and enraged, the angel asks if he's lost his mind. Min, smiling, calmly explains that he knew she had a dagger hidden in her wings and was planning to kill him. The lady continues to deny it, saying that none of this was her intention, but Min calls her by her name, Brielle, and tells her that lying will get her nowhere. Brielle is immediately startled, wondering how a human could possibly know who she is. In that instant, Min draws his weapon and terrifies her. Desperate to survive, Brielle threatens to use her power to make heads explode with a finger, but Min stops her, saying she's already used it. This throws Brielle into a total panic, and she starts making excuses, trying to reach some kind of deal. She tries one last threat, claiming her friends won't let him leave alive, but Min sees right through it. He tells her plainly that no one is coming to help because those so-called angel friends are just self-centered narcissists who wouldn't lift a finger even if she died right there. She argues that killing her wouldn't do him any good, saying they'd end up without an angel, making it impossible for them to return home. Hearing this, Min tells her the system sends players back automatically when the rewards are announced, and he doesn't need her approval for that to happen. She keeps trying to negotiate and makes poor excuses, saying she'll give him any information he wants while begging for one more chance to see another day. Min seems unconvinced and tells her he already knows everything about the game, explaining that angels like her are just chess pieces to guide the players and have no other purpose. Min shows no mercy and runs his blade through her, finishing her for good. After finishing off the angel, the system notifies him that he's the first person to eliminate an angel and rewards him with the title of First Angel Slayer. On top of that, our boy receives the angel's blood, along with the rune of slaughter. It turns out this isn't the first time he's achieved something like this, and, just like before, he is once again the first to defeat an angel. The rune is engraved on his body, and his title now doubles his stats when facing an enemy of the Holy Order. In previous regressions, he only discovered these rewards in a later round while fighting the angels. Since they are for one person only, the system made them unique. In addition to the double stat boost from the title, he also gets the rune's bonus, which increases his stats by 1% every time he kills an enemy, stacking up to 100%. However, this effect resets completely when the next round begins. Min smiles, holding a golden item, the angel's blood, which is the only reason he went after the angel. Since this item allows a player to choose Reaper as their profession. Professions are something every player can access once they reach level 10 or higher, with 30 different types available in total. and there are several ways to unlock one. One way to get a profession is by obtaining a specific item, either through a quest or by meeting certain requirements, but some professions fall into the unique class category, meaning they belong to only one person. As expected, these professions are in a league of their own compared to the rest. Min checks the world map reward and decides to choose the experience boost for the next round, knowing that the crucial thing now is to reach level 10 so he can get a profession. He knows full well that this is his last regression, which means he must become the strongest version of himself, using everything he can get his hands on. At that moment, the round ends, and every soul returns to its original dimension. People start to wake up, slowly on Earth as their souls return, confused and wondering what happened. For many, it all feels like a weird dream, and as they look around, they notice their bodies collapsed when they were taken to that other dimension. They check the time and realize that the amount of time that passed in their dream matches the real world exactly, which only makes things more unsettling. Their heads are heavy and their limbs ache. Min and his friends look around, noticing that some people are still lying motionless, not waking up from the dream they were trapped in. The humans start talking to each other, slowly confirming that it wasn't just a dream and that they will surely be dragged back in when the next round begins. They rush to wake up their still unconscious friends, but upon checking them, they notice the bodies are cold and not breathing, confirming that they have truly passed away. That's when the harsh reality hits everyone. This whole half would survive thing wasn't some cruel joke, and those who didn't make it are really gone for good. Panic spreads quickly, and even Jong-min starts to tremble, shaken. The despicable individual is glad that rich or poor, everyone is now equal in this new world. He tells the kid having a panic attack to relax and live a little. The world has always been unfair anyway, and the scared kid is snapped back to reality by his calm vibe check. Baldy tells Jong-min that while his life might not be worth much, he still has goals he wants to pursue. But that psycho ignores him and looks for someone he can't find. He wonders where he went while getting knocked out and laughs to himself, thinking that a weakling like him that probably collapsed in a ditch without anyone noticing. Just then, his attention is caught by a guy in armor who's minding his own business, staring into the air. That psycho realizes he can access the system to see his stats, and seeing his henchman surprised to confirm it. It takes the gang a second to realize they can also open their status screens and see the items they get in real life, though no player can see another's. Jong-min decides to test it out, picking up a rock and easily crushing it with one hand, watching it crumble to dust from his sheer strength. The snake-eyed guy grins like an idiot at his newfound strength. The next day, news about the event spreads quickly, and it becomes common knowledge that a multitude of citizens have fallen unconscious after the appearance of a mysterious lady who descended from the sky like a UFO, with rumors that she has the power to make heads explode like balloons or send people into a coma. Watching experts scramble to interpret the situation on his phone, Min assumes that total chaos will break out when they find out that half of the unconscious players will soon die from heart attacks, including some famous ones. But he knows the real game begins when the police discover the survivors are players with special powers. Although their low stats won't be a problem at first, in later stages, they'll become too powerful for even the military to handle. That's where Min plans to step in and stop them before they get drunk on their powers. And destroy the Earth before the final round begins. He's already decided he'll achieve this by dominating with his own overwhelming strength. However, this time, he knows he'll have to play it smart and gather the top 4 players to his side if he wants to survive the final round. Although, there's something much more important he needs to take care of first. Back at his apartment, Min walks into the kitchen and feels bad. Because his little brother had instant ramen for dinner alone, as usual. Min quietly opens the door and peeks inside, careful not to wake the little guy, and feels relieved that can finally sleep peacefully even without his big brother around. Despite his towering height, the lanky kid is still just a 7th grader living alone with his brother. Ever since their parents died in a car accident. Pressing the bandage wrapped around one's bruised hand, a wave of regret and pain washes over Min's heart. Without wasting a second, he flicks on the lights. And tells his little brother they're leaving right now. One sleepily asks why he's making him get up so early. But his big brother yanks the blanket off and orders him to get up and get changed. Because they have something important to take care of, and he'll explain on the way. The little brother grumbles that if it's another one of Min's morning walks, he's not interested. But Min lowers his voice to a serious tone and tells him something important is about to happen, so it's no time to sleep. His younger brother frowns and asks if something happened during the New Year's celebration Min went to, and our guy says he'll explain everything once they're on their way. As they make their way through a quiet alley, One wonders why his big brother is suddenly so tense and serious. Then, our protagonist tells him to check the news, since a lot happened while he was asleep, and one's jaw drops Looney Tunes style when he sees the headlines about an angel who kidnapped a group of young people, taking them to another world. Min finally reveals that he was one of those poor souls and barely made it back alive after completing the first mission. His younger brother panics and asks if he's really okay, especially since after their parents' accident, Min is the only family one has left. He remembers how devastated he felt back then, but his older brother always stayed strong and made him feel like their parents were still with them. Still, there's a limit to what a person can take, and his brother might not be able to handle something as traumatic as suddenly hunting 100 monsters. Knowing what his younger brother is thinking, Min calms him down, telling him that the stats system makes players stronger, so even someone like him is going to be fine. Seeing that one is still hesitant, Min assures him that his worries will disappear once he sees him fight, and that he just needs to keep up and trust him for now. But the little brother crosses his arms and stands his ground, refusing to move until Min tells him what he's been hiding. Seeing the ugly bruise on one's hand, Min's face hardens, and he finally brings up the name of the bully who's been harassing one, making the boy break out in a cold sweat hearing the bully's name come out of his mouth. One is shocked that he already knows about his situation and turns to his brother, asking if he knew all along. Guilt hits him like a truck because he tried so hard to keep it hidden, not wanting to burden Min with more problems when he already had enough to deal with. Deep down, Min feels he needs to apologize to his younger brother, because he never truly understood the pain he had been carrying. In his first life, Min found out the hard way. He was lying down for a nap when one casually mentioned he was going out for a walk. A while later, Min answered a call in a bad mood, not expecting anything serious. But the woman on the other end gave him a brutal, cruel notice, telling him he needed to get to the hospital. One was beaten so brutally by his bully that night that he completely lost his vision. Min felt like a pathetic weakling in that moment, and the weight of his helplessness hit him like a truck. That's why in this life, he wants to make sure his younger brother never goes through something like that again. Meanwhile, in a rundown alley, Taegu shoves a nerd against the wall with a hard kick and reminds him that he was supposed to show up with 20,000 won. He starts yelling as the nerd lies there like a lifeless NPC. The fat pig keeps kicking him repeatedly, and even his own lackeys are shocked by the amount of punishment he's dishing out, while the guys stand there, frozen by his cruel attitude. The fatso complains that there's no bike big enough for his huge truck-like frame. Without the nerd's money, he turns to one of his goons and asks who else they can get money from. They start thinking it over until the guy in front chimes in and tells him to call the lanky guy with the curly hair. Just thinking about one's punchable face makes Taegu grin, and he casually shares that his plan for the new year was to kick it off by beating that kid up, while his goon suggests getting money from one. The fatso reminds them that the kid is practically a bum, and that every time he beat him up, the shack dweller never had a dime on him. When the fatty mentions that one lives with his brother, his eyes lock onto a pair of visitors, and to his delight, it's his favorite punching bag and our big brother. That's Single. Sight makes the basketball-shaped bully and his goons grin widely, and he jokes, saying that the devil usually appears when you say his name, but he got a gift instead. Right after, Lardass goes nuts and curses out Juan, scaring him so bad he starts trembling and quickly apologizing, but Min doesn't even flinch, just giving the fatso a cold glare that says his days are numbered. Taegu smiles smugly, thinking they've just given him a new punching bag, and asks who they brought to save him. Before Juan can answer, the feared brother steps forward and introduces himself. Fatso grins widely and tells Juan he's screwed up this time, and that his brother will earn points for being a snitch. Lardman pauses for a second and sends his boys in first to test this guy out. The first one almost dies laughing at how short our hero is, but our boy responds with a solid punch to his ugly face, leaving him to drop to the ground with a loud, satisfying thud. That move leaves the cheap Justin Bieber so stunned that he throws his fist wildly, tearing through the air at full speed, but our hero dodges it with a clean sidestep. He hits him so hard that the poor guy goes flying into a distant pile of boxes, crying for his mommy like a baby. At the same time, the last of Baldy and Tegu's henchmen hits the floor, curled up and trembling in pain, with just one punch each. Seeing this, the fat boy trembles and can barely stand his ground as he tries to process it. That brother must have learned some boxing somewhere. Fatso, trying to look calm, scoffs, saying a skinny guy can't hit him hard enough to hurt him. He confidently approaches, walking like some yo-yo-wielding villain as he looms over our hero. He arrogantly points out that those amateur boxing lessons probably forgot to mention how brutal a height difference can be in a fight. But Min just laughs at the giant cutting board and asks if this guy even watches the news. Seeing Min laugh in that situation enrages Fatty, who throws his fist, ready to teach him a lesson. But our boy dodges the punch easily and makes the oversized bulldog stumble while trying to land a hit, turning every dodge into an elegant move. Fatty's heart is pounding like crazy. He's about to have a heart attack from moving so much, wondering why none of his punches are landing. Tired of Big Smoke's tantrums, Min ends the show by knocking Tegu out with a brutally satisfying punch, then tells him he wouldn't have dared to fight if he'd seen the news. As the big guy struggles to stay conscious, he charges again at Min, only to get another beating. This time, Min pulls an agile move and disappears like Naruto, appearing behind a fat boy to land a clean punch on his massive double chin. Clutching his mouth in pain, the big lug curses our hero out, almost losing control. Noticing he's missing a tooth from the punch, this scene sets him off more than a fat kid losing at Fortnite, and he makes a wild attempt to take our boy down. As always, Min shows no mercy and starts wailing on that head. The size of a watermelon, with so many punches that it looks like Tegu could go down at any moment. His pathetic lackeys watch from a distance, too scared to even breathe right, while almost peeing their pants. Meanwhile, the cheap bully gets furious, convinced that Juan's brother is only winning because he hits first, thinking that if he could just land one solid hit, the skinny guy would go flying. With that, he tries his best One-Punch Man style move, and throws everything he has to take our hero down in a single blow. But Min calmly uses his momentum against him and sends the human football flying into the goalpost. As the big guy crawls away like a giant caterpillar, our big brother stands over him and calmly asks how it feels to experience the pain he always loved to inflict, while flashes of regret cross the bully's mind as he remembers how he watched someone get beaten and broken in every past life. But Tegu suddenly changes his tune and begs for mercy, trembling on the ground just like the kids he bullied before. However, Min approaches him, calm, and reaches out to grab his hand, as the big guy shuts his eyes and braces for the worst. After a few suspenseful moments, our hero smiles and tells him that his biggest mistake wasn't being born, but daring to bully one. Right after, Tegu needs a moment to process the snap that echoes in his ears, only to realize it's the sound of his hand being twisted like a stalk of broccoli. Min pauses as he grabs the other hand, and the sound of breaking bones becomes so brutal that even the gang of bullies runs away, terrified by the madness. Being the timid one quickly looks away while his brother continues, making sure the bully understands exactly what will happen if he ever messes with anyone again. However, he gives the pleading bully a wide smile for thinking he could be so gullible, and makes it clear he would never trust scum like him. So, he makes sure Tegu will never lay his filthy hands on another innocent kid again, by doing things that would definitely never be allowed on YouTube. Afterward, one asks his brother how he can suddenly pull off such incredible moves, wondering if he's been training in secret for years without telling anyone. Min explains that it's already been on the news. Some people have been selected as players who can use otherworldly abilities even while living on Earth. He shows off one of his daggers, making his brother geek out like it's a legendary knife skin from Counter-Strike. Min also says the incredible moves he pulled off in the fight are thanks to his enhanced speed stat, putting him above world-class athletes. He stops talking, though, when one gets super curious and starts firing off more questions. Min just shrugs, remembering that the last time he shared too much, he ended up getting kidnapped by another player. Although one came out unharmed, our big brother doesn't want him to go through something so painful again. Suddenly, his head whips around when a loud roar comes from one's stomach, and Min quickly offers to take him to the convenience store for a special breakfast, celebrating a pretty good, violence-free day. At the store, one asks a genuinely depressing question. As he looks around, he sadly wonders where his brother is going, even with a cup of ramen right in front of him. Our big brother tells him to wait a moment while he goes to withdraw most of his life savings. All in one go. He reassures him not to worry. He tells his brother to pick out whatever he wants from the expensive food aisle. One hesitates for a second, thinking they might run out of money before New Year's, but he gives in and grabs a box of chicken nuggets without a second thought. His face lights up as he says he's always wanted to try them. Seeing that precious smile makes Min so happy that he promises to take him to a restaurant next time so he can try real beef. Seeing one gets so excited over $5 nuggets makes Min think that one just has to hang in there a little longer until they're rolling in money. Then, Min watches one explode with happiness, as if he's just completed his life's mission. But then, he suddenly remembers something important. The big brother comes back, slams a pen on the table, and stuns one by saying he spent almost all his savings on lottery tickets. Sweat drips down one's face as he nervously asks Min how much he spent. only for Min to reveal that he emptied his account, causing one to go into a full-blown panic. Min wastes no time and starts scribbling quickly. Looking on, his brother notices something weird and asks why he wrote the same number on all 20 tickets. With a mischievous smile, our hero proudly says it's his lucky number. Back in their apartment, his brother sits down, dreading every second as he watches the lottery announcers slowly reveal the winning numbers. He starts biting his nails, thinking about the fancy dinner they could have had, instead of spending all that money. But his worry quickly fades when the announcers call out the lucky numbers. He stares at the screen, completely stunned, realizing they perfectly match the numbers Min had written, and the host even says they're the first prize winners. Feeling like he might be in some crazy dream, his eyes fill with tears, and he asks his brother to pinch his cheek to make sure it's real. The older brother just teases him, telling him to stop panicking like a baby, and gives him a wide grin while telling him it's all real and that they're super rich now. Min tells him to calm down and stop freaking out or they'll bother the neighbors, laughing as he remembers how his brother once screamed like a little girl the first time he guessed the winning numbers. Luckily now, with everything going on and the economy ruined by players making a fortune, it seems easy. Later, our protagonist walks into the bank without a care in the world and tells the clerk that he's the grand prize winner and wants to claim his prize. The clerk congratulates Min, thinking to himself that the winner looks suspiciously young, almost like a student. He asks him where he bought his tickets, and upon hearing the branch number, he starts to panic, remembering that someone mentioned over 100 winning tickets came from a single store. The clerk immediately realizes this could only mean that someone bought them all, and recalls that the man instructed him to call the director if the grand prize winner showed up. So, he politely asks Min to wait a moment, and soon the director appears. The old man introduces himself with a slightly anxious smile, almost as if he wants to empty Min's pockets. But he congratulates him and personally takes him to his office on the top floor. Inside the office, his secretary bows deeply to them, thinking the director has brought his son in. However, the director quickly corrects her, saying that Min is a very special guest and that she must be especially nice to him today. The woman instantly realizes he's the living legend who won with 100 tickets and struggles to keep her composure, trembling as she tries to suck up to him. Min simply dismisses her with a wave of his hand and tells her to stop wasting time and bring him his money. He casually hands over the stack of tickets, and her brain almost short circuits when she notices the same number is on every single one. After verifying and confirming they're authentic, Min asks for the total amount. After losing a third to taxes, he's still left with 15 billion. Awesome. He decides to buy a small studio and starts doing some trading in his spare time, especially since he knows Bitcoin is about to skyrocket to the moon. Later, at their apartment, Min surprises his brother with a place that looks like it's out of a dream. But his brother asks why he doesn't just buy it instead of renting, especially now that he's swimming in money. Min proudly reveals that they're broke. Model. Again, because he invested everything in cryptocurrency, which almost makes one's brain short-circuit. The older brother puts a hand on his shoulder and assures him that he knows what he's doing, telling him to calm down, since the old man from his dreams also gave him the lucky numbers for the next 4 lottery rounds. Hearing that, one starts shaking Min like a soda can and yells at him not to forget the numbers. Not that Min could even if he wanted to, after living through the same boring nonsense 1,000 times. Putting that aside, Min tells him to hurry up and start packing, because they're moving to the new place now. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see a player smashing a concrete wall as if he were the Hulk, while the man proudly thinks that there's no one smarter than him for putting every single one of his points into strength. Although he's a bit different from the others, as he possesses the rune of power, which doubles a player's strength, and gives him the confidence that he could probably send both Mike Tyson and Jake Paul home crying. Clenching his massive fists, he decides it's time to test out those muscles. He arrives at our hero's old place and starts banging on the door, shouting for Min to stop hiding like a coward. Getting no response, he wonders if the guy died in a ditch somewhere. Just remembering the smug, condescending look Min once gave him makes his blood boil even more. He keeps pounding on the door like a madman, ready to break it down and give him a beating. But he stops when he realizes that maybe Min isn't home. The psycho yells that if he hears the slightest footstep inside, he's going to break down the door like it's a SWAT raid. At that moment, an old man appears and asks him what he's doing standing outside someone else's house. But the psycho shows no respect and tells the old man to get lost as if he owned the place. The old man, unfazed, outplays him by saying he's the landlord and then asks politely if he's there to see a friend. After a few seconds of forcing his last 2 brain cells to cooperate, the psycho pretends to be Min's old friend and asks the landlord to open the door, because he's very worried about his dear friend whom he hasn't seen in a long time. However, the old man leaves him stunned by explaining that the student who lived there moved out a few days ago without telling anyone where he went, enraging John Min beyond belief. Meanwhile, back at the new apartment, one is amazed by all the luxurious amenities the place offers, and ends up acting like a clown who just came from a remote village. Upon entering his huge new room, he asks his brother how much this huge apartment, clearly too big for just the two of them, really costs. Min casually mentions that the rent is a trivial sum of 22 million won a month. One soul almost leaves his body as he remembers how he lost his mind over a 5,001 box of chicken nuggets. He quickly advises Min not to spend like crazy and to look for a cheaper place, but our big brother points out that they need the top-notch security this place offers, especially since players fall into a deep sleep on the first of every month, leaving them defenseless against anything, from natural disasters to hitmen sent by enemies. Min knows from experience that all the strength in the other world is worthless if you're in a coma in real life. After explaining, he asks his brother what he thinks of the apartment. One is happy, but his smile fades as he apologizes to Min for making him waste time and energy on his sorry self when he already has enough threats in the other world. Our big brother laughs it off, pats him on the back, and asks him, to the troublemaker, if he really thinks he won't be back after the next round. He then tells his little brother to relax and enjoy the 5-star restaurant in their building while he checks his messages, mocking all the rants and angry messages sent by John Min. But he ignores the psycho without a second thought, because no matter how much he barks, Min is practically untouchable now as Black Side. The next day, Min comes out of his room and sees his younger brother, ready to leave. One tells him cheerfully that he's going to pick up some rice cakes he ordered, which surprises Min because his brother never did anything like this in any of the 99 lives he remembers. Curious, he asks about the occasion, and one explains that he wants to be nice to the neighbors since they just moved in. Thinking it's a nice tradition, Min is proud of the little guy and suggests they go together to be safe, even though one tries to convince him to stay and relax since he deserves it. At the first neighbor's door, they ring the bell, and one tells the sweet old lady over the intercom excitedly that he's there to drop off some rice cakes. The old lady warmly thanks them for the gesture and wishes the brothers a very good day. Then they continue visiting the other apartments one by one until they reach the last one. Along the way, Min comments to his brother that everyone in the building has a private penthouse, so they're either very rich businessmen or celebrities. They ring the last doorbell, but it seems the owner isn't home. They turn to leave when both brothers are stunned to see a beautiful woman in a golden dress walking towards them, the famous actress Erin Seo. One is captivated by her radiant beauty, while Min remains unfazed, like the Sigma he is. As they try to hand over the cakes, her bodyguard steps in and starts questioning the brothers to see if they're stalkers. Min repays his obnoxious attitude with a cold stare and calmly explains that he's not some street punk, saying he recently moved in and came to drop off a welcome gift. Hearing this, the bodyguard finally relaxes and immediately rejects the offer, since pretty ladies like Erin aren't allowed to ruin their figures with sweets. Opening her apartment door, he kindly asks the lady to go inside, although she looks back at the brothers, apologizing for her bodyguard's bad manners. Min remains indifferent and tells one he doesn't like their attitude and suggests they ignore them from now on. But one turns into her number one fan and starts gushing so much that Min is confused about what he's so excited about. The tall, slim guy grabs his older brother and starts shaking him like crazy, amazed that he doesn't even know what a legend the celebrity Erin Seo really is. Meanwhile, Seo keeps reading headlines saying that more than half of the targeted celebrities in the other world have been eliminated or have taken their own lives, which makes her deeply uneasy about what might happen to her. Just then, she gets a message from a friend telling her that one of her seniors recently passed away and asks if she'll attend the funeral the next day. With that, she logs off her phone for a moment and thinks that without her rune, she surely would have been another victim on the news. The lady feels bad for having been so arrogant, thinking she was special enough to be mentioned in a headline, since she's just a rising star whose success and even her studio apartment are sponsored by her company. Seeing her stress, her bodyguard, Song-chul, kindly asks what's worrying her. When she says it's not important, he tells her to talk freely with him about anything, no matter what. Erin finally admits she's worried about how she'll survive the next round in a world where celebs are dropping like Tesla stock. So he calmly tells her to relax, because he'll be by her side every step of the way. Song-chul gently points out that she's been overthinking things lately and tells her to trust him a little more. So she ends up giving him a precious smile, remembering how suspicious she had been of him when the company first assigned him as her caretaker. But he earned her trust almost instantly. since he practically saved her from being eliminated in the first round. Soc calms her down, telling her he'll always be there for her, which makes her feel better. She jokes about how delicious their neighbor's rice cakes looked, but he tells her she's already a bit chubby and can't afford to gain any more weight. Still, she says it wasn't nice to turn them down so bluntly, since it's rare to see people who still follow the old traditions, but Soc shrugs and tells her that courtesies are useless because everyone is only nice to get a favor, like parasites. That doesn't convince Erin, as she keeps remembering how cute and innocent they looked. She even comments that one of them looked older than 15 and wonders if they might be players too, thinking it's amazing how kids these days can slaughter 100 goblins and go on with their lives like it's nothing. Soc laughs at her and says anyone should be able to take out 100 goblins, but Erin insists that no average person could be that talented at fighting unless they were a bodyguard like him. And even so, he had been no match at all for the unsettlingly terrifying player named Blackside. Watching him go on a killing spree makes her feel genuinely bad for the goblins, and she thinks it's not a stretch to believe he could be a hitman in real life, with players like him almost certain to survive the next round. Erin can't help but worry if a weak girl like her will make it out of the second round alive. The next day, while Juan is cleaning the apartment like a good boyman, finally comes home and tells him he didn't win as much money in the fourth lottery round compared to last time. When Juan asks how they reacted to seeing him win so many times in a row, Min says he gave them the classic excuse that an old man tells him the winning numbers in his dreams. He then asks if Min is still investing his savings in Bitcoin, and Min boasts that it has doubled in value. The younger brother warns him not to get greedy and says it's time to cash out. But the older brother tells him not to worry, that he has it under control, and they head to the dining room to enjoy the meal. A 5-star meal like a Mexican one with tacos. A few more days pass, and it's 5 minutes before the first day of the next month. Juan grabs his older brother's hand tightly and tells him that no matter what happens, he has to come back to him. Min reminds him how badly he crushed his bully before and pats his little brother on the head, saying there's no need to worry so much. He tells him to just go to sleep, as they'll both wake up again when the sun is shining. With that, he says goodbye to his brother, and Blackside is summoned to the other world with the other players. Everyone quickly becomes confused about where they are, as it looks very different from the first round, and one of them shouts upon seeing the top ranker walking through the crowd with that imposing aura. Blackside immediately notices that everyone is keeping some distance from him, and just as he starts to wonder when the angel will show up, she appears. A new one, who hardly looks any different, casually asks if everyone has arrived yet. Catching the murmurs, she cheerfully explains that the angel from the first round is on vacation after a little accident. Flashing a smile more evil than the devil, she tells them not to worry because they are in good hands now. With that, the angel unfolds her radiant wings and announces the mission for the second round. Mission windows float up before every player, displaying the task of choosing a zone representative within the next 3 hours. Everyone stares at the window, surprised and unsure how to react, as many expected to be thrown into a fight against monsters. One player comments that the number of survivors will remain the same after the mission, which sparks excitement in the group. The majestic angel notices their confused reactions and decides to explain the nature of the current round. She confirms what they are already beginning to suspect, that this time there will be no battles. And instead, she tells them they will have to choose a leader from among themselves. The angel tempts them, promising that the zone leader will have the power to command the others to obey their words, whether it's to end their lives or crawl like worms. She seems thrilled by the sheer weight of such power, while the others exchange confused glances, unsure how to feel about her enthusiasm. Bathed in sunlight that wraps around her like an aura, she announces that after 3 hours, everyone will be able to vote, and all they have to do is choose a leader. A blue-haired player asks if there are any hidden conditions they should know about, but the angel calms their worries, confirming there's nothing else. She assures them that by voting, everyone will return home, calling it a simple and relaxing rest round. The players cheer, relieved that no one will die this time, and some laugh at how easy it seems. While the others celebrate, Min remains silent, staring ahead with an unreadable expression. With an unsettling smile, the angel tells them to decide before time runs out and disappears in a flash of light, leaving a glowing timer in her place. Everyone continues to celebrate, excited that they only have to choose one option and could even become leaders themselves. Meanwhile, John Min grits his teeth in frustration, ready to punch something. One of his lackeys tries to calm him down, but the bully keeps complaining that he invested all his points in his strength, and now he won't even be able to use that power, which only infuriates him more. Min listens nearby, and soon realizes that John Min picked up the Rune of Strength. He comments to himself that everything is unfolding just like in the original story and that nothing has changed. He also suggests that while everyone is arguing about who deserves their vote, there's something more important that no one has noticed yet. Our hero reflects that if there are main quests, there must also be side quests. As he walks toward the forest, it's revealed that the hidden side quest of the second round is a class selection one. Our boy wields his knife as he sets out to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. He spots the hobgoblin in the distance and quickly eliminates it. His ability increases both his experience points and the rewards he receives, assuring him that choosing to hunt was the right decision. He notes that if there's one goblin nearby, there are surely more hidden just out of his sight. In that instant, he spots several sinister eyes glowing in the bushes. Min smiles slightly as he prepares to face the approaching horde. He cuts through them easily, and the system immediately notifies him that he has leveled up. Opening his skill window, Min sees that he has reached level 9. Although increasing his strength is tempting, he decides to allocate all his points to agility. He tells himself that raw power is useless if the enemy lands a fatal blow first. Min believes that every skill has its value, and since the Reaper class he's aiming for uses both physical and magical attacks, it's better to balance all his stats. Suddenly, he tenses up, sensing another presence nearby. Realizing too late that he was so absorbed in the fight that he didn't notice them before, he raises his sword, pointing it forward, and warns whoever is hiding to come out now or prepare for the consequences, making it clear they'll pay with their lives if they choose wrong. From behind a tree, a stunning girl emerges from the rustling bushes, and Min blinks, surprised to see that his pursuer is none other than the famous CEO, Eren. She apologizes for following him, and before he can react, another person appears from behind her. This figure also apologizes and quickly explains that they meant no harm and that there's no reason for him to remain upset. Min instantly recognizes the man as Song Yeol, one of Ma's most loyal subordinates. Ma is a key player known as the Celestial Demon, and Min plans to recruit him later on. He's also looking for a priest connected to Ma for something crucial in the 20th round. Running into him so soon baffles Min, and he can't help but wonder what he's doing with a celebrity like Eren. After thinking about it, he realizes that Song Yeol is the bodyguard assigned to her, probably on Ma's orders. Min demands to know how long they've been following him, clearly frustrated that the future seems to be changing in unexpected ways. Eren admits they've been following him from the start and apologizes again if they overstepped. When he presses further, she suddenly says she has a proposal. Since he passed the first round without any trouble, she wants to form a party with him. Our boy scoffs at her request, pointing out that a deal only works when she actually has something worthwhile to offer in return. He coldly replies that he doesn't need either of them and feels capable of handling everything alone, so they should reconsider and head back to the clearing. Our protagonist turns his back and heads deeper into the forest, coldly repeating that he doesn't need them. Song Yeol mutters about Min's irritating attitude, while Eren drops to her knees, overwhelmed just by being near him. She declares without a doubt that his frontline status isn't just for show and he emanates a raw dominance. But Song Yeol remains completely unfazed by it all. She feels crushed that her charm failed, but Song Yeol takes the chance to scold her, saying he already warned her that people like him don't fit in a party. He keeps criticizing her for wasting time chasing someone who clearly won't join. She never thought she'd find monsters in such a peaceful place, and now she decides to hunt them with her bodyguard. Deep in the forest, a hobgoblin scans the area in a panic, not noticing Min, who drops from above with a silent, Assassin's Creed-style attack. Our boy is still annoyed at the idea of teaming up, convinced it would only slow him down. As he calmly sends the goblin to its eternal sleep, the system shows an update to his kill count, but the brief moment of peace ends quickly. When hyena-like creatures start pouring out of the bushes, Min blinks in disbelief at so many enemies, thinking that luck might just be on his side. The gnolls lunge, ready to tear him apart, but he doesn't even flinch as he cuts through them effortlessly, as if they were made of paper. Monster corpses fall like confetti around him as the system dings, announcing he's reached level 10. Drenched in enemy blood, Min locks his eyes on the glowing message, smiling as he confirms he's finally unlocked the profession he's always wanted. System notifications pop up one after another, informing him of his new level and unlocked skills, while Min stays focused on the quest window. He already remembers the quest from his past lives, so when the system tells him to retrieve the class change item, he doesn't flinch, whereas most players would feel lost and unsure about what's next. Min remains confident, aware of the hidden conditions needed to claim these rare items. Warriors must raise their strength to 10 and defeat 30 monsters in 60 minutes. Berserkers, on the other hand, have to fight for a whole hour with open wounds. Meanwhile, assassins must land precise backstabs on monsters to get the item. So, the path each player chooses influences the class they unlock. In his past lives, Min farmed monsters without a plan, which always locked him into the hunter class. But upon discovering the Reaper's abilities, he never looked back. He uses the Angel's blood to change his class. And the system displays a warning, reminding him to choose wisely as this decision is irreversible. Without hesitation, our boy decides immediately, triggering an explosion of brilliant light. As the system confirms his successful class change. As a reward, our hero gets the Rune of the Reaper, which gives incredible buffs that bind to his body. The system adds an extra wicked scythe and a 50% discount coupon for any item in the shop. But that's not all. He also ascends to the apprentice rank, which is the second to last of 6, and unlocks an exclusive rank skill called Seal of Death. In addition to the power to wield the Reaper's scythe, Min remembers that if someone doesn't secure a class, they risk being a novice forever, so moving forward without delay was worth it. For being the first player to unlock a class, Min earns a large bag of gold along with a rare general skill called Tracking, which lets him follow anyone he wants as long as he knows who they are. Our boy decides to test the skill on the nervous bodyguard, John Manhwa, whom he met earlier. The system beeps as it locks on and lights up a glowing trail for Min to follow, also showing the exact distance between them. He finds it strange that the lady and her bodyguard are less than 200 meters away and assumes they've followed him deeper into the forest. Min gets annoyed since this has never happened before and decides to pay them a quick visit in the woods. The strange duo is running from something, but Rin falls to the ground, exhausted and unable to go on. She complains to Song Cheol, who tries to get her up before the thugs catch them. He offers her words of encouragement as he helps her, but she keeps whining that her arrow wound still hurts a lot. The bodyguard mentions that their real bodies might not be harmed as long as they manage to survive in the game. Rin pulls herself together and agrees to keep running, but just then, a nasty voice cuts through the air, calling out to them. They both freeze and turn in a panic to see the thugs chasing them, led by Yang Min. Song Cheol silently curses the drama queen for wasting time and prepares to fight, knowing there's no other choice. Yung Min scoffs, calling the bodyguard an old fool for thinking he can take them on. Song Cheol tries to convince them that they're innocent, but Jiang Min confirms they haven't done anything wrong, leaving them bewildered. The thugs reveal they want to get their dirty hands on the beautiful lady. Somehow the big guy uses a few brain cells and realizes they're not after him, but after Rin. The thugs start drooling as they stare at her body, not caring if she's the actress or someone similar, and Rin can only look at them in horror. Yung Min arrogantly offers the bodyguard a chance to leave unharmed if he just turns around and walks away now. He hesitates for a second, thinking that if he'd known what they were after, he might have left her from the start, since he's in no hurry to die anytime soon. But one thought bothers him. He can't face his boss after abandoning her, and that fear is enough to push him to risk it all. Jiang Min continues his taunts, ready to fight, but the bodyguard makes one last attempt to reason with them, saying that what they're doing is illegal. The bodyguard tries to reason one more time, saying what they're doing is illegal. The thugs just laugh out loud, and the big guy asks what laws apply here and who Song Cheol is going to report them to. Jiang Min mocks him further, asking how he'll prove anything or track him down later. This frustrates Song Cheol, but deep down he knows there's some truth to what Jiang Min is saying. Seeing that threats are failing, he decides to take them on, but before he can strike, a distant figure catches his attention, breaking his concentration. Min appears, leaning against a tree, cultivating his aura. His sudden appearance surprises everyone. The black scythe slowly approaches, demanding to know what's going on. Yung Min tries to speak, but Min cuts him off, asking the pair about their situation. Song Cheol quickly explains that the thugs are after Rin and asks for Min's help, promising to return the favor later. Min looks over at Jiang Min, who starts sweating under the pressure, and asks him if what they're saying is true. Jiang Min tries to dodge the question, telling Min not to get involved. But he's not having it. He glows with an ominous aura, declaring that the duo are his friends. The thugs stare at the black fire in fear, but Jiang Min dares to question him. Min coldly brandishes his scythe, assuring them that he won't abandon them in their time of need. Yung Min is terrified, wondering how our protagonist plans to handle the situation. The duo sighs in relief, relieved and thanks Black Scythe, but our boy isn't satisfied. He also wants something for himself and doesn't plan on leaving this encounter empty-handed. He thinks that by saving Ma's subordinate, he could get valuable favors, starting a strong and prosperous relationship between them. Best of all, he never liked bullies, so taking them down is an extra bonus, killing two birds with one stone. The bullies panic as Min advances steadily, threatening him to stop. Min pauses for a moment, smiling with disdain, and asks if they're all bark and no bite. Min quickly realizes he doesn't stand a chance against Min, remembering how he massacred those goblins and claimed first place. He knows only a fool would dare fight him after seeing what he's capable of. Min taunts them again, asking them to be honest. Min wonders if Min will let him go, but Min says he'll only consider it if they crawl like dogs and beg for mercy. The musclehead struggles to understand what's happening, and realizes that Min is just mocking them and wants him to kneel while his friends and Aaron watch. Min is tempted to back down, even though his reputation is on the line. Suddenly, a not-so-bright idea crosses his mind, and he convinces himself that his training has made him strong enough to crush our boy like he can. A wave of misplaced confidence fills him, and he insults Min openly, warning him to get ready for the beating of his life. Min, now furious, approaches Min, telling him to take his sob story somewhere else because he's about to get cooked. The musclehead closes in, thinking he can close the distance to smash Min's head, believing one good hit will be enough to deal with Black Scythe. Min can almost taste victory, but he's surprised when Min puts away his scythe and asks what he's going to do now. Min provokes him, saying the fight would be over too quickly if he used a weapon, so he decided to be fair. The musclehead smiles, confused, but his expression quickly changes when Min disappears from his sight. Our protagonist moves swiftly towards Min, who smirks, believing a barehanded fight will be in his favor. The musclehead throws a wild punch, but Min dodges it effortlessly. Before Min can react, he doubles over in pain as Min drives a knee into his stomach, sending him flying backward. The brainless goon groans in pain, tries to get up, but still manages to hurl a curse at Min. Unfazed, Black Scythe approaches the bully and punishes him for his foul language with a brutal kick to the face. The beating doesn't stop there, as Min lifts the bully by the neck, delivering slaps that echo through the air. Min is confused, not understanding how Min can hit him as hard as a jackhammer. Suddenly, he realizes that Min isn't just as strong as him. He might be even stronger, even though Min doesn't have the strength. Min asks how our boy got so strong as he collapses to the ground, beaten to a pulp. Min observes his handiwork, but is soon interrupted by the other bullies, who are planning a surprise attack. One of them fires a powerful arrow, causing Aaron to shout loudly, urging Min to dodge it. Despite its great power, our protagonist easily dodges the arrow, leaving the bully in a panic as he loads another one. Min moves from side to side with precision, dodging every arrow. He closes the distance between them in an instant. Reaching the archer, he confronts him directly, praising his skill but warning him that he should pray to whatever god he worships, because his luck ran out the moment he crossed paths with Min. Without hesitation, our boy swings his scythe, dismembering the archer with a single, clean slice that sends a scream of pain into the air. The other bullies panic, but still, they make the mistake of challenging him even after seeing what happened to their buddy. One of them dares to charge at Min with a knife, swearing like a madman that he'll end his life. However, Min remains calm and composed, unfazed by the thug's words. With a casual movement, he activates his death seal skill by swinging his great scythe. A deadly look shines in his eyes as the blade cuts through the air. The thug barely reacts before the scythe slices through his legs like butter, making him fall to the ground like a domino, while his friend stands there, frozen in horror. Panic consumes the man as he sees his amputated limbs. Before he can react, Min lunges at him with the scythe held high. With his weapon ready, our boy calmly asks if he's ready to face the consequences of what he started. A swift slash follows, tearing the thug's arm off in a single slice and plunging him into a scream of pain. Min glances at the result and nods, pleased that his strike was strong enough to cut through the armor without any trouble. The thugs lie on the ground as our boy stands over them, thinking that this pathetic fight was nothing more than a walk in the park. Although his enemies are already defeated, the storm isn't over, because Min moves forward, intending to scare them so badly they won't even think of looking at him again. Completely defeated, the thugs beg Min to stop, terrified of losing their lives. But Min tells them to toughen up as he cleans his scythe, making one of them flinch at his mere presence. With that, our hero decides he's done torturing these clowns and focuses on Jong, who is trying to sneak away unnoticed. He quickly turns his head towards him and says aloud that hiding won't save him, because no matter where he goes, he can't escape his fate. Black Scythe lowers its blade again and cuts off the thug's arm, tearing a scream of pain from him. With a look colder than ice, Min calls him a coward for not being able to handle pain that's nothing compared to the suffering these imbeciles caused before. He doesn't give a guy a break, or time to understand what happened as he cuts off the other arm without hesitation. The duo stands there paralyzed, unable to look away from the gruesome scene. In his mind, Sean struggles to accept how brutal Min is, tormenting enemies who have already surrendered, while others might see his actions as unhinged. His calm and focused demeanor surprises the bodyguard, making him think that Min is on the same level as his boss, Sumchul. He's brought back to reality when Min asks if they're both okay. The bodyguard thanks him again on their behalf, and Min tells them not to worry about the thugs. He indicates that they lack the mental or physical capacity to move, so all that's left is for them to vote when the time comes. They both bow their heads gratefully, but Aaron asks doubtfully what would happen if the thugs just bleed out. Min tells her to leave it to fate, while thinking that she's too sensitive for her own good. Curious about why she's worried about their attackers, he wonders if it's to maintain her good girl image. Sean interrupts his thoughts, raising his hand to ask something. He questions Min's decision to let the thugs live, repeating that taking someone's life shouldn't have any real consequences, which sends a chill down Min's spine. He smiles at the question, surprised by Sean's intelligence, and replies that eliminating them serves no purpose for him. The bodyguard tries to argue that they might come back in the future, but Min disagrees, looking at their terrified expressions and saying they won't cause any more trouble. He says that eliminating them would be a disadvantage, since fewer contestants mean fewer spots for future players. Chul is stunned, realizing that Min isn't just about brute strength, he's smart too. The bodyguard watches him in silence, impressed by both his strength and intellect. He reluctantly accepts Min's proposal to leave the trash alone. Satisfied with his work, Min turns to leave, but the couple stops him to ask for his details, so they can pay him back for his help. Our hero calmly tells them not to worry as he walks away with a confident stride, leaving the two of them stunned that he didn't ask for anything in return. Meanwhile, Songchul thinks about reporting the incident to his boss, but his thoughts are cut short by Jong Min's pained groans, as if he'd been kicked in the crotch with a bat. The bodyguard almost finishes him off right then and there, but follows Black Size's advice, spits on the bully, and then leads Aaron out of the area. Meanwhile, in the clearing, the crowd is in an uproar as everyone competes to be the zone's representative. The shouts turn into insults, with threats of fights breaking out, leading other onlookers to step in and try to calm the situation down. Some players try to take advantage of the moment, saying they would be better leaders who can keep their cool under pressure. One even brags that his dad is a big shot in politics, but the others are skeptical, since he has no proof to back up his claim. Amidst the chaos, a charismatic voice calls out, grabbing their attention to stop the fighting and focus on the timer, urging them not to waste time arguing like children. Curious, the players ask the mysterious man with mint ice cream-colored hair if he can solve the situation quickly. His confident response leaves everyone on the edge of their seats as he laughs at how gullible they are. In his mind, it's clear his powers work just like they did before, thanks to the persuasion rune. Chakaman remembers when he first got his power and assumes he was scammed. He sees no real use in it and figures he'll be monster food since the ability doesn't affect them. Just as that thought settles in, an idea hits him when he sees other players holding down goblins. He points to a random NPC and tells them with a confident voice to rescue the damsel in distress, Taiwan. The group rushes off without hesitation and leaves their prey behind in their haste to be heroes. As the crowd disperses, Chakaman finishes off the monsters and secures his 100 kills. A strange smile forms on his face as he drools at the chance to lead the zone. Back in the present, Chakaman tells everyone to first find 5 or 6 candidates before deciding who to vote for. The indoctrinated players nod and agree to what seem like fair terms, so the mint-hair guy starts picking names and tells the others to nominate anyone they consider trustworthy. A chubby and noble-looking player tries to nominate himself, but Chakaman shuts him down and destroys his logic, pointing out that if self-nominations were allowed, then everyone would do it. He dismisses the arrogant player without a second thought. Everyone accepts the terms without question as Chakaman laughs, knowing how easy it is to fool them. Confusion spreads through the crowd, as no one knows who deserves their vote. But the Mint Choco Man has already counted on this and knows they'll choose whoever stands out the most. One of the players falls into the trap and nominates the blue-haired player, praising how naturally he leads the crowd with his leadership. Chakaman feigns innocence as the NPC backs his decision to approve the nomination, not realizing he's fallen right into Chakaman's plan. He smirks arrogantly at the player, feigning gratitude for the easy setup, and then asks if there are any more candidates. A player suggests Black Size, which makes sense since he led the previous round. 2 more voices rise up, naming the second and third place winners from that same round. With 4 nominees already chosen, Chakaman asks one last time if anyone has more names to add, but the crowd remains silent. He claps his hands to close the selection and invites the nominees to come forward and give their speeches. Filled with excessive satisfaction, he takes the lead and steps forward first, confident he's made a fool out of the entire group. The mint-haired boy starts his speech, but barely says a word before someone yells at him to shut up. He stops and turns, confused, trying to identify where the voice is coming from. Joe, young sick, known as Life is a Documentary, appears and approaches with an expression that shows he's not here to be friendly. Angrily, Joe asks what kind of scheme Mint Boy thinks Choco Boy is pulling. Mint Boy steps in to calm the tension, but Joe ignores him and demands to know who put Chakaman in charge, asking why he gets to decide anything. Mint Chocolate panics, thinking Joe has figured him out. Although he tries to convince himself it might just be a guess, Joe keeps pressing, accusing him of lying. But Chakaman fires back, criticizing Joe's background and his lack of manners. Mint Boy, still hoping his powers will work, tries to de-escalate the situation, but he pushes the wrong buttons. Mr. Documentary loses his temper and threatens to eliminate him. Clearly past the point of being reasoned with, he freezes in shock, seeing his ability has no effect on the brute. But Joe is no longer paying attention to him and focuses on the crowd with a threatening glare. The gangster threatens the players, yelling that they'd better vote for him or they'll regret it. Mint Boy responds by calling him a fool and saying that no one in their right mind would follow someone like him. He taunts Joe, telling him to run along like a good little boy. Joe is silent for a moment. Then he moves forward and drags a dagger across Chakaman's throat. He tries to speak, but the blood flows too fast for any words to come out. As he desperately clutches his neck, Joe scoffs, saying that resisting was foolish, as the helpless player slips into unconsciousness and collapses. Mr. Documentary turns to the others and says this is what happens to anyone who doesn't listen. Panic spreads through the crowd as they see Chakaman's body, and they start screaming at Joe, calling him a murderer. This doesn't faze him as he raises his sword and challenges anyone bold enough to face him. An NPC ignores the warning and keeps talking, giving Mr. Documentary the excuse he needs. With a savage grin, he lunges forward and cuts down a few players who still have the nerve to speak, painting the area with blood. His face twists into something unhinged, enjoying the thrill of cutting down anyone he wants with no one to stop him. To him, this chaos is paradise, a place where he can do whatever he wants with blood. On his sword, he raises it again and dares anyone else to face him, but the crowd remains motionless, too terrified to move. The gangster thinks that no one in their right mind would dare challenge him now, and nothing will stop him from claiming the position of representative. In his mind, the moment he takes control, there's only one thing left to do. Fold black side in half like an iPhone 6. He thinks that once Min is out of the way, no one else will have the power to block his rise to the top. Meanwhile, Min is racking up points and taking out monsters one after another, taking advantage of his rune and upgrades. A system notification congratulates him for reaching level 16, but the perfectionist isn't impressed. His progress has started to slow down, and even though he's been tearing through monsters at a rate of 100 per hour, he's only managed to go up 6 levels at most. Hunting small creatures is much easier now that he has the Death Scythe and the Slaughter Rune. Min checks the time and sees that 3 hours have passed, so he decides it's time to head back. Before he can move, a golden light shines down on him, saving him the trouble by teleporting all the players back to the starting point. Sung Chul and A-Rin are shocked by the chaos that Young Sik Joe left behind. Min tries to make sense of it, thinking that Joe, the leader of the Young Sik gang, is an experienced fighter who's always held the number 2 spot in the local rankings. Although his personality is absolutely despicable, he thinks that someone so unstable needs to be handled at the right moment. Just as that maniac casually walks up to him, our boy asks what he wants, and Joe suggests that black side. Either work for him or die. Our guy takes this as an insult and tells Joe to get on his knees and beg for his life if he wants to survive. Joe doesn't get the hint. Model misses the hint and keeps talking about being the representative, but our boy shuts him up quick and pulls out his scythe, asking if he'd listen better after being sent to the afterlife. Joe looks on, stunned and astonished at the sight of the weapon, and immediately realizes he picked the wrong guy to mess with. The protagonist makes his stance clear and demands an answer, but the thug is still stubborn, saying that the leader, Jungsik, doesn't kneel to anyone and throws down a challenge. Our boy acknowledges the courage, but knows it's time to stop playing around, since he doesn't want too many eyes on him right now, especially if he wants to secure votes. He decides it's better to let Joe be the representative, so he can pull the strings from behind in the next round. Just then, the angel enters, and everyone naturally focuses on her. Our guy whispers to the thug that he got lucky, and that he should watch his back, if he doesn't want to die a foolish death. Jungsik breathes easier now that the tension has dissipated, realizing just how close he came to dying, vowing to get his revenge when he becomes the representative. The angel looks at the crowd and asks if they've chosen a representative yet. She seems somewhat surprised by the chaos, but says indifferently that it doesn't matter if they're alive or dead, simply calling them insects. Then, she begins the voting process as a translucent screen appears in front of everyone, explaining that to vote, they just have to look at the person they've chosen and think about voting for them, warning that anyone who doesn't vote within 5 minutes will be killed on the spot. The players start to lock their eyes on someone, and Joe immediately assumes he's the center of attention. However, upon realizing they aren't actually looking at him, he starts throwing out threats, warning that they'll die if they don't vote for him. Finally, the countdown hits 0, and every player manages to cast their vote, officially concluding the round. As soon as the angel displays the results board, it's revealed that Joe, who has the ridiculous nickname Life is a Documentary, has narrowly won the election, with Black Scythe coming in right behind him in second place. The thug freezes in disbelief as he glares at the crowd, guessing who voted for Black Scythe instead of him. The angel concludes the process by naming Joe the representative of the local map, giving him the command ability, the right to control 10 players. Joe smirks, maliciously, already thinking about getting revenge using this new power, although his dreams crumble when he reads the fine print and discovers the ability only lasts for 10 turns, allows only one command at a time, and is useless against those who have unlocked a profession. Right after, the angel drops another bombshell, revealing that the map had a hidden mission that allowed players to unlock a profession before the voting began. Everyone looks confused. The angel clarifies that the side quest would have appeared when any player reached level 10. The crowd complains that they could never level up because there were almost no monsters. But the angel, disappointed, tells them that the forest was always full of monsters. She softens the blow by saying that only 8 people in the world completed the side quest. She goes on to say that someone from their local map also managed to get a profession, and then shows the results of the side quest are in, and once again, Black Scythe has come out on top, ranking first on both the local and world maps and obtaining the Reaper profession. Everyone stares at our boy in disbelief as he strikes a casual pose, taking the opportunity to soak up some of the aura from their reactions. People start wondering what the Reaper profession could mean, with some guessing that's how he got the scythe. Meanwhile, Joe is stunned. He had planned for Black Scythe to end his own life using the right of command, only to realize it won't work on him. The angel explains that the rankings are based on how quickly players completed the side quest. It seems she's impressed that our boy not only unlocked a profession, but also managed to take first place on the world map. She wonders if his name, fitting his unique profession so well, is just a coincidence, or if he already knew it would be relevant. Our protagonist replies that it's a coincidence and smiles, knowing that the angels don't know the conditions for that profession. The angel finds this amusing and wonders if this is what humans call fate, and she points out how incredible it is that he's now immune to the right of command, something that shocks the other players. After catching their interest, she explains that anyone who has unlocked a profession cannot be commanded by the representative. And just when it seems she's done, she shatters the bully's plan as if she'd been waiting to land a punch, pointing out that he can only use the command 10 times, which brings a wave of relief to the players. Frustrated, Joe grits his teeth. The angel turns to him and gives him the rewards for completing the side quest and ranking first in the world, a low-level armor ticket, and a special reward chest. He redeems the armor ticket and gets to choose between 3 types of armor. He picks the Expert Hunter's leather armor, since it offers a perfect balance of defense and agility. As for the special reward chest, he can choose between an experience boost, 3,000 gold, or information about the next round. Knowing there will be a lot of monsters in the next stage, he confidently chooses the experience boost. With the rewards distributed, the angel sends everyone back to the real world and announces casually that the next round will be more fun. Min wakes up in bed, shaken, only to notice his arms and legs are intact. He sighs in relief, knowing that injuries from the game don't carry over to the real world if you survive. He grits his teeth and vows never to face Black Scythe again, not even wanting to be in the same place as the terrifying protagonist. Back at the hotel, Sankyol praises Eren for doing well, though she admits she was more of a burden and thanks him sincerely for protecting her. He plays it cool and tells her he was just doing his job. Eren mentions she wants to thank Black Scythe for saving them, but doesn't know how. So, Chiol says it would be nearly impossible to track Blackside down because he hasn't revealed his identity, and since he didn't give his bank account number. For compensation, it's clear he doesn't want to be found. Perhaps he knows his identity could be traced that way. He then suggests that giving Blackside an item in the next round might be a good way to show their gratitude, and Aaron agrees. Sankiol tells her goodnight, and suddenly finds himself in the elevator calling out to Kim. Grakma. He asks him why he's still up, and Grakma replies that he just needed a drink. Sankiol congratulates him on getting the Dark Knight profession. Grakma then asks about his progress, and Sankiol explains that he and Aaron only made it to level 8 because they were selected mid-level. Grakma becomes interested when Sankiol mentions he plans to report the matter and asks if he has time. Upon hearing that it's about Blackside, Ma tells him to go to the hotel to talk. Min observes from afar as Sankiol gets into his car and drives off. Deducing that he's heading towards Ma, Min recently used his tracking ability to locate Sankiol, and the system showed that he was nearby. But then, as the distance rapidly increases, Min realizes that Chiol is on the move. Wondering if he's meeting up with Ma, Min decides to go out and check for himself. Back at the hotel, Ma marvels at how perfect the Dark Knight profession is for his plans. But he knows the report must be his priority. Sitting down, he starts thinking about Blackside, wondering what the report on him could be about. Assuming the worst, Ma concludes that the protagonist must have assaulted his manager, Sankiol, and vows to get revenge for him. Assaulting his manager is like assaulting him, and he declares that he'll break anyone who dares to stand in his way. Just then, the manager, Sankiol, knocks on the door, and Ma lets him in. They greet each other, and Sankiol says he's doing well, all thanks to Ma. Ma replies that they aren't even on the same map. Sankiol flatters him more, saying that having him around is motivating, and Ma responds quickly before asking him to sit down. Chiol continues to congratulate him on surviving, but Ma brushes it off. He then congratulates him again, calling his profession pure luck. Chiol argues that luck depends on the person, and points out how difficult it is to rank second in the world. He tells Ma it's an honor to serve him, but Ma gets straight to the point, calling Sankiol out on his flattery, and saying the manager must want something from him. Ma lets him speak, and Sankiol hesitates. He asks Ma how he obtained his class item, and Ma replies that it was from hunting monsters. In reality, he received it from the random rune piece given to all players at the start of round 1 by the first angel. That's when he discovered he could enter the Dark Knight profession upon reaching level 10. Ma knows he was very lucky at the beginning, but he still understands that he can't reveal such sensitive information to his manager, as humans can easily switch sides. He quickly changes the subject, asking Sankiol who injured him, and if it was Blackside. The manager quickly clarifies, and tells Ma that he actually owes Blackside, piquing Ma's curiosity. As Sankiol explains the situation, he recounts how a group of troublemakers went after Aaron, nearly costing them both their lives, and how Blackside intervened to save them. He points out that even if Aaron had survived physically, the psychological impact would have been so great that his career would have been over. Realizing he almost lost his most loyal man and his business, Ma falls silent for a few minutes. Finally, he asks what happened to the ones who hurt them, questioning if they were killed. But Sankiol explains that Blackside didn't kill them. Despite Ma's protests, the manager clarifies that Blackside argued that killing them would be pointless and would only hurt everyone's chances of surviving the next round. Sankiol worries that those thugs might return to cause trouble, but admits that Blackside protected him and Aaron, and in that sense, even he, CEO Ma, owes him. He decides they should compensate the hero, but Sankiol tells him that Blackside refused the compensation and left. Ma instantly realizes that Blackside is trying to keep his identity hidden by refusing any compensation, which shows how cautious he is. He tells Sankiol to send his regards in the next round, and to keep an eye on Blackside, helping him whenever he can, because Ma dislikes being indebted to anyone. Just as he's about to leave, Ma stops, turns around, and asks for the names of those who attacked them outside the hotel. Our protagonist takes a moment to assess the situation, feeling satisfied knowing the manager took him to Kim Gunrock. He slips out quietly so as not to draw attention, although he finds it strange that Ma is housing people in the same apartment he calls home. As he walks to his car, he thinks he has an advantage thanks to his brother, who was handing out rice cakes, and unexpectedly ran into Aaron and the manager. He realizes he can win Ma's trust if he plays his cards right, taking advantage of the fact that he's neighbors with his manager. However, he still has doubts about whether he should bring Ma along for round 20. He then reflects on Ma's Dark Knight rune, which, in his opinion, gave him an unfair advantage at the start of the game, almost like a glitch. He knows that runes don't normally come with a profession, but this one did, although it also binds the player to that specific role. For Ma, This means charging a special energy called dark mana to use the dark aura skill. He notes that acquiring this aura isn't conventional, and, curiously, it aligns with Ma's psychopathic tendencies. This makes him question whether keeping Ma on the team is the best idea. Still, he thinks Ma could be useful, so he considers him a viable candidate. He knows there are other good candidates, one of whom is a girl, and decides it's time to get to work. The next day, the scene shifts to a local retail store where the owner is sighing, clearly worried about his drop in sales. Just then, his daughter, Yuri, arrives and asks why her father seems so down. He explains to her that NATO is pulling sales from his store because the government is hesitant about players and the use of their powers. He's worried about how he'll manage financially, but Yuri reassures him, saying she'll help out when she graduates and is even thinking about getting a part-time job. Her father urges her to focus on her studies, insisting she shouldn't worry about money. He tells her she has good grades and can get into a good university to become a doctor. But Yuri tells him she gave up on that dream a long time ago, given their current situation. Her father, with tears in his eyes, understands that money is the real problem and is terrified that Yuri will also have to go through the upcoming rounds. Overwhelmed with emotion, he breaks down, struggling to make sense of it all, and begins to cry. Yuri gently takes his hands and tells him not to feel guilty, because everything that happened was inevitable. Then, she reveals that she got a profession in the second round. Before her father can fully understand what she's saying, she uses a skill that projects a green aura around her, leaving him confused. She says she got the enhancer profession, and with it, she can improve anyone's stats by blessing them. For ordinary people, it feels like a boost of energy. Her father starts to feel better, and Yuri promises she'll use this ability on him often. He feels a surge of energy and says he'll do his best. Just then, Min walks into the store, leaving the owner shocked. Yuri asks if her dad knows the guy, and he whispers that Min is the one who won first place in the NATO lottery by putting the same number on every ticket. Min asks if the owner remembers him and introduces himself as the one who bought 100,000 won worth of NATO tickets last month. The owner, intrigued, asks why Min is there. Min says he wants to apologize, mentioning that he saw on the news that NATO pulled their tickets from the store because of his win. He details that he never meant to cause any trouble. The owner assures him it's not the customer's fault and adds that NATO pulling the tickets won't ruin him. Still, Min pulls out an envelope with 10 million won and gives it to the owner as compensation for any inconvenience caused. The shop owner is shocked and insists that Min doesn't have to pay him, but Min asks him firmly to accept the money before leaving the store. The owner is overwhelmed by the situation and refuses to accept such a large sum. Yuri offers to run after him and return the envelope, and her father agrees. She runs after him and finally catches up, calling him by his name. However, Min doesn't recognize her. She tells him they're in the same class, but Min claims he's not good at remembering faces and doesn't know her. In reality, he knows exactly who Yuri is. She's the daughter of the shop owner and has the buffer profession. He remembers the first time he met her and how he discovered they were classmates, which surprised him. He had made their first encounter during this regression seem like a coincidence, so that Yuri would join his team without hesitation. Yuri asks if they can talk somewhere, and Min agrees. The scene changes to a local park, where they're sitting on a bench. Yuri hands the envelope back to Min. He recognizes the envelope as the one he gave to the shop owner, and Yuri explains that they can't accept such a large amount. Min smiles, knowing they wouldn't accept it because Yuri hates being indebted to anyone, even in a difficult situation. Yuri insists that he take it, but Min refuses, saying the money was given as an apology and his ethics won't allow him to accept it back. Yuri repeats that the amount is so large it's uncomfortable to accept, which Min knows very well. He responds by saying the amount isn't large for him, so there's no need for them to worry. As Yuri wonders why Min is so stubborn, he gets up and walks away. She stops him and negotiates, asking if it would be okay to return 9 million and keep 1 million. Min challenges her, asking how she can decide that without the owner's approval. Yuri reveals that the owner is her father. Min feigns surprise and calls it a coincidence. Yuri also finds it strange that the NATO winner is her classmate, and that he doesn't recognize her, while she identified him as soon as he entered the store. Min pretends again that he's not good with faces and says it's the first time he's spoken to her in person. Yuri understands this means he also heard her name for the first time that day. She stands up, walks over to him, and introduces herself again, asking him to remember her face. Min assures her that he will. The girl feels a wave of sadness at having to introduce herself to her classmate, even though they're about to graduate. Min comforts her, assuring her they'll keep in touch after graduation, then asks for her number. Yuri hesitates, but in the end, she types it into his phone. Min suggests they be friends and starts to leave. At that moment, Yuri notices she didn't return the envelope and calls out to him. Min just waves and walks away. She stands there for a moment, then feels overwhelmed by the fact that he asked for her number. Even though he did it as a friend, Yuri can't help but feel a flutter because, in her heart, she's in love with him. She remembers when she saw him being bullied and felt a sense of responsibility. She called the police and followed him home, only to see him working his part-time job as if nothing had happened. That's when she realized how strong of a person he was. Since then, her interest in him grew, but she was too shy to talk to him and didn't dare to approach him. Now she feels she shouldn't hesitate anymore. Fate has brought them together, especially after he gave her 10 million won. Determined, she plans to be brave and ask him to lunch. The scene changes to our hero in bed at home when he gets a message from Yuri, asking if he's free for lunch because she wants to talk about something. Min tries to pay for the meal, but Yuri insists on treating him. He smiles, knowing his plan is working perfectly. Yuri doesn't want to owe him anything and is more likely to help him when he needs it. He gets up to prepare, thinking that he'll keep Yuri alive until the 20th round this time. Just as he's about to leave, someone asks him where he's going. Min says he's going to see a friend. One asks if it's a girl, and Min nods, saying he's going to eat out, so one should eat alone. This leaves one confused and amused, thinking his brother is in a relationship. The scene changes to a restaurant where Min and Yuri are having steak for lunch. Yuri can't believe she's having lunch alone with him and hesitates to speak. Finally, she works up the courage and asks how he managed to beat Nato 4 times in a row. Min replies that the numbers were revealed to him in a dream. She asks him how much he won from the cards, and Min says, confidently, that he doesn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Yuri remembers something and asks Min how his first round went. Min says he had trouble catching all the goblins. She gets interested in his player map's location, and he mentions that he doesn't remember the exact number, but the last digit is 5. She regrets that her map number ends in 7, so they won't be able to meet in the other world. But Min knows they will meet when the maps merge as fewer players remain. Yuri asks about his level, and Min lies, saying he's level 10. She gets excited, revealing that she's also level 10. When she asks about his profession, he says he doesn't have one yet. Yuri says she was lucky to get the buffer profession. Min asks her if it works like a game character, even though he already knows what it does. Yuri says her ability is blessing and can raise anyone's stats. She asks if he wants her to use it on him. Min agrees, and Yuri raises his stats by 50% for 3 hours, leaving him astonished. Min is amazed by the results and notes that when she reaches the max level, her ability will double the current benefit. He wanted her to boost his stats because he had received a random gold pouch earlier, which gives gold based on a luck stat. The more luck he has, the more gold he'll get. Min thanks Yuri for the boost, and she tells him she can do it whenever he wants. Min asks what she wanted to discuss. Yuri says her father wanted to thank him for the money he gave them and promises to pay it back when she can. Min reassures her, saying she doesn't need to return anything, so she tries to compensate him with an item she got in the previous round. She gives him a purple crystal. As they leave the restaurant, they wish each other luck for the next round. Later, Min goes to a park and opens his inventory. To his surprise, the crystal Yuri gave him is a mana crystal, an A-rank item. This was unexpected for him. He thinks the item's description doesn't do it justice, and players will only understand its importance when they reach level 20. The crystal allows players to combine it with their weapons, granting different enhancements. There are 7 types of crystals: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, navy, and purple, each with a different effect. Red increases damage, orange increases power, yellow increases luck, green increases speed, blue increases intelligence, navy reduces damage taken, and purple, the rarest, raises all of the weapon stats. He feels lucky and remembers that his luck is boosted by the buff, so he realizes he needs to act fast. To open the random gold pouch, pulls out a bag of mealworms, planning to crush them to activate his slaughter rune, which increases his stats by 1% with each kill, repeatedly crushing the worms, and watching as his stats increase by 100%, which raises his luck stat from 15 to 45. Then he opens his inventory, takes out the random gold pouch, and uses it, hoping to get between 3,000 and 6,000 gold. However, he's surprised by what he receives. The system chimes as Min opens the gold pouch, and he freezes for a second, stunned to see a grand prize of 10,000 gold. He's truly astonished, since he'd never accumulated this much in his past lives. He now has about 16,000 gold, just enough to get an epic item. One of the pieces he's been eyeing won't appear for another 2 weeks, so he decides it's best to save the gold for now and wait. Later, back at his apartment, Min walks in and sees his brother glued to his phone, scrolling through TikTok like a pro. When one sees him, he immediately starts grilling him about the supposed date. Min is just as surprised and wastes no time shutting it down, insisting there's absolutely nothing romantic going on with the girl. Hoping to change the subject, he asks if he's eaten yet, and his brother smiles proudly, saying he devoured some delicious instant ramen. Min tries to encourage his brother to try something different for once, but his brother remains fiercely loyal to his favorite food, unlike his treacherous ex, and says it's something he's been craving for a while. This brings up memories of the tough days they both endured before luck finally smiled on them. As Min thinks about it, he realizes it's been a while since he checked his Bitcoin. Remembering the market could crash at any moment, he decides to cash out and use the money to get a driver's license later. Min sits down for his online driving test, letting out a long sigh as the routine feels painfully familiar. Having done this so many times in his past lives, he answers the questions effortlessly and finishes in record time. Before getting up as if ready to leave, the supervisor sees him go, thinking he's just another rookie giving up halfway through. But his face freezes when the system announces Min's near-perfect score. Thanks to everything he already has in his mind, Min effortlessly gets his license in less than 4 days. This throws our boy into a crisis, as thinking about all his regressions makes him realize he should be a bald old man by now. As soon as he gets his new license, Min wastes no time and sets his sights on his dream car, a limited edition Lumbo, so impressive it might even make Tate green with envy. He asks the salesman how long it will take to arrive, and the man replies, about a month. Without hesitation, Min places the order, and the salesman, with an expression like he's just won the lottery, starts congratulating him profusely. 2 weeks later, the time comes for Min to sell his Bitcoin and dodge the crash like a boss. One notices his brother's strange smile and asks if he just won the lottery. Staying cool as ever, Min comments that he sold all his crypto for a staggering $300 billion, nearly making one spit out his coffee in surprise. He stares, baffled at how his savings skyrocketed to the moon. But for Min, it's just another normal Tuesday. One remembers warning his brother not to put all his money in one basket and can't believe how things turned out. Min remarks that he didn't expect it either and that he hit a personal best, luckily. His innocent little brother asks if he plans to withdraw everything, relaxing a bit when Min says yes. That moment of peace doesn't last long, and one almost drops his cup when our hero mentions he's thinking of getting into stocks. One gets worked up again, doubting if his brother knows anything about it. Min just tells him to relax and trust the old man from his dream letter, who's playing with confidence again. The gullible younger brother buys it, and asks if there's a specific stock Min is thinking of, calming down as he decides to trust him this time. Although our protagonist understands why one is upset, he also knows those past lives weren't just for show and feels confident about the company he's about to bet on. That company turns out to be Chuma Consulting Stocks, which already manages an impressive total of 900 billion won, though it might seem like an average company right now. Min knows it's going to blow up in an incredible way once the 4th round begins, so he doesn't hesitate at all in investing everything he has in it. By doing this, his goal is to get a large portion of the shares to get into those shareholder meetings in the future and, more importantly, accumulate a lot of money and power while doing it. Our boy throws his 280 billion into those stocks. While his poor brother prays to every god, he knows that he won't end up homeless again. With everything settled, Min can finally focus on the item he needs from the mission shop. That night, waiting in bed for midnight, he decides to enter the mission shop and browse for items and skills. Although most of the stuff seems pretty ordinary, there are still ways to discover real treasures, like keeping an eye on the daily item in the shop. For the average player, the plan might sound foolish, but our boy has lived for over a decade and memorized what the shop sells each day. So, he hits confirm as if it owes him money. Today's item appears, a skull bone necklace that increases attack speed, but is sold for much cheaper than its real value. However, Min isn't done yet. He pulls out that dusty discount coupon he got earlier, and buys the item at half price without batting an eye. Our hero checks his remaining balance, and sits up straight immediately. He didn't expect to find almost 14,000 gold still in his account, so he goes into full detective mode, thinking seriously about whether to buy armor now or save another 6,000 gold to unlock a broken skill later. In the end, he decides the skill is the smarter choice. Luck is also on his side, as the next round is just monster harvesting, so collecting the rest should be easy. Time flies, and when March 1st arrives, all the players return to the alternate world, still disoriented about what the divine entities will throw at them next. One by one, the players appear in the dimension and start to analyze the new place they've arrived in. The area looks like a town, or rather, the ruins of one, as there isn't a single living soul besides them. As they walk, they notice the town is surrounded by walls like a fort, with gates in every direction. A giant crystal in the center lights up the place, leaving the players more confused about their mission in this round. Leaning against a wall, Min watches everything from afar, not surprised that the players are already on edge in this new environment. On the other hand, H and Joe seem calm at first, but that calm fades when the players start murmuring about him. Suspicious rumors are circulating that he's a brutal gang boss, and they're gossiping about how he tried to force them to vote for him, even though most preferred Blackside as their leader, which clearly angers the gangster. A sensible player tries to calm everyone down, reminding them that Joe could use his power to silence them, but nobody seems scared since they know he can only do it 10 times. Joe loses his temper and throws insults around like confetti, but that only adds fuel to the fire as the others criticize his terrible attitude. Joe screams at the crowd, looking for the meddler who started bad-mouthing him, but no one steps forward, enraging him further. A noise snaps him out of his fury when a player bows his head and greets the gangster as if he's met a celebrity. Joe stares at him like he has a second head and demands to know who he is. John Min, with glee, calls Joe by his full name and says he's here to introduce himself properly. The thug asks if he's in a gang, but John Min denies it and says he hopes to join Joe's group someday. As his mind spins, Joe gets confused, trying to believe this player actually wants to join a gang. John Min says that Joe is his idol and that he would love to join his crew. The gangster tries to wrap his head around it, but John Min gets on his knees and declares that Joe will be his senpai forever. Joe cracks a twisted smile, not expecting someone to top his own level of crazy, but he likes how bold John Min is. Joe orders the wannabe thug to get up and say exactly what he wants, since no one would ever suck up to him after what happened last time. John Min puffs out his chest with pride and declares that the past doesn't matter to him, and that he truly honors Joe for the king he is. He says he doesn't care what others say, and that becoming his senpai's lackey is his life's dream. Joe falls for a hook, line, and sinker, and agrees to make him an aura-cultivating gangster that would make Pablo Escobar look small. Relieved, John Min nearly breaks his back with another bow and thanks Joe for his great generosity. The other players are shocked to see John Min cozying up to someone so brutal, thinking he's crazy, while Min's side watches, satisfied that history is repeating itself. In a flash of light, the angel appears, floating above the players, and calls out to speak to them. The angel mentions, with surprise, the decrease in the number of players since the end of the last round, leaving the players confused as they try to understand. However, the system notification catches their attention, as they notice that many players are missing. The angel muses that since it's unlikely they'd attack each other so soon, it must mean they fought in real life. A player shouts for everyone to look at the number of winners for this round, causing chaos. When the system shows that only 1/4 of the players will advance, and one dares to call a mistake, the angel laughs out loud at the amusing response and reassures everyone, saying there's no mistake. She reminds them of the rules. The number of players is halved each round, while the players stand there, stunned. Since no one was hurt before, the angel thinks it's only fair that 3/4 of the players turn to dust. The crowd tries to protest, but the angel cuts them off and tells them to just do their best. Then, the angel explains that in the third round, monsters will appear at the 4 gates and attack the large, glowing stone in the center of the village in 5 waves of attacks. The angel stresses that they must cooperate to protect the artifact for 3 hours, otherwise the consequences will be severe. But it doesn't matter if they don't save the stone, as their ranking depends on the total number of monsters defeated. She continues, saying that although there will be large hordes of monsters, they will be weakened so the players have a fighting chance, but their rewards will also be smaller. Joe is buzzing with excitement because he can destroy monsters to his heart's content, and to make things even better, he also has the command role. Almost as if hearing his thoughts, the angel claps her hands and tells the zone representative that Joe can use his authority in this round. At the same time, she satisfies the curious onlookers by revealing what happens when a zone representative is eliminated. A chilling smile spreads across her face as she explains that if the leader dies from a monster attack, the authority is wiped from existence. If a player kills him, they become the new representative and gain full powers immediately. Everyone looks at Joe like a piece of meat, while the angel announces that the monsters will arrive in 10 minutes. With a malicious smile, she suggests the players be good friends, before disappearing into thin air. Joe can't help but curse the heavens with his foul mouth, but he shuts up when he hears the unmistakable sound of swords being drawn all around him. The gangster summons his dagger and dares the guys to come closer if they think they can. The players sneer and prepare to lunge, blinded by the greedy dream of snatching his power. Min seems to have other ideas as he steps out from the crowd, with no one daring to move. Joe demands to know what Black Side thinks he's doing, but our boy reassures him, saying he's just there for a little chat. Mr. Documentary tries to act like our hero hasn't rattled him and demands to know what he's planning, but Min interrupts him, softly, as he puts forth an offer for an exchange. Seeing Joe caught between a rock and a hard place, Min swings his scythe over his shoulder and offers the gangster a deal. Joe can only stare in confusion as Min repeats his offer to protect him from the other players, and the crowd watches in awe and disbelief at the idea of confronting Black Side. The players start whispering about their chances of survival, while Joe tries to believe that our boy's name carries that much weight. He considers taking the deal, using his non-existent brain for once, but realizes there must be a catch and decides to confront Min. Our protagonist casually mentions that in return, Joe will have to follow all his orders without complaining. Joe is baffled to see how, despite being the zone's representative, Min is asking him to hand over control and act like an obedient puppy. The gangster asks why it's such an absurd demand, but our boy remains silent. Joe tries to find out more, but Min doesn't budge and just tells him to give up already. The gangster's anger boils as he thinks about rejecting the offer, but the fear of being folded like laundry by the deadly side of our boy creeps into his mind. Min snaps him out of his daze and reminds him to decide quickly, as the other players are getting tired of waiting. A drop of sweat runs down Joe's face as he finally rejects the generous offer like a complete idiot. But our hero had already figured that Joe's massive ego would never let him accept such a deal. The others waste no time mocking his poor decisions and how proud he is for a second-place finisher. The challengers raise their weapons, eager to teach the gangster a painful lesson. Meanwhile, Min is happy that everything is going according to plan and decides to stir things up a bit more. Staring at him, Min coldly says that since Joe doesn't want his help, the others can do whatever they want with him. Our hero turns and walks away, declaring that the gangster's survival will be meaningless, as the players eagerly close in with weapons drawn, hungry to tear Joe apart. The documentary guy grips his dagger tightly and wonders if he made the right choice before things get worse. Joe is unexpectedly saved by the system, which announces that the stampede is about to begin, sending everyone into combat positions around the crystal. Joe realizes he can't fight while a group of players is out for his blood. Besides, this isn't supposed to be a team mission. The gangster watches Min head to a secluded area and, curious, decides to follow him. He stealthily follows our boy, wondering if he plans to face the monsters alone. But the brief silence doesn't last, as bloodthirsty growls fill the air, sending a wave of dread through the players. The system drops the bombshell that they'll be facing 10,000 goblins, chilling everyone to the bone. The gangster runs for high ground, but he can't help feeling confused by how calm Black Side remains. Looking closer, Joe notices that although the gates have only a small opening, a terrifying number of goblins can still slip through, which would make even a seasoned player sweat. From a balcony, Joe convinces himself that Min is all talk and will probably run away like a coward soon. The bloodthirsty goblins pour through the gates, but our boy is ready. He cuts through them like butter, taking down goblin after goblin without missing a beat. Giving them no room to breathe, Min lunges forward, dashing through the goblins as he turns them into minced meat. Joe watches the scene in disbelief, struggling to comprehend just how powerful our boy is. The goblins try to surround him to gain an advantage, but fail, as they can't dodge his area of effect attacks, while Joe wonders if this kind of strength is unlocked by leveling up. Frustrated, the gangster decides to stop hiding like a coward and start killing monsters to level up, given that all the players are busy with the monsters. Joe decides to take advantage of the chaos and score some free points. The participants protect the giant artifact while taking out goblins one after another. Joe sneaks in and joins the fight. The bully spots some goblins and locks on, and starts destroying the weak monsters. Joe smirks with a nasty expression, anticipating the monster's attacks with his rune. But his confidence vanishes when an arrow grazes his face, clipping his ear. The gangster immediately loses his cool as he tries to find the source, but he can't spot any goblin archers. The bully realizes he's being targeted by a player, and his rage grows immensely as he savors the thought of squeezing the life out of that coward. But before Joe can take another step, he feels something stab him in the side as one of the players shoves a weapon into his stomach. The player begins to celebrate, but to his surprise, the musclehead bravely starts pulling the spear out and starts hurling insults. The player panics, but it's too late because Joe strikes back with his sword as he attacks with his short sword. Another arrow flies past his face, and he spots the cowardly archer. Joe wastes no time and aims the spear he pulled out, The player tries to shoot again, but a swift spear to the head stops him. Joe clutches his wounded side, angry at his carelessness and his damn title. Mr. Documentary is eager to get rid of his title and regrets rejecting the deal Min offered him earlier. But he decides that a real man like him values his pride more and won't serve anyone like a little puppy. He scans his surroundings, desperate to find a way to escape the relentless players and hunt safely. He sees an opportunity in the third strongest player when he spots Black Dragon destroying goblins. A malicious smile spreads across Joe's face as he approaches Black Dragon. He activates his authority over him and orders him to be Mr. President's bodyguard. Meanwhile, Min is racking up experience as he continues to eliminate goblins without breaking sweat. Our protagonist opens his inventory and is surprised to see he's already collected the desired amount. The grind doesn't stop there, and he decides to gather another 2,000 gold just for fun. Min has a light bulb moment when he realizes he can buy 2 skills and get the Rune of Thoughts ahead of schedule. The goblins try to sneak up on Min while he's distracted, but they don't catch our boy off guard, who quickly eliminates them with a swing of his scythe. The remaining goblins hesitate after seeing their friends fall, but Min isn't done yet. He taunts the monsters for being weak and lunges at them. Then, a bolt of lightning illuminates the night sky, distracting the players from their fights. The goblins begin to glow and slowly disappear. The remaining players celebrate their victory in the first wave, although they're too exhausted to keep fighting. Min notes that nearly 1,000 players died and considers how dangerous even weakened goblins can be. Our boy searches among the survivors. He spots Joe and is surprised he survived, but he might not be so lucky in the next round. The gangster is angry because, instead of fighting the monsters, the players decided to attack him. When one tries to sneak up on him, Joe attacks, but the controlled Black Dragon and John Min take him down. Joe is relieved to have survived, thanks to these 2 pawns who protected him. John Min is worried about his superior's wound, but Joe is more intrigued because he didn't even need to use his mind control powers on this fool. He groans in pain as he presses on his wound, trying to stop the bleeding, and wonders if he'll survive the next round. He grits his teeth, motivated to survive out of spite and prove his doubters wrong. A siren alerts the players about the upcoming round with hobgoblins. The second wave arrives without warning as Min gathers his aura, ready to farm some free experience. Our boy continues the goblin genocide, swinging his deadly scythe and eliminating many goblins as if it were child's play. Shortly after, the system informs him that he has reached level 20. His rank is upgraded to regular, filling him with satisfaction as he unlocks crafting. This allows him to combine skills and fuse all his junk to create quality gear. Additionally, the system grants him a new skill and enhances his previous one, Seal of Death, which pleases Min, since his skill set complements his runes well. The foolish goblins try to attack our boy again, but they're plunged into total darkness when Min activates his new skill, Night of Death. The black scythe sweeps past the blinded goblins with ease, sending them to a permanent sleep one by one. The darkness melts everything in its path, leaving behind a mountain of monster corpses. As the system notification pops up announcing the end of the second wave, our protagonist drops his scythe with a thud and decides it's time to use the quest shop to acquire a new skill. He browses the shop for a bit and chooses Sixth Sense, which lets him perceive everything within a 30-meter radius. Min activates the skill and only detects the dead goblins nearby, reminding him he still needs to gather another 20,000 gold. The third wave begins with Min eliminating goblins, as usual, while Black Dragon remains under Joe's mind control. At the end of the third wave, the players face knocks in the fourth assault. Joe shamelessly uses his mind control powers to the max, employing his fellow humans as meat shields to save himself. After a long and brutal fight, the system notification chimes again, signaling the end of the fourth round. Joe is barely standing, sweat pouring down his face, as he wonders just how deep of a mess he's in. The gangster has already used up all 10 charges of his power and convinces himself he's safe for now, as long as his mind control players are still alive. The system announces that the final wave is about to begin, and the players will face nearly 11,000 brutes, leaving them paralyzed with shock. Fast forward to the madness. Players and monsters are stabbing each other while Joe tries to take advantage of the walking experience bags and snatch the top spot. His delusional fantasy ends when he turns to see 2 of his minions impaled. Some players, still hungry for the representative spot, charge at Joe, determined to take him out of the fight. He panics and shoves 2 brainwashed players in front of him, yelling at them to do their job properly and cursing the cowards for chasing him when the round is almost over. A few well-placed arrows take down the zombies, and the players advance with their weapons raised. He panics even more and decides to flee to live and fight another day. The players pursue him, not allowing the thug to escape, as Joe runs as fast as he can. At a doorway, Mr. Documentary spots our hero, catching his breath from the chaos. The gangster desperately runs to him and begs to serve under his command for protection. Min remains silent, and when Joe repeats his plea, Min glares at him and refuses without hesitation. Joe's face turns pale as Min reminds him that rejecting his offer once means there won't be another chance. He then walks away without a second thought. Joe tries to follow, not understanding the situation, but Min coldly says he has no use for someone who's already used up all their commands. Joe curses himself for not accepting the offer when he could have, and knows there's no way out now. The players notice he no longer has protection, and Joe trembles in fear. Mr. Documentary watches in fear as the players mock him, saying his life is about to become a documentary. Believing all hope is lost, Joe braces himself as the players close in to end his misery. Joe is surprised to see him and lets his guard down for a moment, allowing his partner to knock him down with a brutal right uppercut. The blow sends Joe to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Clutching his broken jaw in pain, he sees Jongmin, smiling like a devil and warning him to pray. The gangster tries to hurl an insult, but Jongmin shuts him up with another punch. The young man pins him down and keeps hitting him relentlessly, beating the life out of him blow by blow. The documentary guy watches his subordinate in horror, unable to speak due to his shattered face as his miserable life flashes before his eyes. Jongmin stands up with a menacing aura and stomps on Joe, ending his life for good. He laughs maniacally as the system names him the area's leader, and starts dreaming about all the fun he'll have with his famous crush. Looking at the failure of senpai, the bully thanks Joe for giving him new powers and blames him for the disaster, saying none of this would have happened if Joe hadn't been such a coward. Then, the new leader faces the crowd and pretends everything went according to his plan, leaving the players confused. Everyone is disgusted and shocked that someone could stoop so low, sucking up to the gangster just to betray him in the end. The players are furious knowing a traitor like him will be their leader and decide to get rid of him, but Jongmin anticipates this and heads toward our protagonist. When Min turns to look at him, Jongmin excitedly shouts that he's in charge now. Min seems uninterested, so the bully repeats the offer he made to Joe and insists he'll do whatever Min wants. Jongmin has a moment of clarity, thinking Min rejected Joe because he had already used up his powers, but he believes that's not the case for him, so there should be no reason to reject him. Our guy tells the bully his face is ugly and that he might forgive him if he kneels. The gangster, confused, wonders why he's being treated like this, but Min reminds him that he's the one in need. Our guy orders him to kneel again, which infuriates him, but upon seeing the furious crowd ready to attack, he swallows his pride and immediately drops to his knees. The bully begs Daddy Blackside to have mercy and save a weakling like him. Min watches, barely interested, remembering all the times he humiliated Jongmin before. Still, he admits that even a piece of trash like him could be useful. Blackside agrees to take him under his wing, while Jongmin repeatedly uses the bow emote and thanks his master for showing mercy. Min tells the bully to leave it and heads toward the crowd, stopping in front of his new henchman. The players start to sweat, afraid to face our hero. One suggests they attack him together, but backs down when his friend mentions the Goblin Massacre. The players group up and start strategizing while Min proposes they can be good boys and scatter or stay and test his sword. He suggests they choose the first option, since he might forget the difference between humans and monsters if they don't. The threat makes all the players shudder and retreat one by one, unwilling to risk their lives for nothing. The bully watches our hero's power in awe and feels relieved to have switched sides. Although the beginning was complicated, our guy looks around and notices that the 5th round monsters have been eliminated. Want to liven things up, Min? He flashes a mischievous smile and calls over his new subordinate. Jongmin stands at attention, ready for orders, and Min tells him to follow his instructions exactly, without a single complaint. Our boy casually mentions he'll use his 10 commands and orders everyone to break the large, glowing stone. The clueless guy asks what the artifact is before realizing that the angel had warned them things would get very bad if anything happened to it. The gangster worries about having to use all 10 of his commands and asks for an explanation, begging Min to leave him at least one. But our boy remains firm in his decision. Jongmin decides to follow his master's will, while Min mentions that he will choose the names. Blackside announces the list of players, And Zhongmin is surprised to notice a pattern. Most of the names belong to his friends, which makes him wonder if this is some kind of sick joke. His friends ask if he's really going to do it, but the thug just offers a fake apology and says it's not personal. Zhongmin uses his mental powers and commands the players to attack the artifact. Chaos erupts as the system warns the players that their lives are in danger. The zombies start hitting the artifact with their weapons while the survivors scream and beg them to stop, running towards the crystal, desperate to snap the victims out of their trance. When words fail, they resort to violence. But it's already too late, as the giant crystal shatters into pieces. The crowd immediately panics as the system announces their punishment for failing to protect the artifact has begun. A divine punisher will descend and unleash hell while they flee like rats for half an hour. Min stands still with a malicious smile. The system has unlocked the hidden mission and offers 3,000 gold coins for its completion. A hidden quest and a sub-quest appear, prompting them to survive the Punisher for 30 minutes. Afterward, they'll receive 3,000 gold, a better reward than the 2,000 gold for protecting the artifact. Everyone celebrates, but Min, knowing more, understands that destroying the artifact comes at its own cost. The stats of the players who attack the artifact drop by 50%, which infuriates them with the map's representative. At that moment, the artifact penalizes Zhongmin, permanently reducing his stats by 50%, which Min sees as a death sentence. Our protagonist opens the shop and buys basic items with his remaining gold. He needs to improve his stats for the upcoming challenge of defeating the Punisher. First, he uses crafting combinations, joining a necklace with a purple crystal to raise all his stats by 1 point. Then he combines his armor with a blue crystal to reduce damage taken by 1 point. And finally, he pairs his scythe with an orange crystal to raise his power by 2 stat points, knowing he'll need all the help he can get. Suddenly, a humming sound fills the air as everyone prepares to face the Divine Punisher. It's a difficult task, as Min already knows from his previous playthrough, where only 500 players survived. Surviving the Punisher is so complicated that it usually takes 5 level 40 players to defeat it, but Min is determined to face the challenge alone, seeking to claim the rewards for himself. When the sky opens and golden light descends, Min remains confident. He knows he can succeed because he holds the title of First Angel Slayer, which doubles his stats against any enemy of the Holy Order, including the Divine Punisher, who is now in front of them. The Liberator descends to the ground, and at first, people underestimate it because of its size, believing it will be easy to dodge. With each soft chime of the bells on its staff, the Liberator moves forward. It raises its staff to the sky and slams it into the ground, instantly creating an expanding force field around itself called the restriction field. The dome-shaped field expands, trapping many players, and upon being caught, their stats drop by 50%. He calculates that at least 300 players are now trapped, doomed by their fate. As the Harbinger begins its attack with a majestic blue aura of light, millions of light arrows shoot out from the Harbinger's staff in all directions, annihilating everything and everyone in its path. The players try to flee, but can't avoid the arrows as they're trapped in the restriction field, just as Min had predicted. He sees his chance, dashes behind the Harbinger, and waits for the field to dissipate. Once it does, he moves in without worrying about being heard, knowing the Harbinger has no ears. He closes the distance, getting within 5 meters of the level boss, and places a death seal on it. But it's too late. The Harbinger turns around, but Min's scythe pierces its eye, and he quickly retreats to safety. The death seal informs him that the Harbinger now has 60% health after a single hit, just as predicted. The Harbinger activates its restriction field again to trap Black's scythe, but Min is nowhere near. The field drops, and Min doesn't waste a second. He charges the Harbinger again, aiming for the other eye. The Harbinger growls in pain and activates its field again, trapping Min, but that doesn't faze him. He knows the boss isn't blind and has the accuracy of a stormtrooper. The Harbinger tries to kill the hero by launching arrows everywhere, but it soon becomes useless as Min activates his Death Knight skill, which absorbs all the arrows. Light does not escape the darkness. The arrows are consumed without a trace. Blackscythe leaps forward, brandishing his scythe with deadly precision to finish the job. With a swift slash of his scythe, Min cuts off one of the Harbinger's wings. The Harbinger tries to counterattack, but the protagonist dodges the attack and slices off the other wing, reducing the Harbinger's health to just 10%. However, instead of finishing the job right away, Min backs off as the Harbinger activates its skill, the Last Glorious Storm, which grants it temporary invulnerability. Had Min attacked the head, the Harbinger would have survived and escaped, making it risky to finish the fight. During its invincibility, the Harbinger launches desperate attacks, hoping to defeat Black Scythe. Min watches the show with amusement from afar. Once the invincibility wears off, Min acts fast. With a single clean blow, he decapitates the Harbinger. His level shoots up, and he gets quite a bit of gold for the achievement, being the first player to defeat the Harbinger of Divine Punishment. He also unlocks the title, The One Who Defies Divine Punishment, which reduces damage taken by 80% when facing enemies of the Holy Order. He also receives a condensed ether and the rune of the Glorious Storm. The ether is used to create divine-level items, while the rune enhances the effects of divine skills and increases intelligence based on the player's rank. For completing the side quest, every player receives 3,000 gold, leaving them relieved and happy. However, unease lingers about the overwhelming strength of Black Scythe. Even the angel seems impressed and wants to interview him. She asks why he decided to kill the Harbinger of Divine Punishment when he only needed to survive to get the reward. He replies that he doesn't like to see people die, surprising everyone when they notice that the hero has a moral compass. The angel, bewildered, he wonders how humans can so easily switch between killing and protecting themselves, while the hero just smirks, knowing that narcissistic angels wouldn't understand compassion. The angel reminds the players that their lives depend on their ranks and shows the results again. Our hero, Black Scythe, is in first place on both maps, having killed 3,600 monsters by himself and reached level 30. Thanks to an experience boost, he receives a unique reward box and a mid-tier rare ring ticket for placing first. For the ticket, he chooses the Ring of Resistance, knowing that although it seems weak, it helps resist status effects that could kill a player. For the unique reward, he chooses gold because he knows the next round won't be about killing monsters. The angel announces that the top 1,225 players will survive, which causes panic among the lower-ranked players who try to negotiate their way out without success. Anyone ranked below the cutoff disappears forever, and the remaining players are returned to the real world. The scene shifts to Erin, who wakes up in her room, relieved not only to have survived the round, but also to have obtained the summoner profession, which allows her to summon fairies that cast shields for protection. The fairies' protection and Sankiol's distraction of the monsters helped her survive and place third on the local map. She receives a purple crystal, of course, and wonders if Black Scythe would like it as a gift. Meanwhile, at Jongmin's house, he's throwing a tantrum, smashing a lamp, and cursing out the protagonist for reducing his stats. He regrets ordering his friends to break the artifact when his phone rings, and upon seeing who's calling, he realizes he's done for. He answers the phone, and Songwon's voice instantly yells at him for using his command right and manipulating his friends. Jongmin tries to justify his actions, saying Black Scythe would have killed him if he didn't comply, but Songwon retorts that he should have just died instead of dragging his friends down to their deaths with him. Jongmin tries to bargain, saying his stats were cut in half, but Songwon yells that it doesn't justify manipulating his friends and that the problem wouldn't have happened if he hadn't gotten greedy and become the representative. Songwon calls him a traitor. Before Jongmin can say anything, Songwon warns him not to speak to him anymore and not to even try approaching him in the other world, where he might kill him. Full of rage, Jongmin still sees himself as the victim and tries to contact his other friends to help him eliminate Songwon, but no one answers. Enraged, he throws his phone onto the bed, muttering that he doesn't need friends, because life is a solitary struggle. He grits his teeth, burning with rage over Songwon's death threat, and vows that he will eliminate him and everyone else if he gets the chance. The scene shifts to the hotel, where the manager, Sankiol, briefs Ma on the last round. They both comment that it was pretty tough, but Sankiol points out that the monster's debuff made things a bit easier. Ma asks about his level and profession, and Sankiol says he's a level 11 knight, while Eren is the same level and a summoner. Ma is surprised, and Sankiol explains that Eren summoned a fairy that casts shields to protect them, allowing them to hunt monsters safely. Out of nowhere, Ma advises Sankiol to get close to Eren and even date her if he wants, a suggestion that makes him uncomfortable. Ma explains that it'll be easier to find out Eren's weaknesses by getting close to her and finds Sankiol's stunned expression amusing. He adds that Sankiol can refuse the proposal if he wants. Sankiol replies that the actress wouldn't be interested in him since she never speaks to him informally. Ma gets straight to the point and asks what else Seanchul had to report. The manager apologizes for not being able to thank Black Scythe or offer help in any way. The hero defeated the messenger of divine punishment quickly, as if he knew its weak points. Black Scythe doesn't seem to require any help at all. Ma realizes that he greatly underestimated Black's side, and feels ashamed for believing he was superior just because of the rune of the Dark Knight. Now he has a strong desire to meet the hero in person and apologizes to the manager for not having fulfilled his task. After that, he asks if the manager has located the thugs who assaulted them, to which the manager confirms. He tells Ma that the first person's name is Jang Young-min, and although there are many people with that name across the country, they're left with 5 suspects if they assume the perpetrator lives in Seoul. The manager adds that the exact location will be determined in a month, giving them time until the end of the 4th round. Then, Ma asks how much gold Sean-chul has saved, and the manager says 10,000. Ma tells him that it's only half of what they need for the skill tracker in the game's shop. Then, the manager remembers something important and informs Ma that they have a shareholder who bought a majority stake in their company, Chunma Consulting Group. Upon learning that someone bought 31% of the shares, Ma is left speechless, realizing that this is equivalent to 280 million won. Ma wonders who could have so much money and starts considering the possibilities. He thinks it could be a rich and secretive businessman or one of his siblings plotting against him, since logically, whoever buys a third of the shares must want to influence the company's decisions. Worried, Ma asks his manager for the investor's contact information. Meanwhile, in the hero Min's apartment, he's in bed waiting for a call from the company, when suddenly, someone opens the door and asks about his brother's level. It seems the kids have been bragging about their older siblings' high levels at school, and are teasing him as one kid's brother is level 11 and has a profession. Min tells him his level is higher, but doesn't reveal his true level to hide his identity. He tells one that his level is 12, but keeps his profession a secret, calling it a mystery, and sends him away. At that moment, the hero receives a call from King Rockma, the CEO of the company. Min decides to remain calm and not reveal anything about his true nature. He asks why they called him, and Ma tells him he wants to meet his company's largest investor in person over a meal. He asks if Friday works, but since the hero has a mission that day, they agree on Saturday. As the hero suspected, Ma's large investment in the company was meant to impress his father, and it caught his attention. The hero plans to acquire the rune of thoughts before meeting with Ma. He recalls that there are several ways to obtain a rune: by visiting specific places in different rounds, by completing quests, or by defeating boss monsters. Sometimes, even normal monsters can drop them. However, it's very rare to find a rune in the real world, as it requires very specific conditions. He remembers this as he enters an abandoned warehouse and waits for Yang Suk-hyun. Yang's nickname is the same as his real name, something the hero remembers well. He was the criminal who kidnapped his brother in a previous regression, seeking crucial information about future events. Yang knew the hero was a time traveler because he had obtained a rune of thoughts, and could read Min's and his brother's minds. Since that incident, Min has decided to get revenge on Yang in every subsequent regression. Although the hero claims to hold no grudge against him, he still heads to the warehouse with the intention of acquiring the rune of thoughts before Yang does. To hide his identity, he puts on a mask. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Yang enters, carrying a lady over his shoulder. Without hesitation, he throws her to the ground, mercilessly ripping the tape off. From his mouth, he warns her not to scream. But as soon as her mouth is free, she screams for help. The irritated thug tells her not to waste her time with typical pleas like begging for mercy, saying she has a child, or negotiating money for her freedom. However, the woman surprises him by apologizing, leaving him confused. Yang frowns and asks why she's apologizing. She nervously explains that the night before, she stared at him, which made the thug angry. Being the idiot that he is, he scoffs and asks why she did something she now regrets. He tells her it ruined his mood. Then, the thug remembers what happened 2 days ago. He was wandering the streets, looking for a victim when he saw an attractive woman. He followed her silently from a distance, waiting for the right moment. When she entered an alley alone, he made his move, jumping in front of her and activating an ability that made his body glow like a solar flare, similar to something from Dragon Ball. The woman, temporarily blinded by the intense light, couldn't see anything, leaving her vulnerable. The thug savored the power he had over her, thrilled by the fact that he could do whatever he wanted and get away with it. He couldn't stop thinking about how useless his life was before, with nothing interesting in his days. But after obtaining the Gleam rune, he could temporarily blind others, giving him control to exploit them as he pleased. In another incident, the thug enters a coffee shop, and his eyes lock on the pretty barista behind the counter. He orders an iced Americano, and she tells him it costs 5,000. After paying, he casually asks where the usual part-timer is, saying he's a regular customer. She replies that all the part-timers have quit because of how dangerous the world is now, with the constant risk of dying in any game round. Curious, he asks if she's the boss, and she nods. Then, without hesitation, he asks her age, saying she looks young. She replies that she's 32, and he sees this as a positive because she's not a player. However, he knows she's vulnerable because of her lack of abilities. Then, without a second thought, he asks for her number, admitting he's into her. This surprises her, and she's left uncomfortable, not knowing what to say. The thug, misinterpreting everything, sees her silence as an insult. He accuses her of thinking he's ugly and uses this as an excuse to demand a refund. He snatches his money and storms out of the shop, furious. Grinding his teeth in frustration as he leaves, he mutters about how it's always the pretty people who are so judgmental, not noticing how perverted his own approach was. Determined to get revenge, he plans to ambush her later, surprising her in a warehouse alley. The woman begs for forgiveness, promising not to judge anyone else, but the thug, saying, is still unsatisfied. He shoves her to the ground and grabs her wrists, telling her she doesn't sound sincere. So, she'll have to face the consequences. She tries to break free, but he orders her to stay, still as he continues to humiliate her. Suddenly, the hero shouts from behind, ordering the thug to stop, striking fear into Yang. Thinking it's a detective, Yang demands to know who's there, only to be shocked when he sees a tall figure with a massive scythe in his hand, his face hidden behind a white mask. The hero calls him a fool and tells the woman to run while she can. So, tries to threaten her, but the protagonist is faster. He moves in and slams the handle of his scythe into the thug's groin, paralyzing him with intense pain. Min tells the woman to leave, and when she's gone, he turns to the thug and tells him, coldly, that the real game has just begun. The thug starts cursing at Min and tries to act tough, but the hero finds the whole situation amusing. He lunges at the masked hero with repeated dagger attacks, trying to land a hit, but Min dodges every attempt without breaking a sweat, completely unfazed. Min mocks him for clinging to a goblin dagger, and without hesitation, cuts off his hand in one slash. The thug trembles in pain, but Min leans in and calmly asks if it hurts, letting him know that this is just the beginning. As the hero quickly deals with his other arm, Yang finally understands that death is approaching. Desperate to survive, he tries to use his shine ability to blind the masked hero and escape. But to his surprise, it achieves nothing. Min had already activated his Dead of Night ability, extinguishing all light in the area before the thug even noticed what was coming. Without wasting a moment, he lunges through the darkness and slices the thug's ankles with a clean slash, causing another scream of pain. As the thug curses and falls, he then demands to know why the masked hero is doing this to him. Min doesn't bother with a lengthy answer, and instead plunges his sword into the thug's thigh, throwing out a rhetorical question about why people use pesticides. Without giving him time to think, Min sinks the blade into his other thigh and calmly explains that pests like him tend to cause trouble when left alone. He then continues to attack him from both sides, in a brutal series of slashes, clearly intending to break whatever spirit the thug has left. Barely able to speak, the thug wonders why he's being treated so cruelly and questions if the masked protagonist holds some grudge against him. The pain keeps growing until it becomes unbearable, and in a desperate attempt, he tries to end it all by biting his own tongue. Min quickly notices and stops him instantly, assuring him that he won't die that easily. He then continues to stab him with more force, making it clear that the punishment is far from over. Yang begs the hero to end his life, but Min only scoffs and asks if he knows why he's being tortured like this. When Yang admits he doesn't know, Min tells him that they've crossed paths before, and calls him by his name, Yang. He starts to assume that the protagonist is related to the woman, but Min dismisses that idea without hesitation. Then Min explains that Yang kidnapped his younger brother in exchange for vital information. Although Yang tries to deny his involvement, the masked protagonist cuts him off before he can finish. He clarifies that the event hasn't happened yet, that it's in the future, and that Yang would have obtained the Rune of Thoughts if Min hadn't intervened. Still confused, the thug tries to understand what's happening, but Min moves on and explains that the rune activates upon hearing someone else's sincere voice. If Yang had assaulted the woman, her genuine screams and pleas would have activated the Rune of Thoughts, allowing him to continue committing even viler acts with that power. Min adds that he confirmed all of this during his many regressions and says the thug deserves to die after accumulating 12 crimes, each one worse than the last. Hearing this, the thug begs again to be killed, but the hero refuses and shoves the handle of his scythe into Yang's mouth, to silence him. He then explains calmly that he had been stalling on purpose, waiting for him to die naturally while he was talking. Now gagged and unable to speak, Yang wishes in his mind for Min to kill him just to end the pain. He begins to wonder why the hero is gagging him if the rune of thoughts needs genuine honesty to activate. If that's the case, why keep him quiet? Min calmly replies, revealing that the rune activated when Yang begged to die from the bottom of his heart. It's revealed that the rune of thoughts only works within a 30-meter range, allowing the user to hear the target's most sincere voice. Min tells Yang that he wanted to test if the rune worked, and now that he has, he's satisfied. But when Yang pleads to die again, the hero denies the request, saying it's only fair that someone who has hurt so many should feel true suffering. Finally, the thug breathes his last, and our hero calmly uses a skill called trace erasure, eliminating every trace of forensic evidence from a scene, even the corpse. Min stops to admire how thorough the cleanup is and feels satisfied knowing he secured the rune of thoughts. Now, he focuses on meeting Ma Kyung-rae. The next day, at the apartment, our boy gets dressed, looking sharp while his brother teases him, asking who the lucky girl is. One insists, but Min tells him he has an important business meeting. This ramps up one's anxiety, thinking about what would happen if the business fails and they end up homeless again. Our hero gives his innocent brother a warm smile, seeing it all comes from a place of concern. Min smiles confidently and promises to spill the juicy details if everything goes well. He asks his brother if he doubts his abilities, which makes one a bit nervous. But Min reassures him, telling him to be a good boy and stay inside. One gets goosebumps remembering corrupt players abusing their power in real life, and how some thugs even escape from prison. Our protagonist confirms his suspicion that the system doesn't care whether players are criminals or not. He realizes it's naive to think things will stay normal forever and remembers how in past lives, players tried to enslave normal humans and take over the world. He decides not to let history repeat itself and locks up before heading out. Min tells his dear brother to take care, but one seems more interested in this shady business. Our hero advises him to wait for the right time and scolds him for choosing convenience store food over a real meal. He then finds himself in front of a grand hotel, unsurprised that the CEO chose this place. The building belongs to Ma Kyung-rak, but it's a well-kept secret that only the family knows. Our boy heads to the reception desk, ready to use this hidden info to his advantage. And to do that, he needs to play dumb and act like a total fool. Right after, he acts like a dumb rich kid living off his dad's credit card and awkwardly asks about his meeting. The receptionist confirms and leads him to the lounge, saying the CEO will join him shortly. Min keeps up the clueless act, staring at the ceiling with his mouth agape, as if he's just seen magic. Suddenly, a voice calls out, and he's surprised to see Song-chul instead of the real boss. They both freeze for a second, and Song-chul instantly recognizes the familiar face. Min plays it cool, saying he's just his apartment neighbor, which makes the bodyguard quickly bow and apologize for being rude earlier. Although the man still doubts someone so young could have that kind of money. Sensing things could get serious, Min goes back to his dumb act and even calls the bodyguard the blind man to make it more believable. On the other hand, Song-chul clears up the confusion, explaining that he's just filling in as the manager for now. He points to a room nearby and tells our boy to wait there for a bit. As he walks away, he starts sending messages to the boss as if it's urgent, warning that the new shareholder might be hiding something suspicious. The bodyguard worries that Ryu Min has a big secret, or worse, that he's a puppet for someone more dangerous. Meanwhile, our boy smirks, since he figured Ma would try a cheap trick like this. There's no way such a successful man would be late for such an important meeting. Finally, the door bursts open, and the real CEO walks in to greet him, with his loyal manager following him like a shadow. After shaking hands and getting settled, Ma makes a subtle power move by letting his manager stay in the room, hoping to tip the game in his favor. He nods to the staff to serve the food and says he hopes Min likes what they've prepared. The table fills up with fancy dishes, and our boy starts devouring the food, immediately keeping up his clueless rich kid routine. Ma smiles politely at the compliments, but low-key, he tells his manager there's something strange about this guy. Later, the boss becomes convinced that Min was sent by someone trying to interfere with his plans and starts listing potential suspects in his mind. He then glances at Min and casually asks his age. When our boy gives a straightforward 20, the eyes of Ma's eyes widen in surprise, and he tries to laugh it off with a joke about them being the same age. That's when the guy decides to get straight to the point and asks how Min got so rich. Our calm protagonist says that until recently, he was just an average student. Ma gets a hint, so Min mentions a recent headline and checks if he remembers. that lottery winner, before dropping the bombshell and reintroducing himself. Ma almost faints but keeps his cool as he starts putting the pieces together and asks how. Min turned that 60 billion won prize into even more. So, Min calmly brags that he invested it all in Bitcoin, and Ma admits he would never take a risk like that, calling it crazy. Song Cheol assumes Min is just incredibly lucky, but he says that's not it. Then the bodyguard remembers the news mentioned Min dreamed of the winning numbers. But Min denies it and finally reveals the truth, although he's nervous to admit it. He reveals that he possesses a special rune that lets him glimpse future events, basically making him a walking prophet. Hearing such a bold claim leaves the two men frozen in disbelief as they start to wonder if Min has a screw loose. Ma asks if that's true, and our guy says he has no reason to lie. Still skeptical, Ma politely asks him to prove it by revealing what will happen next. Our guy could reveal the answer, but he prefers to play it safe and hold back. Then he gives them his prophecy. The power acts on its own and doesn't work on command. That actually makes sense to Ma, since the ability seems too powerful to be so flexible. But then something clicks in his head, and he wonders why Min bought so many shares. Min casually mentions that their business will take off soon. The idea that his company will succeed excites Ma, and he breaks his calm for a moment, thinking this could be his chance to make his dad proud. He quickly regains control and scolds himself for losing his composure like that. But Min doesn't let up and playfully adds that if they want to succeed, they'll have to dismantle the entire company and rebuild it from scratch. Song Cheol flies into a rage at the insane suggestion and slams his hand on the table, but Mom manages to keep him under control. Our protagonist stands firm and replies that revealing his runic powers is a huge risk that could go very wrong, but he did it because he owns the majority of the shares, and he really wants to see the company reach greater heights. He questions why anyone would invest 280 billion in a random business and reminds them that without him, they're lost. Neither of the two men believes his claim, but Min asks Song Cheol if he really thinks it's a coincidence that they're apartment neighbors. Curious, Ma asks what they're talking about. The bodyguard explains that the brothers moved into the same building 2 months ago. Min adds that he did it right after getting the clairvoyance rune. This news infuriates the CEO, and he demands to know why this is just now coming to light. Song Cheol quickly says it's new to him too. After thinking about it, Ma realizes that the investments and the apartment change only make sense if Min really knows what's coming. Although it's hard to believe, he also knows about his connection to the actress. But even with all that, it's still not enough to sway a sharp mind like Ma's. So, Min starts talking about his family and how this hotel is key to winning his father's approval. At that moment, the bodyguard stands up, frustrated, and shouts, demanding to know who sent him. But the boss stays calm and tells him to shut up. That makes Song Cheol fall silent. He takes a deep breath before telling Min that even if all his information is correct, it doesn't prove anything, since those facts are well known within his family. With that, he also starts to suspect that Min might just be a puppet. But he plays along and says that even if he agreed to change his entire industry, pulling it off would be nearly impossible. Of course, like any normal person, he'd love to see his company grow. But our guy's offer seems too good to be true. So he thanks our protagonist for his generous investment, but suggests they discuss this at the next shareholders meeting. Ma stands up to conclude the meeting, but our guy suggests he take his time and think it over. If what he's about to do is right, taking a gamble, he reveals a little about the next round. Ma perks up and sinks in his seat, excited by what he hears. Min smiles and asks if that information is enough to convince them that his magical powers are real. After the meeting ends, Song Cheol apologizes for losing his cool earlier, but Ma brushes it off like it's no big deal. The bodyguard asks for permission to speak freely and admits that there's something about Min that still seems strange to him. There's no clear reason for him to help them. Ma thinks he might just be doing it for more money. Song Cheol shakes his head, not believing it's just greed, and says that trusting him is too risky. Still, Ma doesn't want to miss the opportunity if Min is actually being sincere, and thinks it might be smarter to have him as an ally, since having someone like that around could be their ticket to surviving the missions. He tells his still worried right-hand man that they should just wait and see. Afterwards, Min walks away, thinking there's no way they won't believe him when they see the fourth round, even though he didn't share any exciting details and only mentioned that the round will pit the players against each other. He's sure that in the end, they'll see him as a saint and won't want to make an enemy of a prophet. With that settled, he decides it's time to take advantage of his new image and meet up with a certain someone. Meanwhile, a girl rushes to the crosswalk, impatiently waiting for the light to change. But her attention is drawn to a flashy sports car parked in front of the store. Yuri stops mid-insult when a window rolls down and she sees the driver as Min. when the light turns green. She hurries over and asks if that car is his. After their not-so-coincidental meeting, our protagonist offers her a ride, and she shamelessly accepts. Without hesitation, he informs her that it's his first time behind the wheel, and he's just taking it for a test drive. Curious, Yuri asks for the price, and he casually mentions it costs about 900 million, just like that. Her eyes widen in disbelief, since with that money, she could have opened several stores. Our boy reminds her that he won the lottery, so the price didn't really faze him, which shocks Yuri as the difference in their lives becomes clear. She starts to get nervous because the whole situation now feels too much like a date, and when Min says he has something to confess, her heart practically leaps out her chest. Fortunately, our protagonist quickly adds that it's not that kind of confession, where Yuri might have thrown herself out the window. Once she's calmed down, Yuri asks what Min means, and our boy admits he didn't see the lottery numbers in a dream and lied about it. He reveals that he got them thanks to his clairvoyance rune, which also gave him the fake title of prophet. Yuri is thrilled and congratulates our boy on getting such an amazing ability. She's touched that he trusts her enough to tell her the truth. But Min reminds her that she had already told him about her powers. Yuri lights up and starts talking excitedly about her rune, explaining how her defense increases based on the number of players nearby. She feels lighter after telling someone, but she wonders why Min brought up so suddenly. He says it's been eating at him for a while, and he wasn't sure if anyone would take him seriously. After telling her about what's coming in the 4th round, Yuri gasps, shocked, struggling to process the terrifying news with a serious tone. Our protagonist warns her not to trust anyone once the round begins. Yuri is touched that her handsome classmate cares so much and feels special for being the first girl he's shared this secret with. As she sneaks a glance at him, her mind starts to fill with thoughts, and she wonders if he might have feelings for her too. In his apartment, Min checks his phone and is surprised to learn that Yuri is in love with him. He figures he can use this information to his advantage, as it will now be easier to recruit her to his side. With everything in order, Min ends the day satisfied that the month's problems are solved. Before he knows it, March 31st arrives, and he quickly thinks about visiting the shop. Before the next transfer, he grabs some dark shadow gloves, which have an invisibility advantage and pair well with his skills. A knock on the door distracts him as his brother reminds him that it's almost time for the mission. He's worried about his brother, but Min tells him to wait and see. He mentions Min's prophecy powers and insists that he come back alive. Min jokingly tells his brother to watch his words. As he falls asleep, all the players are transported to the alternate world, and Min grabs his head in frustration. He opens his mission window and sees that the penalty is still active. He curses himself for betraying Joe and wonders how he'll manage in the 4th round when greedy players might target him again. He scans the area uneasily and starts to question what kind of weird place this is, feeling like a guinea pig. In the crowd, he spots Blackside and instantly curses him for his current situation, feeling sure the guy saw this coming. He finds it strange how easily he killed the divine being and is still angry about being too weak to crush Min's face. Still, what matters now is figuring out how to survive, so he calls out to our protagonist for help. The bully checked with our guy if their deal is still on, asking if he still gets protection. Min dismisses him nonchalantly, saying he no longer needs a henchman like him. Blackside replies that he no longer has command rights, and besides, everyone has a class now. Min sweats, as our hero tells him he's a ticking time bomb and is no longer useful. Min keeps looking around, scared, while our hero tells him to calm down. The bully looks lost, but our guy reminds him that the role isn't special anymore. Nowadays, almost everyone has a profession, and there's no advantage in targeting the representative. Finally, the gangster understands, and Min's words start to make sense. But his train of thought is interrupted when his face turns red at the sight of a certain duo approaching. Aaron walks up to Min and greets him while the bodyguard asks if our hero remembers them, which leads Min to ask what they're doing here. Sunshow thanks him again for saving them from the brute, but Min takes offense and steps forward, ready to fight. Min stops him with one hand and tells the pair that helping them once was enough. The bodyguard tries again, offering a reward and wanted to introduce his CEO, but Blackside turns him down, uninterested. With no better option, Aaron presents a purple crystal and begs our hero to accept it. Min observes the high-quality crystal with surprise, and the actress explains that giving him this makes her feel better than just offering more apologies. He accepts the gift and decides he'll do something useful with it when he gets back. Aaron watches him nervously, not knowing if he likes it, accepts the gift, and decides that he will do something useful with it upon his return. Aaron watches him nervously, unsure if he likes it, while Min easily reads her thoughts, knowing that she has no idea how valuable the crystal is. Right after, our hero also picks up on Jongmin's thoughts, noticing that he has a magic crystal too, and is surprised that he found a reinforced black crystal so quickly. It's a very rare find, and the gangster just admitted he has one. Arum tries to tag along and offers to protect our guy, excitedly talking about her class and how she can summon fairies, but Min politely turns her down since he doesn't need help. Although this makes Arum a little sad. They both say their goodbyes, but our hero stops the gangster just as he tries to leave, making Jongmin reconsider his decision. He points out that even though his role seems useless now, he could still be a target, convincing the thug that although most people have a class, the power still works on a select few players. Jongmin doesn't seem convinced, but our hero throws out the question of whether there's really anyone who would hunt him now. The scoundrel falls for the trap and gets nervous, but Min assures him that he'll help, which makes him feel better. Although the favor won't be free. Then, our guy asks him a hand over all the stones he has, and the thug gladly agrees. He tries to get more, but the gangster only has his dignity, which Min spares by agreeing to protect him. Moving on, a golden light crosses the sky as the angel returns and comments that the number of players has dropped again. The crowd speculates if the fights are also happening in real life, although Min thinks it would be weird if they weren't. The angel reveals the mission for the 4th round. Players must kill each other in the next 3 hours. The golden woman lets out a loud, unpleasant laugh and tells them to follow the instructions and start stabbing each other. Everyone is horrified by her words, but she remains firm, explaining that the goal is to reduce the number of players by themselves, since there are no monsters this time. All the players are bewildered, and one finally dares to ask if they just have to eliminate one person each. She tells them it'll be more fun if they figure it out for themselves. But Min already knows the real reason. He's told to keep quiet, as the angel's only guide, and the one who decides is the host. Still, he gives them a piece of advice. Eliminating another player doesn't guarantee being at the top, and the ranking system will remain hidden. The woman also says the rules have no time limits, and wishes them luck in their stabby-stabby round. As the timer appears, all the players panic, wondering if they should start hitting each other. The gangster immediately starts drooling, thinking about who to eliminate first. Just the reaction Min expected. This situation is perfect for Jongmin, since all the players are too scared to fight, and he decides it's the ideal time to get revenge on those he once called friends. Black Scythe. Suddenly, Shadow appears behind him, scaring him badly. Nervously, he asks if our hero needs anything, and Min remembers the promise he made as he takes out his scythe, and suddenly swings it at him. Jongmin's head comes off his body as the system congratulates our hero for completing the side quest and rewards him with something special. A player screams, and another rats out Black Scythe. Even though they were ready to eliminate each other just a moment ago, soon the other players gang up and start yelling at Min, calling him inhuman and a murderer. Min doesn't bother calling them out, since he has eliminated many people, though always for a solid reason. Besides, this whole round is about killing. Even so, everyone acts all high and mighty, but in reality, most of them just want to take power away from Black Side. Their fake outrage makes our hero smirk, which only infuriates them more, as they think he might be crazy. Just then, the system cuts off their complaints and names Min as the new zone representative, leaving the players speechless. Black Side mocks their sudden silence, asking if they've all turned into chickens, while he points to the scared ones who don't have classes yet. One player notices something and points out that Min's name has changed color. Everyone starts whispering about the new red color, while our hero recalls from past lives that eliminating a player causes the change. And it keeps changing depending on how many kills are racked up. Because the color stands out so much, other players will try to take down the killer, but they'll just end up becoming killers themselves. The cycle continues until the entire battlefield turns into a bloodbath. His question now is just what will cause the most deaths. Afterward, Min taunts them to stop wasting time, but the players clearly don't want to do it. Our boy then calls them hypocrites, since they were already planning to go after the leader in the last round, and reminds them they can either fight or be defeated. He asks the crowd what they'll do when the time comes to eliminate someone just to survive, telling them to decide quickly and get a move on. Our hero suggests they go ahead and have another discussion like before as he walks away, thinking that people will fight anyway. Although by then, it'll be too late. He's worried they'll just keep complaining and wasting time, which would mean fewer players complete the mission, leading to more eliminations. A girl brings up the topic for debate, but another player gets rude, angering her. An NPC suggests organizing competitions between players, but another one quickly dismisses it, saying there isn't enough time for that. As the crowd gets more agitated, Aaron worries about what to do next and wonders if they should follow Blackside's plan. Zunchel agrees with our hero and tells the actress that her life is more important than a stranger's. With this in mind, he tells Aaron to prepare for the worst, which makes her suspect that the bodyguard might have gone through something similar before. Sun Chul immediately changes the subject, and the actress asks who they should target in the end. They both decide to wait until the last moment. The tension in the crowd keeps rising, since no one can agree on who to eliminate. Some players seriously consider attacking Blackside. The others try to reason with each other, not realizing that our hero is listening to them anyway, and they divert their gaze when our boy turns towards them. The arguments escalate as frustration grows within the group. Some insist they have to kill to survive, while others say only the killers should be targeted. An insolent NPC scoffs at one player's idea, provoking a heated confrontation. They start yelling at each other until another NPC joins in just to mock them, telling them to stop flirting and just fight already. That escalates quickly as the arguing pair turns their focus on the instigator. And suddenly, the three of them pull out weapons. Min just shakes his head in disappointment, thinking that everyone here is all bark and no bite. In the midst of the chaos, a player finally notices something weird when John Min suddenly sits up, looking strangely indifferent to the whole chaotic situation. The players stop arguing and stare at the gangster as if he's come back from the dead. But Blackside already knows the system revives the dead 10 minutes after they're eliminated. Youngman looks around, confused, wondering why everyone is watching him like he's a science experiment. And that's when the revelation hit. It plunges the crowd into even greater chaos when they see the system revives players after death. With the truth exposed, the players start grabbing their weapons and embracing the idea of eliminating each other. A sensible player tries to calm them down, explaining that no one really knows how the resurrection system works, but it's too late as another player comes up from behind and knocks her down without hesitation. The attacker screams die as he stabs her in the back with his Wolverine-like claws. He then demands for her to be revived. The crowd watches in silence, stunned and horrified by what they've just witnessed. Anxiety spreads when the woman doesn't revive immediately, but someone remembers that John Min revived after 10 minutes, so they decide to wait and see what happens. After 10 minutes, the woman's wounds heal, and she wakes up as if she'd just been sleeping. But upon realizing what happened, she screams, demanding to know who attacked her. The killer tries to attack from behind again, but before he can land the blow, someone twice his size swings a battle axe, knocking him down with one heavy blow, and rejoices that resurrection is possible. The crowd falls into an awkward silence, not knowing what to think. Blackside understands that even though resurrection is possible, murder is still unforgivable for most people. But he also expects some psychos to show their true colors in these circumstances. Chaos erupts as some players start attacking others, and what started as small skirmishes soon turns into a full-blown battlefield. 1,000 players unleash chaos on each other. Blackside decides to dive into the war zone, starting by wiping out 3 unsuspecting players before they even realize what's happening. Some players, seeing him on the move, decide to take him on all at once, but they're quickly eliminated with a single strike. The protagonist looks over his shoulder and sees Blackbeard Dragon, the player who ranked 3rd in the previous rounds, enjoying the carnage. He mentions that the absorption rune gives him an advantage in this round. Blackside looks at his name, now a dark red, and estimates he's already killed at least 10 players. Deciding to have a little more fun, he plans to take down Blackbeard Dragon a few times. Blackbeard Dragon enthusiastically pulls up his stats screen, watching his meter increase with the absorption rune with every kill. The meter fills up, and he can feel the excitement build, realizing that once it's full, he'll gain a stat point. He takes down another player, and the bars shoot up quickly, making him wonder if the player he killed was on his level. His greed takes over, and he dreams of killing Blackside to fill his gauge instantly and secure that stat upgrade. But as quickly as the thought forms, he realizes he's no match for the hero and decides it's better to keep killing weaker opponents with sadistic glee. Blackbeard Dragon continues to kill more players, enjoying the fear in their eyes. He remembers how in the last round, he couldn't hunt because the gang leader used his authority to make him his bodyguard. This round seems tailor-made for him, as he can level up by killing others while most players are stuck, unable to level up like him. But he's thrilled to see his victims revive just so he can kill them all over again. He wonders if he should expand his home's territory to encompass a larger area. Just then, he comes face to face with Blackside, who activates his Death Knight ability. The scene goes dark, surprising everyone, and Blackbeard Dragon notices that the hero's scythe is now semi-transparent. Realizing he needs to be careful, he braces himself, but before his body can even process the change, everything turns upside down. And he's dead before he can even react. The scene shifts to Jong-min, who's observing the massacre around him. The killings and resurrections, and he realizes exactly what this round is all about. With a determined look in his eyes, he plans to get revenge on the friends who had abandoned him. His eyes scan the battlefield, searching for Shunhwan. After a moment, he finds him targeting others. Without hesitation, Jong-min lunges at him and greets him with a punch to the face that sends Shunhwan flying across the field. Jong-min approaches with a cold glare and grabs Shunhwan by the neck, daring him to kill him if he can. Without waiting for a reply, he starts wailing on Shunhwan with a brutal barrage of punches, each one harder than the last, until the fight is over, leaving Shunhwan motionless on the ground. After brutally killing his friend with his own hands, Jong-min stands over the body and scans the battlefield, looking for his other two friends. They're out there somewhere, and he won't stop until they face the consequences for abandoning him. Eren is lost in thought, considering that if hell existed, it would be just like the battlefield around her, a place where everyone just wants to kill and destroy. Song-chul notices her distress and calls out her name, asking if she's okay. She shares the mental turmoil she's feeling. Song-chul realizes that if Eren loses her grip on sanity, it could jeopardize her career, and he would fail in his responsibility to Sima to keep her safe. Just then, a player sneaks up from behind Eren, grabs her by the hair, and pulls out a dagger to finish her off. Song-chul reacts instantly, intercepting the dagger with his sword and sending it flying. Then he changes his grip and plunges the sword into the attacker's shoulder, forcing him to submit. Song-chul tells Eren to finish the job, and even though she's trembling and sobbing for a moment, she quickly pulls herself together and kills the player. Afterwards, she's clearly disturbed, while Song-chul remains calm, relieved that she obeyed. A shocked Eren asks how much longer they have to endure the round, and Song-chul says there's an hour left. She expresses her confusion and anguish about why people are so eager to kill each other, which causes Song-chul to pity her for her sensitive nature. He asks if she has eliminated 50 people, and when she confirms, he's relieved, knowing she'll make it onto the scoreboard. He tells her to leave the rest to him. Eren thanks him, but in his mind, Song-chul thanks her for buying him time to set a record. Time passes, and the screen shows there are only 10 minutes left in the round. Blacksite is tearing through the players, determined to be first on the world map and reach the round's boss. He wants to be as strong as possible before facing the final boss. Unsure of how strong they are, he chases after a group. And just when you think it's all over, the hero leaps into action. Blackside knows that killing someone more than once doesn't give extra points, so he doesn't keep chasing the same person. Jong-min, unaware of the hidden rule, kills his 3 friends over and over, lowering his own chances of survival. With only a minute left, the hero desperately searches for players he hasn't killed yet, but he's struggling. Finally, he spots 2 unknown players and tries to take them down together. Time runs out. A force field surrounds the players, and the angel appears, announcing the end of the round. With amusement, she comments on how the players must have enjoyed killing each other, staining the white floor with blood. The angel says that she will revive the dead players now that the round is over, but the protagonist knows it's a lie. The system revives players automatically, so the dead rise and find themselves trapped in force fields. But Jong-min's friends are not happy and start yelling at him for the beating he gave them. The angel hears the commotion and warns them to shut up, or she'll make their heads explode. They quickly fall silent as she proceeds to show the results. The angel begins by revealing the side mission, surprising the players. The mission was to kill the map's representative within the time limit. She informs them that only 1 player managed to complete the mission, and that player was Blackside. The other players murmur among themselves while Blackbeard Dragon grits his teeth, realizing he missed his chance. Jong-min, trying to remember what happened, checks his command stats, but can't find them. He feels betrayed by the protagonist, who promised to help him survive. As the side mission is announced, the angel reveals another key detail: killing different people gave more points, so repeatedly killing the same ones was useless. Then, the rankings are displayed, and Blackside is once again leading both the world and local maps with 722 kills, much to the angel's delight. The players are astonished by the number of people Blackside has eliminated, almost as if it were a massacre. The angel gives him a mid-tier rare armor ticket and a unique reward box. For the armor, he chooses the blood-stained assassin's suit, and for the unique reward, he selects a boost of 50% to his stats for the next round. The angel announces that anyone ranked below 521 will disappear, leading the players to beg for mercy, but it's in vain. Jong-min survives the round, and Aaron seems distraught by the disappearance of so many people. The hero closes his eyes in silence before returning to the real world. Meanwhile, at the hotel, the manager, Song-chul, runs through the hallways and bursts into Ma's room, who is startled awake by the sudden arrival. The manager apologizes for the intrusion, explaining that he was worried, but Ma reassures him and reminds him of his rank in the round. They both agree that the round was chaotic and exhausting. Ma recalls that he managed to kill just over 430 people and wonders what kind of beast Blackside must be to have killed over 700. The manager theorizes that the protagonist might be a special ops commando or someone with similar skills, given the abilities he displayed. Ma is left pondering Blackside's achievements and decides that regardless of his unknown identity, she wants him as an ally. She plans to ask the Prophetman about the hero. Sean-chul mentions that the round unfolded exactly as Min had predicted, which was initially suspicious, but became clear as it progressed. Ma agrees, recalling her meeting and what Min had told her. The manager asks Ma how to proceed with the Prophet, and Ma replies that the company's future will depend on him, even if it means changing markets. She adds that there are stronger reasons to keep Min close, and warns Sean-chul not to offend him, advising him to agree with everything Min says to earn his trust and gain a fortune. Sean-chul agrees to this. Ma then asks Sean-chul to call Min and invite him and his family to a party, along with the actress Erin Seo. The scene shifts to a local coffee shop, where the hero, Min, is waiting for Yuri, having invited her to lunch. When she arrives, they greet each other and get into his car. Yuri tells him she survived the 4th round thanks to his predictions, and Min asks how she trusted him so blindly. She says she knew he had nothing to gain by lying and thanks him for the information. Min understands that Yuri, with her protection rune, would have been able to survive the round on her own, unlike Aaron, whom he compares to a delicate flower blooming in the safety of a greenhouse. Yuri, on the other hand, had to grow up in the harshness of the outside world. They arrive at a restaurant where the table is filled with a variety of dishes. She thanks Min for lunch, and they start to eat. However, she hesitates, her thoughts consumed by guilt over the lives she took during the round. Min, noticing her distress through the thought rune, tells her not to blame herself for killing other players. He reminds her that everyone, including him, did what was necessary to survive. Yuri breaks down in tears, but Min, in a firm voice, tells her to stop, emphasizing that she has a family waiting for her to return from each game world. He has her imagine the pain her father would feel if she died. Yuri clenches her fists, her determination growing. She thanks Min for comforting her, and Min says he wanted her to feel better by sharing a nice meal. They continue eating, and Min notices Yuri relaxing and acting more natural around him. After a while, waits for her to calm down before getting to the point. He tells her he has crucial information to share about the next round. Min tells Yuri that the 5th round will be the most difficult yet, as players' maps will merge into larger ones. Worried, Yuri asks if they'll be able to meet in the other world. However, Min lies and tells her that won't happen anytime soon, knowing she would waste valuable time looking for him. He wants to help her while hiding his identity, so he suggests that to increase her chances of survival, she should ask Blacksize for help. Yuri is surprised by Min's suggestion and confirms they're talking about Blacksize, the #1 player on the world map. Min reassures her, saying it's not just about asking for help, but forming an alliance with the famous hero. Yuri wonders why someone so important would help her, but Min tells her she can give him enhancements in exchange for his help. Although Yuri understands the value of Blacksize's help, she's still reluctant. Min assures her that he has seen the future and that the hero will continue to help her in the upcoming rounds. Relieved, Yuri thanks Min, tossing him a reinforcement in return, since she doesn't like feeling indebted. Afterwards, Min returns home with the reinforcement, increasing his stats by 50%. Min goes out to kill mealworms, increasing his massacre rune stats by another 100%. His luck increases to 84 stat points. Then, he takes a basic level magic crystal ticket from his inventory and contemplates how any normal human would pray to God for good results, but not him. He believes God created this horrible survival game just to mess with humans and promises, to wish something terrible upon God after finishing the final round, revealing that he plans to wish for God's death. Min uses the basic level magic crystal ticket and gets 5 basic level magic crystals, 2 red, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 purple, which is the maximum number of crystals a player can receive. He laughs at the irony of criticizing God while his luck remains good. He fuses the 2 basic red crystals into 1 low-level one, a superior cristal. Then, he fuses the purple crystal with the one Aaron gave him, creating a low-level magic crystal. Afterward, he combines the red crystal with his hood, improving his damage, and the purple crystal with his dark shadow gloves, increasing all his stats by 2 points. Then, he adds a yellow crystal to his ring of resistance to increase his luck, the green crystal, to his agile boots to increase his speed, and finally the blue crystal to his assassin's suit, reducing damage received by 1%. Satisfied with his preparations, the protagonist feels ready to face Ma once more. The next day, one asks his brother if the CEO of the Osung conglomerate is his son, which Min confirms, mentioning they've been invited to a party hosted by him. One gets scared, doubting if he can attend such an event, but Min calms him down, assuring him that they are indeed invited while adjusting his tie. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, surprising one. When they open the door, they see their neighbor, Song Cheol, ready to escort them. A surprised one hides behind his older brother. Min introduces one to Song Cheol, who remembers their previous encounter, and gives one his business card. He apologizes for his rude behavior during their first meeting, and explains that the party is already underway. As a formal apology, Song Cheol tells them a limousine is waiting for them outside their apartment. Upon arriving at Ma's hotel, they are greeted by Xiao Ma himself. He expresses his relief that they are both alive and asks if the gentleman accompanying Min is his brother. Min formally introduces one, and Ma extends his hand for a handshake. One, still confused, ends up shaking with the wrong hand. Ma asks if one is a player, to which one replies that he isn't, and Min clarifies that his brother will be turning 14 soon. Ma comments that one is lucky to have been spared from a game. Ma leads them to a luxuriously arranged room for the party. The dining table is fit for royalty, with gourmet food on display, and both the chef and the hostess are ready to welcome them. One is astonished by the setup, so Ma acts humbly, saying that while the food might not be much, it should be enough for everyone. However, one wonders why Ma is lying about such an extravagant banquet. Just before they start eating, the door opens, and to Min's surprise, Aaron walks in. Ma stands up to greet Aaron, who apologizes for being late, explaining that she attended the funeral of a fellow actor. Ma excuses her and introduces her to Min as one of his company's shareholders. Aaron also introduces herself, but stops short upon recognizing the brothers, like the neighbors who had brought them rice cakes. She smiles and greets him, thinking that Min being a shareholder at such a young age must be a joke for Ma. Her heart nearly leaps out her chest when she asks her brother in disbelief if she's really standing in front of the actor, Aaron Siomi. Min notices that one doesn't know about the relationship between Aaron and Ma, but wonders if it's normal for his brother to react this way. Deciding to play along, Min also feigns interest. Ma, noticing their reaction, believes he has the prophet under control due to his youth and expects him to be impressed by Aaron. After the greetings, Ma invites everyone to sit down and enjoy the meal. At the table, one enthusiastically passes food to his brother. Ma asks Min if he likes the food, mentioning that he had asked the chefs to pay special attention to its preparation. Both Min and one praise the food, and Ma expresses his relief, pointing out that he had the chefs prepare the dish several times to get it perfect. Ma asks why Min only brought his brother and not more family. Min replies that his brother is his only family, because their parents passed away. Ma offers his condolences, but realizes his question has unintentionally cooled the atmosphere. Feeling the tension, he decides to remain silent for now, letting his guests recover from the awkwardness. The silence in the room is as suffocating as dessert is served. Ma, feeling the tension, looks for a way to lighten the mood. Desperate, he looks at Aaron, hoping she'll start a conversation, but she doesn't, feeling the weight of the moment. Ma gets up from his seat, asking Aaron to speak with him privately. He takes her to a hallway and asks if she enjoyed the meal. She replies cheerfully, but Ma's expression darkens as he watches her. With a look of disappointment in his eyes, he confesses that he invited her only to maintain a cheerful atmosphere. She apologizes, explaining that she thought she was just invited to a party. Ma, unsatisfied, presses her on why she thought she would be invited to such an important occasion. He asks if Sankyol told her anything about the guest, and she replies that he mentioned Min is the main shareholder. Ma reveals the shocking truth that Min is the majority shareholder, and, more importantly, a prophet who can see the future. In a cold, calculating tone, Ma stresses the importance of creating the right atmosphere for Min so that he'll give them information about the next round. He insists that Aaron use her beauty to attract Min and win his favor. Aaron resists, not wanting to be used like that, but Ma reminds her how he made her a successful actress and expects her to return the favor. He insists she form a relationship with Min by any means necessary and promises to closely monitor her progress. Back in the room, the atmosphere is still tense. Everyone is silent, unsure how to break the awkwardness. Ma opens the door, apologizing for the interruption, and explaining that he had business matters to discuss with Eren. He then suggests they move to a different location now that they've finished eating. As they leave the room, Eren tries to approach Min, but hesitates. Just then, one, still starstruck, says he's a huge fan of hers. Praising her beauty, he asks if he can take pictures with her, and she agrees with a warm smile, easing the tension. Seeing this, Ma quickly sends a message to Eren, urging her to get close to Min's younger brother. This makes her uncomfortable, as she feels she's being asked to approach a sincere fan with ulterior motives. He thinks that winning over the younger brother will get the older brother's attention, giving him a chance to gather information about the next round. He takes them to a private room, offering them drinks and music, but Min refuses and tells Eren to go take pictures with his brother alone. Min looks at Ma and asks if he really thinks the hero is a fool. Ma tries to play it cool, but Min reminds him that as a prophet, he already knows about his chat with Eren. After leaving Ma stunned, the protagonist tells him there's no need to hide anything from a prophet. Our hero turns to Ma and confronts him for trying to gloss over something, which causes the CEO to panic. Min calmly repeats the order he gave Eren earlier, but Ma quickly twists it to make it seem like a generous gesture. Things get complicated when Ma involves someone else in his plan, crossing the line. Realizing this, he immediately apologizes and prepares for any punishment that might come. Since the apology seems sincere, Min decides not to press the issue, and the CEO genuinely thanks him for being lenient. Just then, Seanchul walks in, and Ma rushes to hide what happened. He turns to his manager and asks him to take the group to the next room so they can talk privately about something urgent. As the bodyguard leaves silently, Ma starts beating himself up for messing with his benefactor again. Our hero snaps him out of it and gives him information about the next round. Ma is amazed that Min already knows the real reason for the celebration, but with all the shady stuff going on, trusting him doesn't come naturally. He apologizes again, but Min tells him there should be no more secrets between them and makes it clear that Ma must keep a tight leash on the other shareholders. Our hero's mood improves seeing the CEO's sudden good behavior, and Min promises to take the company to new heights, even sharing details about round 5. He then tells him that this next round will be the toughest one yet, although he assumes that Ma should be able to handle it without too much trouble. He reveals that each player will have to defeat 300 orcs in the next round, but it won't be simple, as the zones will start to merge, which immediately makes the CEO nervous. Min continues, saying the zones are merging because there are few players left, but Ma is already focused on meeting Blackside, and asks if that's possible. Min shoots down the idea immediately, since they won't be on the same map, and refuses to share his true identity, although he assures Ma they'll cross paths very soon. He then mentions one last thing and asks how the search for John Min is going, nearly giving the CEO a heart attack. During the conversation, he talks about the power of the clairvoyance rune and tries to get more details, but our hero stops him and tells him to stay out of it. Ma tries to press the issue further, but Min warns him not to go after the gangster just yet, as he still plans to get some more use out of him. Our hero manipulates the CEO just enough, and they agree to rejoin the party. However, Ma is even more tense than before. Once the party is over, a wounded man limps down a dark alley until he reaches a dead end, with footsteps growing closer and closer behind him. The NPC turns around in fear as the unknown attacker raises his sword and slashes him across the body, sending him to the ground. The man screams as the mysterious figure, revealed to be the CEO, calmly threatens to cut out his tongue. He begs Ma for an explanation, asking why he's doing this, but the boss accuses him of unforgivable crimes against the child. The NPC tries to defend himself, but Ma remains silent and lets his sword do the talking. The man tries to scream again, but Ma threatens him to shut up or he'll get hurt. The CEO calls him a good boy for listening and then calmly asks if he still deserves to live. Right after activating his skill, a wave of darkness surrounds him and swallows him up, their body without a trace. Ma believes he would have finished faster if he didn't need to gather so much dark mana. But using his powers involves stealing people's life force while they're still alive. Once he gets what he needs, he finishes them off with his sword and reflects on how he still questions his actions sometimes, even though humans give him much more mana than monsters. To ease that guilt, he focuses only on criminals, which helps him feel like he's doing something right and proves that the Dark Knight class is a perfect fit for him, especially since he sees it as a personal and oddly relaxing hobby. He orders his sword to keep feeding, but it refuses, and that's when he realizes it can only devour the living, not the dead. A sudden noise catches Ma's attention, but it's just a cat wandering around. He didn't expect anyone to show up, since the alley is usually deserted during the day. Although he's sure that our hero already knows what happened here, the fact that Min came to him knowing all that makes Ma smile maliciously, and he tells his pup to clean up the mess. Later, our hero is relaxing in his apartment with nothing going on as he reviews his current situation. He decides it's time to stop waiting and start taking action. Min subscribes to a channel he instantly recognizes, already thinking about the future as he observes one of the 5 legendary runes that exist in the real world, the cloning rune. The scene shifts to reports about more players dying, but one school kid, greasy and fat, isn't impressed and calls them a bunch of noobs. He feels no guilt for the players' many crimes, thinking that humans would have done the same. The ugly Oompa Loompa gets enraged by the restrictions and uses them as an excuse to vent his frustration. As he slams his axe into the ground, he realizes none of this matters anymore, since at the end of the day, he's a player, and he has the ability to destroy anyone he wants. The classroom is full of victims, but he feels no remorse or guilt for what happened. In the 4th round, he didn't gain much experience from these ordinary humans and remembers how much better the 4th round was for racking up points. The student, revealed to be Black Dragon, decides to hunt players and remembers the suspicious forum that connects them. He thinks about joining the group to use the players and improve his skills. The forum asks for his personal information, and although he hesitates to provide it, he finally gives in to his greed. Black Dragon fills out the form and licks his lips, thinking the others will never discover his plan. Sometime later, the student is standing in front of a building in a remote area, wondering if he's in the right place. He checks the address on his phone but gets spooked when he notices how far out it is. He decides he'll impress the interviewer if they get off on the wrong foot, but he's surprised by how modern the restaurant is inside. A middle-aged man stands up, greets the chubby kid, and asks for his name. He introduces himself as a player and says he just turned 29, which surprises Black Dragon because of the veteran's appearance. Then, the interviewer introduces the flashy, pink-clad pink hoodie as the other candidate and asks them to talk about themselves. The chubby kid watches the rainbow guy as they greet each other and wonders why the place seems so empty. The interviewer says that's precisely why he chose this spot, adding that the owner is preparing some food for them in the kitchen. Black Dragon observes the shop and, noticing there are no cameras, considers whether he should start his killing spree with these two, but decides against it, thinking he can get more players later. Instead, he asks why they haven't started yet. The interviewer explains that another candidate is running late. But just then, as if summoned, the last applicant walks into the cafe and introduces himself as Blackside, almost making the interviewer start to salivate at the sight of him. A few days ago, the forum's president held a meeting with the members to discuss new recruits. Almost 2,000 players joined, even though the player count had been dropping, while one member admires the article that drew so much attention. An executive, Yami, says it was her idea, and the president sings her praises, then asks how many skilled newbies are on board. He then asks to narrow the list down to useful players, which leads to Black Dragon's name popping up. Despite being ordinary, he always finishes in the top 3. The others find it a bit suspicious but decide to recruit him anyway. The forum members discuss more promising players, and the president gets excited seeing so many recruits, only to realize that interviewing them will be a pain. The forum leader sees a member named Trinta dozing off and scolds him. The worker tries to justify himself, but the president doesn't want to hear it and assigns him 50 interviews as punishment, which he reluctantly accepts. Then, the president asks his trusted executive, Lost Jark, if Blackside has made contact, but our hero hasn't, leaving him disappointed. With that, the executive turns to Yami and asks for more articles. She agrees right away, but asks for some money in return. The president approves without hesitation. But at that moment, an alert for a new recruit pops up. The president uninterestedly asks who it is, but at the mention of Blackside, everyone is shocked. Back in the present, Trina starts fawning over the supposed top player, saying he'd almost go gay just from looking at him. The imposter sits down while Black Dragon glares at him like he just punched his grandma. The player in pink greets the applicant, and they all introduce themselves. The imposter's confidence amuses Pink Hoodie, who is the real Blackside in disguise. Black Dragon sweats bullets meeting the top player and is dying to ask why he harassed him so much in previous missions. Mr. Trina asks the student why he's so quiet, snapping him out of his thoughts, and he shyly introduces himself. The player doesn't even pay him any attention, which infuriates Black Dragon, while the real Slim Shady wonders if he really acts with the arrogance his imposter is showing. You see, the imposter is a professional scammer who enjoys tricking others, and if he gets the rune clone, he'll cause serious trouble. Min is relieved he made it in time to get the rune for himself. Mr. Trina starts the interview and asks them to confirm their personal information. Pink Hoodie starts with his details, exaggerating that he's an elite assassin, even though it's a lie. His username is the only real thing. Since he copied it from an NPC, this fake identity is key to getting the rune, as he needs to kill someone with it. Then, Black Dragon introduces himself as Sim Hyung-taek, the youngest of the group, which surprises the interviewer. Min wonders if he'd still be impressed if he knew the terrible things the schoolboy did to his classmates. Then, Mr. Trina asks if the achievements mentioned are true, which annoys Black Dragon. Next, the imposter, Kim Eun-hong, introduces himself as a 28-year-old fund manager and takes credit for our hero's achievements. The interviewer doesn't dare to doubt his credibility. Meanwhile, Black Dragon knows his plan is to force other players to give him money, so their identities are confirmed, and Mr. 30 continues the interview by asking for their reasons for joining. Pink Hoodie pretends to be afraid of attacks and wants to feel safe. Black Dragon hides his motives and just agrees with Min, saying that he can't even go to school anymore without panicking. Meanwhile, the imposter pretends to be a Sigma, saying he's doing it just because he wants to, which the interviewer accepts without hesitation. Finally, the interviewer tells them there's one last thing they must do to be accepted into the group, which is to commit a good old real-life Assassin's Creed. Min looks horrified at the suggestion. This leads Mr. 30 to launch into a monologue about how the government has started targeting players out of fear. He insists that players like them must unite and fight against the communist government, since they aren't simple peasants who have to follow their laws, and they should show resistance by not adhering to the regulations. Min puts on an Oscar-worthy performance, while the interviewer insists they must kill to prove they can't be controlled. Our hero pretends to accept the psychopath's words, who continues explaining and gives them the option to leave now, but that they shouldn't expect to join again. However, Min knows this is just propaganda to prevent recruits from leaving the organization. Everyone remains silent, which the interviewer takes as an agreement and tells them to begin. Black Dragon asks where they'll find someone to kill, but the psycho interviewer already has a target ready for them. As the group gets up to leave, the owner comes out of the kitchen and offers for them to stay, since they've rented out the whole place. Mr. 30 quickly apologizes, saying they're in a hurry, and asks for a small favor instead. He asks the kind lady to bring his car around, and she agrees. Happy to do so, the owner grabs an umbrella and goes out into the rain to bring his car to the front of the cafe when suddenly, a pair of greasy hands wrap around her neck. She tries to fight back, but the unknown attacker quickly chokes her unconscious. The players look at the interviewer in horror, who tells them to get in quickly and stop complaining, while Pink Hoodie realizes they're about to finish off the kind cafe owner. The man in his 30s leads them to a warehouse, an abandoned one, to complete the final steps of their interview. He leads them inside, drops the owner on the floor, and asks who wants to go first. He looks at the fake Black Scythe, who seems like the obvious choice, but our hero stops him and asks if he can take his turn. Mr. 30 is surprised by the little guy's courage and turns to Black Scythe, asking him if he can give the little guy a chance. Black Scythe nods and steps back, calling the pink player over and telling him he should be grateful for his generosity. Min thanks the imposter and promises to make good use of the cloning rune. The guy looks at Min, confused, but has no time to react when Min suddenly grabs his face with both hands, and he twists his neck, sending him into an eternal sleep. The imposter's body falls with a heavy thud while Mr. 30-something watches in disbelief and loses his cool, clutching his head as he screams at our hero. Min gives him a look that instantly shuts him up, making him wonder how the little guy managed to max out his aura to Sigma levels. The system dings to congratulate him for unlocking the hidden rune of this place, which will now automatically be sealed into his body. And that little detail makes him feel like his ridiculous disguise wasn't a total waste after all. The wrinkly 30-something demands an explanation, while our boy puts on a mask and says he just took out a bunch of imposter trash. The interviewer doesn't get it and keeps demanding he explain why he destroyed Blackside. Min bends down to remove the lady's blindfold and repeats what he said, adding a casual taunt just to rub it in. The interviewer asks him to repeat that as he draws his weapon, but his confidence vanishes when Min unsheathes his scythe and fills the room with a crushing aura. Our hero throws out another insult while Mr. 30-something tries to process what's happening, noticing that the weapon looks familiar. Finally, it dawns on Captain Obvious that only one type of player uses a sword like that, and he remembers the warning from the pink hoodie. With that, our hero turns to the confused interviewer and asks if his two brain cells have finally figured out what's going on, then offers a half-assed apology for lying earlier. Mr. 30-something drops his weapon in fear, falls to his knees, and begs Daddy Min for mercy. Min rejects the apology and swings his scythe, canceling his subscription to having a head. The decapitated soccer ball rolls to Black Dragon's feet, who screams upon seeing that our hero is way out of his league. Our hero turns and points his scythe at the last man standing. He then asks Hyung-tak if he has any last wishes. The schoolboy refuses to beg for his life like a coward, and instead brings up something that's been bothering him. Black Scythe instantly guesses it's about the last round, specifically why he completely crushed him, and he explains that he did it because he sees Black Dragon as his rival. Min admits the player is strong and wants to take him out while he's still weak. Then, Black Scythe asks if he has anything else to say, but Black Dragon is too scared to speak. Hyung-tak barely manages to ask one more thing. Why does he have to die too? Min replies that it's pretty obvious. He smells worse than PU and wastes oxygen with every breath. The schoolboy reasons with our hero that he's innocent, so Min decides to let Tubby go. Black Dragon is overjoyed, but Min tells the big Snorlax to hand everything over if he wants to keep breathing. After a quick inventory check, our hero admires the impressive pile of loot in front of him. While the schoolboy insists he has nothing left, Min doesn't doubt him. He just takes the 2 crystals and leaves. The rest, since it's useless to him. The fat kid asks if he can go now, and Min keeps his word. Model. When the player starts spamming the boss nonstop, Min gets annoyed and tells him stop, and to act better in the future. Black Scythe walks away from the bodies and decides to take the woman with him. And when the schoolboy offers to help, Min tells him to get lost as our hero walks away. Hyung-tae takes a deep breath to calm down, feeling a bit lucky to have only lost his gear instead of his life. Still, the schoolboy feels pissed for being robbed for no reason when he hadn't done anything wrong. He watches our hero with frustration as a cunning idea pops into his head, one that involves revenge. Now that Min seems vulnerable, he thinks this could be the perfect opportunity to attack and max out his stats, defying all common sense. He decides he's going to take on the protagonist because if he doesn't try now, he knows he'll regret it later. The chubby schoolboy sneaks up from behind, weapon in hand, praying that our hero doesn't turn around. Once he's close enough, he strikes Min's back with his axe, sending him face first to the ground. Black Dragon laughs like a maniac, celebrating what he thinks is an easy victory, and starts mocking the supposedly lifeless body while repeatedly stomping on it. He thanks the dead body for the free points, but he soon panics when he doesn't see any points. The player starts sweating bullets when he notices he hasn't leveled up and has no idea what's going wrong. Suddenly, Black Scythe appears behind him and asks the schoolboy what he thinks is happening. His voice almost makes the bacon boy have an accident in his pants. Then, Black Dragon turns his head, his face frozen with fear, as our hero adjusts his hood and taunts him, asking if he's seen a ghost. The schoolboy's body starts shaking uncontrollably as he wonders if Min actually has a resurrection skill. He takes a step back and looks behind him, only to see that the body he struck earlier has vanished into thin air. Then Black Scythe explains that what he did was destroy a clone created with the cloning rune. Our hero delights in the fact that even though it's an easy target, the decoy is still useful, and thinks it was a fun prank. The schoolboy is enraged for being tricked so easily, but Min reminds him that he's not the only one who got played here. Black Dragon tries to defend himself, but Min doesn't care as he summons his weapon and swings it faster than Hyung-tae can register, making him another victim of sudden head loss syndrome. And with that, our hero uses Levi's special cleanup skill to erase all traces of evidence, before turning to the woman who is still sleeping peacefully on the floor. He tells the cafe owner to stop pretending and get up, since he can read her thoughts anyway. The woman apologizes, gets up, and asks if she can take the bag off her head yet, but Min tells her to hold on a little longer. Our protagonist remains calm as he asks her to answer his questions and follow all his instructions. He then asks if she remembers the faces of her customers. She replies that she only saw the interviewer since they spoke face to face, but she doesn't remember anything about the others. Min uses his mind-reading power and confirms that she's telling the truth. So he tells her to relax and not to worry. Black Scythe adds that she should go home and not tell anyone anything unless she wants more trouble. Then Min tells her to count to 60 before leaving. That minute feels like an hour, but at last, she's free. As she looks at the empty building, she starts to wonder if it was all just a strange dream. Later, the scene shifts to the apartment when Min gets home and sees his brother waiting at the entrance. One notices he's wearing one of his hoodies, and immediately, Min asks what's wrong. He shrugs and acts tired, but his brother keeps pressing for answers. When they talk about food, Min tells him to order whatever he wants, though he's really more focused on the sweatshirt, since even though it's clean, he's not ready to give it back. Then our Hiro gets rid of the evidence of the murder while one quickly moves to get his beloved possession back. Min promises to get him something better than that old piece of cloth, but his little brother still feels betrayed and puts on the most convincing, sad puppy dog face possible. The younger brother says it's fine since the schools are closed, which makes Min realize it must be really boring being at home all the time. So, he suggests taking one to an amusement park the next day, which instantly improves his mood. One jumps with excitement, and Min agrees to take him if he promises to go to bed early like a good boy. The next day, one's face lights up with happiness seeing all the rides again. After so long, and he's hit by a wave of nostalgia. Although, Min regrets not bringing him sooner. He's surprised the place is still running and understands that hope is as vital as survival. The little brother sees a family wearing bunny ears and suddenly gets a mischievous idea while Min is still lost in thought. One grabs his brother and pulls him to the shop, where our fruity hero ends up wearing animal ears and asks how he looks. The younger brother gets excited for Min and runs off to explore the rest of the store while Min proudly shows off his Platinum Express premium card. After they finish shopping, Min asks what's next. One takes the chance and says they'll try everything. After many rides, they stop at a petting zoo where one practically melts, gushing about how cute the baby pandas are. Although Min is happy his brother isn't sad anymore. However, being the little worrier he is, he asks if it's okay to be out here when the mission is tomorrow. Min calms his brother down, telling him not to worry, that he'll get 10 hours of sleep. He tries to argue, but Min pats his head and silently promises to never leave him alone. Then he asks if he wants to go to the safari. Sometime later, the duo returns to their apartment. And suddenly, Min's phone rings. He checks it and sees it's Yuri, wishing him luck, which makes him realize she must be pretty anxious. That's when our hero promises to protect her and puts his phone down as the clock strikes 12. Then, everyone ends up in another world where the players have been teleported to Dark Plains. Some guys wonder if players are missing since the place seems empty. Min overhears them and understands it's normal to feel that way because they started with over 10,000 players, though he knows that feeling will pass soon. At that moment, the angel appears and congratulates everyone for making it this far, while the players glare at her, annoyed. She observes their grim faces and mocks them, asking where all that murderous passion from the last round went. The angel doesn't get a proper response and stops joking around. Then she points out that of the 520 players, 80 have left due to real-life conflicts. This makes the angel admit that she doesn't care what humans do in their real lives. But to keep the show exciting, they clearly needed more people. She smiles maliciously and, with eager eyes, tells them she has a surprise just for them. A player asks Olive, the angel, what integration is, which irritates her. She says that in her nation alone, there are 875 maps, surprising everyone. She goes on to say that other nations have more maps, and people rationalize it based on their populations. The players ask if there's one angel per map, and she confirms it. A player assumes the game wasn't created by the angels, leaving Olive surprised. She asks why he believes that, and he replies that it would be impossible for so many angels to collaborate on a single game. Olive launches herself like a hawk, telling him he's wrong and warning him not to ask unnecessary questions or he'll be killed. After intimidating the boy, Olive rises up, and our hero realizes that there must be a rule preventing angels from talking about the creator. He speculates that an angel who can be killed by players wouldn't have the power to create a game like this. Olive announces she won't answer any more questions and that the players should focus on surviving instead of wasting her time. Then she says the integration is about to begin because there are few players. Suddenly the ground trembles and a blinding yellow light floods square areas, causing panic among the players. Finally, new players from other maps begin to appear in those areas, and the players watch in awe as 10 different angels appear on the same map. The angels explain that 10 smaller maps with fewer players have merged into one larger map, which now has 4,844 players. The new map is called CSKZ07 and brings together players from all over Korea. The players are relieved to be able to speak with other Koreans now, and someone suggests they might merge with players from other nations in the future. The hero knows that when the player count drops below 500, maps will merge, and they'll have to face players from other nations. He knows that competing against foreigners is inevitable. But for now, he decides to focus on the present, since the angels are about to announce a bonus game. The angels explain that each map had a representative, and now the new map needs one. Olive says the 10 previous representatives must fight until only one is left alive, who will become the new representative. Some players see it as cruel. Others think it will be an entertaining show. The representatives from each map fear for their lives. Blacksite knows that being a representative will bring more rewards in future rounds. The Angel reassures them, ensuring that losing in the bonus round won't cause death and that they will respawn afterward, which comforts the players. Olive explains that the new representative will have the ruler ability. This ability will allow them to rule over any lower-ranked player, regardless of their class. The ability can only be used 10 times, and any player can kill them to become the new representative. Olive tempts them with the reward, and the representatives become more motivated by the idea of ruling over others. Meanwhile, the Angels realize that after the map merge, they will also need to choose a representative. One Angel asks if anyone wants to volunteer for the position, but everyone hesitates. Since no one volunteers, they decide to think of other ways to select a representative. One Angel suggests rolling a die, but the others dismiss the idea, thinking it would be too boring. An Angel suggests taking turns, but the problem is that the Angels might not end up being representatives in the end, especially since the maps will merge again. Then, Priscilla suggests that the map representatives fight, and the Angel whose player dies first will be the guide for the humans. The other Angels agree, but Olive has another idea. She proposes that the Angel whose player wins the bonus round will be the Queen of all Angels. Olive says the Queen will decide which Angel guides the humans, and the other Angels must obey. The other Angels look intrigued as Priscilla notices Olive making a bold statement, looking very confident in her player. She says her player has never lost the #1 spot on the local map since the first round. Olive smiles, thinking that if Priscilla knew her player was Black Scythe, she wouldn't be so sure of herself. Priscilla and the other Angels agree to the terms, and Olive descends to announce the start of the game. She calls for all the map representatives under her command. After the players gather, Olive summons an arena beneath them and explains that the game will continue until only one player is left standing. The survivors will be revived, except for those who die outside the arena. The game begins, and everyone summons their weapons. One player observes that no one is making the first move and wonders why everyone is being so cautious. He thinks that since they are all map representatives, they must be very talented. At the same time, he overestimates himself because of his dissolution rune, which flays his enemies if his sword touches them. He's confident his sword moves like an aimbot. The Angels get frustrated, seeing that the humans aren't fighting. The player, confused, decides to make the first move. Certain that he's the strongest in the arena, he believes that if he makes a big impression, the other players will be too scared to challenge him. So he unsheathes his sword and looks for someone to make an example of. He takes an offensive stance, waiting for someone to step forward, and, unfortunately for him, the hero steps up to face him. The player sees him as an easy target and notices the hero's weapon is a large scythe. It's a rare sight, as he's only seen people with scythe in their names, not actually wielding the weapon itself. He looks at the hero's nickname, and as soon as he reads Black Scythe, he panics. He immediately lowers his sword, wondering if this could be the legendary hero who took first place on the world map in every single round. The Angels, seeing the player, are surprised by his sudden lack of confidence. They turn to Priscilla and ask if this player is her map representative. Priscilla bites her nail, baffled by her human's frozen posture. But before she can answer, Olive bursts out laughing. Priscilla yells at her, but Olive explains that it's just funny to see her representative trembling in fear before Olive's human. Priscilla looks at the hero and acknowledges that the scythe is indeed impressive, but not enough to leave someone paralyzed. She asks Olive if her human is scared, and Olive readily admits it. Priscilla dismisses it as nonsense, recalling that her representative had held the top spot on his local map. But Olive shatters her confidence by revealing that the hero, Black Scythe, has been #1 on the world map since the game began. Priscilla scoffs, calling it a lie, but Olive calmly tells her to look at the hero's nickname and find out for herself. The Angels instantly recognize the name, and Priscilla, her confidence wavering, bites her lip nervously, realizing her representative might not stand a chance against Black Scythe now. The Angels are shocked when the other player is decapitated. Swiftly, before he can even react, Olive declares Priscilla out of the game, and Priscilla is left in stunned silence, disbelief written all over her face. The players now tremble in fear, noticing the huge rank difference between them and Black Scythe. They soon realize they can't win, even if they all attack Black Scythe together. He starts to move, and panic takes over. The players, they start to flatter him, saying it's an honor to meet him, but when that doesn't work, they put away their weapons and announce their surrender, turning to the Angels, who are enraged by this display of cowardice, calling it shameful. An Angel threatens to blow the head off any player who surrenders, with no privilege of revival. Fear spreads among the players as they quickly summon their weapons. One player, trying to find some courage, says they might win if they work together. Black side watches them, disappointed, noticing they fear the angels more than him. He watches as they prepare to attack him together. A smirk appears on his face as he sees them, weak as insects. The players, feeling insulted, shout, saying that they were also the best on their maps. With their pride on the line, they charge at him, giving it their all in the attack. Blackside swings his scythe with impressive speed, finishing off the zone leaders quickly as he carves a path, leaving the other players staring in awe. Our hero zips past, a blur of motion and flashing light. While the angels watch, shocked and horrified, the divine beings murmur about how quickly the fight ended, as a golden lady crowns Olive the victor and names her the new queen among them. In that instant, the red-haired angel, Priscilla, lunges at Olive and refuses to back down, accusing her of cheating. Olive doesn't deny it, and Priscilla tries to turn the others against Olive, saying she expected this outcome all along. Our hero's angel replies that this is why she suggested the competition, and points out that everyone participated willingly. The other angels also back up her words, putting the red-haired angel on the spot, while Olive mocks her for acting like a crybaby. She keeps provoking Priscilla, daring her to throw a punch, which would lower her to a human's level, while threatening to tell the head angel. This makes the red-haired angel flinch, as memories of the punishment in the insect dungeon flash through her mind, calming her down almost instantly. With that, Olive dictates her punishment and orders Priscilla to guide the humans. Priscilla tries to ask how long it will last, but our zone's angel just scolds her further. The red-haired angel descends, regretting her earlier bet. The system informs our hero that he is now the new zone representative. The crowd murmurs about Blackside's power, deciding not to provoke him. Priscilla revives the dead players. They wake up confused, wondering what happened to them. As they remember their final moments, the red-haired angel informs them of the current situation and tells them they will lose their representative powers. She advises them not to be too down about it, since they know how to get them back. As the bonus round ends, the angel suddenly explains the main mission. Mission windows appear before each player, revealing they must each kill 300 orcs, and that the clear rate has dropped significantly, causing the crowd to complain. Priscilla, enraged, lashes out at them for their constant complaints and threatens to lower the clear rate even more, silencing all the players. She says that since the previous rounds were too easy, the difficulty is now legendary. Some players ask how hard it will be, but the angel just tells them to wait and see. Another NPC asks about the submission and its reward. Priscilla replies that the hidden mission has been revealed, but the reward will remain a secret. Min watches the winged creature with disgust for always hiding information. And remember that the reward for this round is the Rune of Balance, a very important power that only one person per zone can obtain. Other players can get this rune, but it's almost impossible. Even if someone completes the submission, fulfilling the conditions to obtain it is still very difficult. The angel reveals the hidden mission to the crowd. Collect all the balance stones, but only one person can receive the reward. This means that if someone doesn't find all 4 stones, no one gets the reward. Priscilla smiles maliciously and reminds them that they can always steal the stones from others. The players bombard her with questions, and she clarifies that they can only steal the balance stones. She also informs them that they've already used up all their free revives for this round. With that, Priscilla encourages them to do their best before disappearing into the sky. A timer appears above the players. Our hero is still irritated with the annoying angels, but decides to start hunting orcs and aims to set a new record, after which he plans to help Yuri with her kills. He then descends from the platform into the crowd and walks among them, almost causing a total panic among the guys. The players feel a sense of relief seeing him pass by peacefully and wonder whether they should follow him or not. Some players are hesitant, but others argue that Min is always 10 steps ahead, so there must be a method to his madness. Many of them feel anxious about getting caught, while an NPC suggests always keeping a safe distance. One of the representatives from the previous zone pipes up, telling them they can either move forward or eat dust as he walks away from the clearing. Meanwhile, the rest of the group wonders if this is the best idea, but they push aside their fears and decide to follow Black Side anyway, starting to trust that the pro really knows what he's doing. Our hero then arrives at an orc village hidden in the forest, and the gang following him seems impressed by this modest place, as they watch Blackside confront the first orc and take him down as if he were a minor obstacle. The creature's huge, pig-like body drops like a sack of potatoes, and he heads to the center of the village, where it looks like everyone is getting ready to grill some juicy barbecue. A Upon seeing him, the orcs go crazy and draw their weapons. The ground trembles as 3 enormous monsters charge at our hero, but he stands his ground fearlessly and slices off the first one's head, as if he had already collected 3 on his scythe. Then, the other 2 try to flatten him like a pancake for dessert, but Min swings his scythe again and clears out every house in the village until not a single orc is left. Seeing this, they realize the orcs aren't that threatening, although the Wanderer suggests that Blackside is no average nobody like them, and says they should find another village and follow in Blackside's footsteps. As expected, the useless scum plan to use the melee classes as cannon fodder, while they hang back and steal the final blows. Anyway, they find another village, a much larger one this time, and even with a proper watchtower. The orc in the tower doesn't take long to sound its battle horn, which echoes loudly throughout the huge village. That sound plunges the entire group into chaos, and the panic only grows when a large number of huge monsters pour out of the houses like a swarm of angry bees. It's not long before they surround the dozen or so players, and that's when everyone finally realizes the village wasn't large just for decoration. The cowardly sorcerer nervously asks what they should do, and the swordsman tells him it's obvious they have to fight if they want to save themselves. When the orcs attack, the guys charge in quickly, thinking they're just facing oversized goblins. And when one of them manages to parry the orc's huge club, his confidence soars, getting hyped thinking these creatures are terrible fighters. He stabs his sword into the monster's chest with a satisfied smirk, but that smile vanishes fast when he realizes the blade is stuck like his sister in the washing machine. The orc responds with a nasty blow to the face with its club, sending him into permanent sleep mode. After that, the rest of the group is wiped out, slowly one by one, except this time, there's no respawn button to save them. Meanwhile, Min is satisfied knowing that those annoying pests, who thought they were stealthy, invisible ninjas, have lost his trail. He figures they'll be fine since there were about 20 of them, but it hits him that even those numbers would be crushed if they messed with the large villages that house over 200 orcs and more. Orcs are packed with thick, sturdy muscles that clamp down on weapons, making them almost impossible to pull out. That's why it's better for players to aim for the neck, since it's the thinnest part. That being said, it doesn't matter for our boy, who can walk up to an orc and knock it out with a single clean hit from the back of his scythe. Then Min opens the system window to check that he's gotten 300 of them in an hour, and he's the first in all regions to do so. Claiming the top spot, he thinks it's time to check on Yuri, so he uses his tracking skill to find her. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the guy with the bandana turns to his leader and asks if he's okay. The slightly smarter group is starting to see that orcs aren't just pigs walking on 2 legs. Their leader, Cho Young-ho, asks Bandana Guy for a report, and he says they've defeated 50 so far. Young-ho does some quick math and realizes they're moving way too slow for 5 of them to qualify. One of his members reminds him it's not just disqualification, but basically game over. The boss sighs and tells his team they have to take on a larger orc village, which makes his men nervous, since they barely survived fighting 3 of them together. Their tank suggests it would be safer to keep farming smaller villages. But Young-ho says they're moving at a snail's pace, and that even if they have to fight with their lives on the line, it's a risk they have to take. He quotes Lionheart and tells his men there's no point in staying on a sinking ship. Then, they move silently through the forest, filled with unsettling shadows, until one of the guys points out a village he swears he's seen before. Quickly, he tells his leader he sees a scout near the entrance. Young-ho suggests they circle around the area to avoid being seen. The gang slips past the orcs like they're playing Assassin's Creed on easy mode, and finally reach a fence with a noticeable gap. An NPC takes a quick peek through the opening and says he doesn't see any guards patrolling. With that signal, they slip through the gap one by one and spread out silently to get a better look at the enemy layout. A scout says there should be about 5 orcs in each hut, more than their leader expected. Then the blonde guy suggests searching each hut separately instead of rushing in all at once. Young-ho gives the green light, and the group gathers outside an orc hut, hyping themselves up as if they're about to bust down the door of a drug lab on a cop show. Shaking from head to toe with intimidation, they push the curtain slowly and reach a wooden door. When their leader gives them the signal, the group bursts in, only to instantly regret all of their life choices when they see nearly double the number of orcs just lazing around like bored cavemen. Seeing them arrive, a muscular orc says, "Unga bunga," putting everyone on high alert. Young-ho's man looks to his leader and asks for orders before they get wiped out, and the leader says to at least try to take one of them down first. He then leads them in a charge towards the one on the left, so their tank holds its attack just long enough for the swordsman to slice its leg, allowing the bandana guy to finish it off, showing the kind of work in a team that every league player dreams of. Seeing one of their comrades fall like a sack of potatoes enrages the orcs who charge at the gang, roaring as if to say they'll all be turned into pancakes in seconds. An orc throws a punch at the bandana guy's shoulder, making him drop to his knees in pain and leaving him exposed. But Young-ho shows who's boss and doesn't let it slide, plunging his sword into the orc's thick, black neck, making it drop. In an instant, as the orcs growl with fury, the group gets back to back. Young-ho looks at the 8 remaining giants and doubts if his team can take them on, when suddenly the tank gives up and yells at them to run. Without hesitation, they all bolt while the orcs are hot on their heels. After a few moments, they're surrounded, which makes the injured bandana guy think his time is up. Young-ho gives his aura and tells his comrades to act like men, while those who have given up say their goodbyes. Their leader points out that the orcs didn't finish them off quickly and tells them to look at those smug faces, full of arrogant smiles and pride dripping from their ugly mugs. Young-ho says they're laughing at them for acting like cowards and asks if they don't feel even a little bit of shame. He faces the monster that's twice his size and tells his men to face them head on and go down, showing some honor. This ignites a spark in his team, while the orcs laugh as if they're watching caged monkeys. Still, Young-ho tells them to attack the one he points to on his signal. Just as they get ready, all the orcs suddenly scatter like ants in a storm, their attention drawn to a fire in the distance. And the guys wonder what could possibly be over there. That would make even the orcs flee like terrified prey. Seeing the opportunity, Young-ho tells them to focus because now they have a chance with only 8 orcs left. After several brutal minutes, the men manage to take down every single monster and thank their leader for giving them hope just when they were about to give up. Staying cool, as always, Young-ho says he couldn't have done anything without his comrades and checks on their injured teammate, who honestly looks like a total junkie. Young-ho takes command again and tells the team to hide their injured comrade in a safe place while he goes ahead to check the path. With that, he starts moving toward the place that was burning a little while ago. As he rounds the corner, he thinks it's weird how everything is suddenly silent and no monsters have appeared. The man walks through the town, looking around, when he sees something that leaves him stunned. On the ground, there are battered orc corpses emitting a strange aura. As he moves forward, he wondering who could have caused this chaos. Upon seeing a man dressed in black, he soon realizes it's Blackside, who seems surprised to find someone else in the town. The real shock comes when he reads the player's name and realizes it's Cho Young-ho, known as the Mercenary King. It's explained that Mercenary is a melee class that wields various weapons, much like warriors, but their real advantage lies in forming contracts with allies or with the Mercenary King himself. As the only man with his class at the time, Young-ho possesses a unique power where both parties gain additional rewards through contracts, making it a win-win deal for everyone. Min can't believe he's met this guy by chance and walks toward him like a shy schoolgirl. He stops and thinks about how to talk to the top player, while our guy unintentionally gives him a serious look. Thinking the man really looks like someone who deserves the class with that natural leader's aura, Young-ho asks if he was the one who defeated all those orcs, and the man replies that he was. The leader sweats and quickly bows to thank him for saving the group from certain annihilation, even though our guy admits he didn't even know they were there. Still, Young-ho thanks him again for the help, and Min tells him he should get his men out before more orcs arrive. The Mercenary King sweats as he asks how the man knows about his allies. Min casually glances at the group of fools who ran after their kind-hearted leader out of concern. Our hero silently observes the mercenaries with whom Young-ho has probably signed contracts, and is impressed that the Mercenary King has gathered such loyal companions so early in the game. While everyone is watching the top player, Shield Guy and the others get scared, wondering what Blackside is doing so far out, and he replies that he's been gathering the stones of equilibrium, knowing that the mid-boss will appear once the town is destroyed. Our hero tells them to fall back, and the group of admirers happily obeys. Just as they're leaving, Shield Guy mentions that he heard something strange. In seconds, the noise is so loud that everyone can hear it, and our hero tells them to run now, because the mid-boss is coming. Young-ho doesn't hear the warning over the loud noise, but all voices fall silent as a huge orc with a terrifying aura begins to advance on them. The mercenaries freeze in fear upon seeing the sub-boss, moving fast for its size. Woman only feels excitement, imagining himself claiming the first stone of equilibrium, with the creature approaching fast. Young-ho's jaw nearly hits the floor, and he screams at his men to run, while his own legs won't obey. Getting closer every second, the boss swings its weapon right at the spot he just left, Once the dust settles, it looks like he barely managed to get away in time, though he was terrified. So our hero steps in to save the day, and shoves him out of the way not so gently. He asks Young-ho why he froze up like that, then tells the rest to get back if they want to see their loved ones again. The giant orc advances as if eyeing its next meal and laughs at the loser beside him. Min launches himself at the ugly beast to silence it and slams his scythe into the center of its foot. The beast screams in pain and tries to crush him. Min jumps back, gathers his aura, and launches another attack. In midair, he complains to the admin for creating a boss that deals a lot of damage, but is useless if someone keeps dodging. As the warrior pig growls in anger, Blackside gets tired of the noise and lunges at it, his scythe ready and thirsting for blood after using the destructive skill. He gets behind it and keeps attacking its thick neck with quick, sharp strikes. Our hero is surprised that the giant pig's neck withstood 2 full power hits. That thought quickly vanishes as he jumps and hooks his scythe onto its neck. Blackside pushes off the monster's body and uses the momentum to cleanly slice through the beast. As he stands over the fallen enemy's body, the system awards him gold and new experience points. Jong-ho's men are amazed that he actually defeated the great beast all by himself. Meanwhile, Min focuses on his rewards panel, which is filled with valuable items, including a piece of a legendary sword that deals more damage than his netherite scythe. He knows the heart of an orc will help him forge a unique item later on, as well as the Stone of Balance. All the guys run up to him like children to their father, thanking him for saving them from certain death. Once again, Min stays calm and reminds them that this is why he told them to leave, which makes the guys melt and practically worship him. With that, he accepts the well wishes from Jong-ho's team and leaves. The group heads out to hunt, but then, the guy with the bandana falls to his knees and clutches his chest, saying he sees his grandmother's spirit. Jong-ho gets angry that he didn't say anything sooner and frantically tells him to hang on, using the power of anime and friendship until the counter hits 0. The bandana guy reminds them they'll all die if they don't kill orcs and asks them to leave him, but the leader refuses and promises to let him get the last hit on the orcs like they're league minions while Doom approaches. The injured player says he can't hold on any longer and collapses, causing the squad to panic. Min turns around, surprised that the mercenary king is so affected by just one guy, and thinks that maybe they're close friends. Since the scene looks familiar and reminds him of himself, he steps in and offers to take a look. The guys ask if he could do anything, but Blackside looks at the mangled arm and says he can fix it as long as it's still somewhat attached, using healing magic. Even though his class is the complete opposite, he leaves. Jong-ho and the group stunned. Seeing their surprised faces, he tells them it's just a skill anyone can buy from the shop. Another guy comments that he never expected that 20,000 gold skill to be so powerful. Min isn't telling the whole truth, since the skill is usually no better than basic first aid, but his version is strong, thanks to his high IQ of 123 and the Rune of Radiance. He tells the bandana guy not to misuse his arm again and to rest it for a while. The guy jumps to his feet and thanks him profusely for saving his life before the rest of Jong-ho's squad joins in to show their gratitude. To show his gratitude as well, the mercenary king hands over a shiny golden stone, and another group member offers a red one, followed by everyone trying to one-up each other with their own thank you gifts. Our hero tries to politely refuse, saying he doesn't need their junk, but they insist he take it as a token of their gratitude, leaving him stuck in the middle of the village with a pile of used, sweaty gear. Still, he's way more interested in the real prize here as he looks at Young-ho and realizes he's won the favor of a big shot using a skill he already had. With that, he says his goodbyes and walks off like a boss while the peasants bow to their unquestioned king. Deep in the forest, Yuri looks at the timer and panics. An hour has passed, and she still doesn't have a single orc to her name. She ends up crying about following the Black Side senpai and getting lost along the way. She found him easily during the bonus game with the representatives before the round started, but she was stunned when she saw him slice through the others like they were vegetables. After he finished everyone off, and she finally managed to find him alone, her legs gave out from the sheer weight of his presence. She closed her eyes, telling herself she'd try to approach him when he seemed less terrifying. But when she opened them, Senpai was already gone, and she soon realized she'd completely lost sight of him, like the spacey that she always is. Yuri remembers how Min told her back on Earth that beating 300 orcs wouldn't be easy, since those monsters move in groups. That's why she should never try to fight alone, but wait to find Black Scythe when all the servers sync up. He also made her promise to wait at least 1 hour before contacting her senpai during the round. And now, because of that warning, she's stuck alone in the forest. She knows Black Scythe won't be coming back to the starting area anytime soon, and sitting around won't get her anywhere. So, she gets up determined and sets off, resolved to find him no matter what. She ventures deeper into the Crimson Forest on high alert, following the path she thinks he took, and eventually comes across a village and a clearing. She figures if it's an orc village, then Blackthorn should be nearby. But she dismisses that idea, realizing she'd be toast if the orcs decide to have a Goblin Slayer moment with her. Without warning, an ugly bastard materializes right behind her, and the moment she notices it, they both start screaming at each other in pure confusion. Our girl is no coward and casts a blessing on herself, silently thanking Senpai that it's alone. She already knows its weak spot, though. She knows. The neck is the only part that isn't too thick to slice through. Yuri worries because she has bad aim, so her attack might hit another player if anyone's nearby. She knows it's game over if her sword misses and gets stuck in its muscles, so she gathers all her strength for one solid strike. Unfortunately, her aim is off as the orc dodges, but Yuri manages to escape. Since she didn't bury her sword too deep, she keeps dodging the enraged orc's blows until she finds an opening and lunges in for the final blow. Without hesitation, the slice to its neck makes the orc scream in pain, boosting Yuri's confidence. Model. She dashes forward with her sword at high speed until the orc's neck looks like Swiss cheese. The big, evil orc falls flat on its face at her feet while she just stands there, still trying to process that she actually pulled it off. Just then, a familiar character in a dark robe appears out of nowhere as she watches him approach. She wonders if she's just high on adrenaline, or if the man she's been chasing has actually shown up and is walking right toward her like Jotaro. That illusion shatters when he walks right past her like a whisper in the wind. Mustering her courage, Yuri calls out to him, "Black Scythe Senpai." He gives her a look that says she has 10 seconds to explain herself before he leaves. Stumbling over her words, she asks him to fight her, which makes him wonder if she's already lost her mind after taking on one orc. She quickly corrects herself and asks if he'll party up with her. He asks for one good reason to even consider it, so she shows him her unique skill and explains that her blessing is the best stat boost in the game. Min gives a pretend glance at his screen and confirms it like a board pro. She asks if that's enough to convince him to team up in exchange for regular buffs while they hunt orcs together. Our boy replies dryly that he could just use his authority to overpower her and make her cast her blessing whenever he wants. Yuri's brain instantly short-circuits, and she starts sweating bullets until Min calmly adds that he just wants her promise not to betray him. She nods like a bobblehead and accepts the deal without hesitation. Black Scythe holds out his hand as a sign of trust and introduces himself, and Yuri introduces herself too, calling herself the level 13 buffer known as Democracy. He tells her he doesn't really need her help, especially after seeing how she took down that orc, but she mentions innocently that it was pretty much her only kill in the first hour and a half of the round. Feeling sorry for the clumsy lady, he promises to help her reach her goal soon. As they walk to the next town, he tells her to stay close, assuring her it's for her own safety. Noticing his kindness, she thanks Min for the good advice when a mob of orcs appears, suddenly sending a chill down her spine. Blackthorn tells her to hold my beer and relax as he charges at the 3 ugly fatties, slicing off their legs like he's prepping for a barbecue. One by one, he turns each orc into an amputee and then tells her to put them out of their misery. Then, as she stares at him blankly, he tells her to hurry up. Yuri hesitantly grips her sword and points it at the orc. As the experience points roll in, she thinks that killing orcs is easier than expected, thanks to Black Scythe Man. He just watches her silently and tells the woman to hurry up or get left behind as he walks away, leaving her to catch up later. After a while, Yuri happily shares that she's defeated 52 orcs in 30 minutes, though Min still thinks it's slow by his standards. Although, he thinks it's smarter to be cautious because Yuri could get hurt if they get surrounded during a town raid. He figures their best bet is an orc shaman. He tells her that instead of dragging this out for 3 hours at their current pace, they could finish it in just one. Yuri is confused and asks the guy how that's even possible. He explains they just need to find a shaman orc that spawns orcs nonstop so they can farm them. That way they won't waste time chasing stragglers, and Min leaves her surprised by saying he'll casually juggle the shaman and his minions to help her out right after she tries to press him on how he knows all this. He tells her he's faced one before, and adds that she's always safe when Daddy Blackside is around, which leaves her stunned. As she starts to think he seems kinder than her first impression led her to believe. When they finally arrive, she asks if there's really a shaman hiding in such a small town. Min replies that's exactly the trap that kills many innocent players, since the shaman draws them in like flies. He recalls all the times he's seen cunning orc shamans end up farming humans. Though he knows he can use that arrogance to his advantage. As they walk through the quiet, remote town, he explains that most of the houses are empty, and there's just one cunning shaman, hiding in a large building with a simple trap. When an unsuspecting player enters that trap zone, the shaman summons a gang of 10 or 20 orcs to attack, which makes Yuri wonder how to avoid getting torn to shreds. So, Min decides it's the perfect time to play around a little. He gets real close to her until she turns red and whispers a steamy plan on how she's going to trick the shaman. Feeling fully confident because it's coming from her crush, she promises not to let him down, and even surprises the guy by saying she'll handle it alone. So he pouts and tells her it's fine, he'll just chill outside until she's done with it. She enters the house and observes the dark hallway that seems to have no end. She slowly walks deeper and deeper inside until she finds herself in a large, open room with a red carpet and remembers that black side. I'd already told her about this place when he explained it. He mentioned that the red carpet room is where the shaman summons orcs to surround any player, so she should step on it and get out quick. That will make the shaman send out scouts to investigate, which they can then defeat. Thinking it sounds like a piece of cake, she bravely gets within a few inches of the carpet. Before Yuri even lifts her foot, the shaman casts a light spell and gives her a death glare. Still, she's strong and independent, not hesitating to bolt out and slam the door in that guy's face. With her heart practically beating out of her chest, she tells Blackside that she pulled it off just like he instructed, and Min simply says that now they just have to wait for the experience to come walking to them. In that instant, the door slowly creaks open, and a group of orcs comes out to scout for the enemy, only to be ambushed and shattered in one clean hit. He turns to Yuri and tells her it's safe now. So after finishing off the first fresh-out-of-the-oven batch, she asks him if the shaman is dumb enough to fall for the same trick again. Min tells her that thing is dumber than a rock and probably has a lower IQ than a Logan Paul fan. Yuri reaches 300 orcs and Blackside brags that it only took her an hour. She keeps thanking him repeatedly for his help, but Min is more focused on her level, which she reveals is 19. So he tells her she'll rank up after one more. He's excited for the new skills she'll unlock upon ranking up, since they'll make her more useful to him. Especially since he needs that extra edge for the world record on the boss. That's why he says he'll help her get to level 20, while Yuri is still caught up in the illusion that he's just some nice guy and stands there, awkwardly, like a maiden in love who doesn't want to cheat on her crush. Meanwhile, a group of 5 loudmouth losers shows up and starts making a scene about how Blackside wrecked the orcs. Just then, loser number 1 tries to say hi, but our hero tells him to stop wasting his time and spit it out already. The guy says he and his team came to hunt monsters, but deep down, he's losing his mind over how just 2 people managed to take down every single dead orc on the ground. Meanwhile, the other 2 wonder how some random woman ended up with the number 1 player, and they cook up weird theories about how she won him over. While the low-budget ninja glares at her like she's some major villain, our boy slams his scythe into the ground and tells them to get lost. Looking more pissed than ever, he says that no life, wifeless dudes shouldn't come near him since they just drain his aura, which pisses off the guy with the headband. Yuri panics about what might happen if low-level players like them fight with Black Scythe, but our boy doesn't give them a chance, as he quickly dents the big forehead of the idiot in the headband. His short speech about justice comes to a halt when he sees blood dripping down the guy's face, and the group of losers wastes no time running away, deciding they'll just spy on his farming method from a safe distance. Min already knows what they're up to and plans to turn them into kebabs if they try to steal the boss, as he gets back to the mission of getting Yuri to level 20. The loser gang thinks they've put enough distance between them and starts debating if it's worth spying on Black Scythe to steal his farming method. They crouch in the bushes like they're in Assassin's Creed and wait, watching as 2 orc scouts rush out and start attacking him. As usual, our boy doesn't think it's worth unsheathing his weapons and decides to show off, throwing one of them straight into the other with a clean hand strike. Then he smashes them like potatoes so Yuri can land the final blows from the bushes. The loser brigade is left speechless, realizing just how out of their league he is. Although one of them wonders why he doesn't finish them off himself, and the lady steps up instead. Their few brain cells finally spark to life, and they realize he's clearly power leveling her. They all start going crazy, thinking about what kind of deal she made to deserve that. Seeing her waltz in and out like it's nothing while she keeps getting ahead of them is driving them nuts. But one of them notices something's off. Every time she comes out of the hut, she brings more orcs, which makes no sense, because you can't fit that many in such a small hut. One of them gets pissed when he notices they're hogging a spawner, but they all agree to stay put and wait for them to leave since they're too weak to face the #1 player. Meanwhile, Yuri checks her status and happily announces she's finally reached level 20. She's acquired a unique skill and upgraded her blessing. When Min asks her to use it, her stats shoot up by 60% instead of the usual, and she uses the new Swift skill, which boosts her movement and attack speed by the same amount. Our hero raises his eyebrows, noticing how strong the effects are, and suggests taking out the Orc Shaman next. Then he tells her to stay on the sidelines, if she really wants to help. As he watches the Goner gang shooting him dirty looks from the bushes, Yuri is still standing there with her cute, cheerful face as if nothing's wrong. He silently thinks to himself that seeing their faces when they see what he's about to do is going to be epic, while Yuri waits outside for the next step. The Bush Squad notices that Blackside has entered the cabin himself this time. Suddenly, the door bursts open and he comes, running out with a crowd of enraged orcs hot on his heels, all of them thirsty for blood, while Min looks ready to surprise them. Seeing our boy running from the orcs, Yuri worries that something has gone wrong with the plan. From the nearby bushes, Light watches in surprise that even the legendary Blackside is running away scared, while his partner thinks he's overreacting. Meanwhile, the Orc Shaman's staff pulses with ominous energy as he conjures 3 enormous arms that slam into the ground with enough force to summon orcs wherever they land. Meanwhile, Yuri is at a loss, watching our boy surrounded by orcs, and wonders if she should change the plan and jump in to help him. However, that thought instantly vanishes when she sees him cutting down orcs charging from all sides like a boss, showing no panic on his cool, handsome face. At that moment, the Orc Shaman calls 10 more orcs to add to the massive horde. But even with Min in the middle of the monsters ready to attack him from everywhere, he stylishly leaps backward, leaving the group of stalkers speechless. Just then, his partner leans in and tells him to stop seriously idolizing Blackside because their target is starting to look very vulnerable. Suddenly, their sinister leader turns with a creepy smile on his evil face and tells them it's time to deliver the final blow while they still have the chance. However, his companions get nervous, worried they might suffer the same fate as the orcs, but their smug leader believes not even Blackside can touch them while the orcs are keeping him busy. Hearing that, a coward suggests they could just pretend they were trying to help if he gets mad. With that, they sneak towards the side of the orc hut, and Yuri notices their weird movements, wondering what shady plan they're hatching. Suddenly, she realizes they might be planning to steal the Orc Shaman while Min is still dealing with the surrounding horde. The scene changes to the past, when Yuri shyly thanked Min for helping her, although she still pointed out that she's just a burden holding him back. He commented that he's already completed the main quest and possesses one of the 4 balance stones, so he has free time for side quests. He then mentioned that he got one from an orc warrior and thinks he can get more if he keeps defeating bosses. So she doesn't need to feel bad about being carried as long as he gets loot from helping her. That's why she gets furious when she sees some thieves trying to steal the boss that clearly belongs to Blackside, and Yuri takes action instantly to stop them before they manage to capture the shaman. But out of nowhere, the group of thieves is enveloped in total darkness, surprising everyone. As they stumble around in confusion, one of the guys covers another's mouth to silence him because they are right behind a terrifying monster that has just noticed their presence. The monster immediately turns around and emits horrifying, guttural noises, making it clear that they're about to be eliminated. They run as fast as their rookie legs can carry them, but the boss blocks their escape, trapping them in a circle of orcs, just like with Min before. That's when they finally understand they messed up. An orc slashes the black-haired guy's shoulder and lifts him up by his hair, before slamming him into the ground like a sack of trash. Looking up, he realizes he's about to be crushed, his head like a watermelon under an orc's foot. Except this time, he's the watermelon. Our boy finishes cleaning up the last of the orcs. Then he sees the result, the very predictable outcome of his little test to see if the stalkers would try to steal his kill. He feels no guilt for luring the shaman on purpose, since those fools would have died anyway for wasting time hiding and watching him instead of completing the main quest. With that, he goes straight for the Orc Shaman, who growls and sends his army of orcs to make threatening noises at Min to scare him off. But our boy takes him out quickly, and notices he feels faster than usual, thanks to a buff from Yuri and the rune of the Reaper, which boosts his attack speed by 50% at night, and also makes him hard to detect in the dark. He only needs one clean slice with his scythe to decapitate the boss orc after taking care of the shaman. He gains a ton of experience and money, along with a bunch of rare loot. Reaching level 33 is great, but what really excites Min is an old, cracked necklace called the Marble of Eternal Slumber. It gives him stat points for every 100 stacks he gets from defeating 100 monsters. The problem is, it loses durability with each stack, so it'll break after giving 10 stat points. Min thinks it works similarly to the Black Dragon's absorption rune. But the annoying part is that it breaks after gaining 10 points because of the durability condition. Still, he already has a solution in mind. He can get the durability rune in round 8 and visit a blacksmith for repairs. If that works, he'll achieve an infinite stats glitch. Just then, Yuri calls out to him, wandering around trying to find him, since he basically becomes a ghost at night thanks to his runes passive, which he thinks is as much of a pain as it is useful. Before canceling the spell that plunged those fools into darkness, he erases all traces of their existence, and then ends the night of death. Just then, as the gloom fades away as if it was never there, Yuri stops and blinks for a second, confused, until she spots our hero and quickly approaches, telling him how worried she was. He just shrugs, saying he had urgent business. Hearing that, she asks if he missed the group of thieves who tried to steal the orc shaman while he was dealing with its summons. He innocently tells her he doesn't remember seeing anyone like that. The sweet girl looks completely baffled, since she definitely remembers hearing their screams clearly. But our hero thinks there's no reason for her to see what little was left of their bodies after the boss was done with them. Then he tells her it's time to beat the next boss. After a few hours, they both arrive at a town where Min causes another total massacre after eliminating the basic monsters and the archers guarding the towers. He challenges the orc archer boss and gives it a brutal death, leaving it practically dismantled. This time he doesn't level up, but he gets 3 stones of balance and a bunch of additional rare loot. Opening his inventory, the first thing he checks are the swift archer's boots, which increase his speed and are way better than the sad beginner pair he's still wearing. He then fuses them with a green mana stone, increasing his agility. After finishing off all the sub-bosses, our boy is ready to face this round's final boss. The final boss is a brutal beast called the High Orc, and the biggest problem is the strict time limit, so he has to complete the battle quickly, thanks to his speed-boosting items. He remembers that his best time in past lives was 43 seconds. But now, with the solid support from Yuri, who can buff him on command, he's confident he'll set a memorable record for the history books. Before that, he needs to raise his stats and keep grinding monsters to max out the stat-boosting necklace. With time running out, there are only 30 minutes left before the round ends, and our friend takes a short break. After wiping out the population of the last orc village, he doesn't hit level 40 like he wanted, but he pushes on since he has no more time to level up. Honestly, he's satisfied after getting 9 stat points from a necklace, which now only has 1,000 durability left. As he turns around, Yuri suddenly asks why he isn't hunting orcs, and he responds that he already has what he needs to face the final boss. With that, he tells her it's time to part ways and that she did a great job following him this far. As he shakes her hand, he feels a bit sad and briefly considers selfishly asking her to stay until the final boss, but he realizes she'd probably just end up being a hindrance. At the same time, our boy finds a little weird how quickly she got attached to him, but he understands that the fight with the High Orc is too dangerous to bring her along. As a farewell gift, she gives him one last buff, wrapping him in a swirl of green energy, and he thanks her for helping with the hunt, since honestly, she was a bit lost before that. She opens her inventory and says that while it's not much, she got a blue crystal, shining during the orc hunt, and gives it to him in case he needs it later. Upon hearing that, he tells her it's fine and that she can keep it, but she insists, saying the experience she already gained is enough, while thinking that she can only give him one since she's keeping the other for herself. Knowing she still doesn't realize he's Min, he assumes she feels like she owes him something. So he accepts the gift, telling her that she helped too, and now they're even. Then he turns and walks away with a satisfied smile on his way. To the boss, he activates his tracking skill to locate the High Orc and notes that no one has defeated it yet, as he can feel its presence clearly. Although he never beat it in any of his past lives, the High Orc is one of the 4 bosses of round 5, but it's so strong that the other 3 seem like side bosses in comparison. Normally, it would take 100 level 20 players working together in a coordinated raid to beat the beast, and a solo clear is almost unheard of. For example, Min failed his first 4 attempts to defeat it alone, but with several tries, he became strong enough to complete the entire fight in just 43 seconds. Leaping from tree to tree like a forest ninja, he dashes toward the boss as fast as he can, ready to set another unbeatable time record. Almost 100 meters from a boss, he finally glimpses its massive body rising from behind the trees, but his eyes widen in surprise when he hears the scream of a player being crushed in the boss's fists. The High Orc wears a nasty expression as it holds the crushed player, and the party panics. wondering how they ended up like this. At that moment, the group of players started asking others if they wanted to join. The guy with the sword introduces himself as Young Sook and says he's a level 12 warrior. A blonde guy chimes in, saying he's Brad, the archer, while the hooded figure mentions a name that looks like the result of smashing a keyboard. They all joined for their own reasons, but ended up getting along better than expected. The blonde guy tells the warrior to taunt the orcs, and he charges in immediately, while the girl with the spear takes out another one in the rear. With the power of camaraderie, they embark on an orc hunt that lasts for 6 hours. They each get to 300 orcs, but Young Sook still feels bad about splitting up. He offers to keep hunting, and the group gets back to the grind to reach level 20. Then they unlock a skill that makes beating orcs as easy as taking candy from a baby. The hooded guy suggests aiming for something bigger. But before they decide, the warrior points to something in the distance. The blonde guy looks up and sees a massive monster, commenting that it looks like an orc. The warrior thinks it might be a boss. The girl with the spear asks if they have the guts to face it, and another player nods, believing the reward is worth the risk. He proposes they split the loot fairly, and the others agree without hesitation as they go to hunt the monster. Suddenly, the two-headed beast lets out a roar that freezes everyone in place. It lunges at them and soars into the air, while the party can only stand there like statues. It crashes down with a boom that sends shockwaves everywhere. The spear girl barely dodges in time. The high orc wastes no time and swings its clawed arm, turning the spear girl into history. It turns its head and sees the other girl who tripped and fell. Sensing the monster's presence, the high orc brings down its hand like a hammer and flattens her like a pancake. And that's when the blonde guy realizes this monster was never the prey. The high orc grabs the archer and squeezes hard, crushing the life out of him, while the warrior can only stand there, paralyzed with terror. The hooded guy tries to play the hero, but the high orc lifts him with its tail and slams him into the ground like a rag doll, sending him to the next world. John, in shock, starts sweating like crazy while screaming inside his head that he doesn't want to die and screams at the monster to stay away. He trembles from head to toe from sheer intimidation, but the high orc shows no mercy and raises its arm to crush him. In that instant, Black Scythe appears in the air above the field boss and comes flying down, with his scythe at the ready. He slices off one head in a clean swipe, making the other one scream in rage. But our boy also sends that one to the Shadow Realm. The monster's large body falls to the ground as the warrior tries to process what just happened. He watches his hero in awe as our boy lands in front of him, looking like a Dark Souls boss. Black Scythe is a bit disappointed. He didn't think the high orc would go down in a single hit. In that instant, the system notifies him that he's reached level 40 and has unlocked many new features. The damage and range of his Death Seal skill are improved, and he gains access to new, awesome skills. He finally unlocks Moonlight Destruction, the only real attack skill of his class. Having only one attack skill is risky, since missing could be a disaster, but Moonlight Destruction covers a wide area, making up for the risk. The skill combines magical and physical damage, allowing our hero to defeat enemies regardless of their resistances. He believes this will be key against the powerful bosses that still await and moves on to the next rewards. At that moment, the side quest concludes, and he unlocks the Rune of Balance he's been searching for, absorbing it. The rune, and knows it will only work well if he balances his 4 stats. That's why he always made sure none of his stats fell behind the others. After finishing, he checks his updated stats and almost faints when he sees that every attribute is over 300. He's amazed, because the only thing higher than his stats is Snoop Dogg. Although he knows the blessing of Yuri and the round 5 buff are active, he realizes that using the Rune of Balance is still the fastest way to get stronger now. He then claims the speed attack reward for beating the 5th round boss in 1 second. His speed attack bonus is applied to the boss, netting him 100,000 gold, the highest possible reward and 4 times more than his old record of 43 seconds. In that instant, the system notifies him that he has set a world record. As a bonus for having his name in the Akashic records, he can choose a unique item of his liking. Our boy is stunned reading that notification because he's never seen it happen before. And honestly, he can't believe the ticket will actually let him choose any unique item he wants. He opens his inventory, taps the reward, and gets to choose from 8 categories of equipment. Noticing the options are almost limitless. He thinks he shouldn't pick a weapon because he plans on crafting one when he gets back. So, he opts for a helmet. Meanwhile, the guy he saved just stands there, watching him rummage through the menu, still unable to believe that a single man came in and eliminated the behemoth in 1 hit. He realizes that not even a team of 5 level 20 players could stand against that boss. He starts to wonder what Blackside's true power is. Still, he tells himself it's not the time to overthink, and that he should thank his savior. But by then, our boy gives him a cold look and silently walks away without saying a word. Later, at the starting point, the angel comes down and asks if everyone has finished their quests, and she seems very interested in seeing how badly the large number of players managed this round. She laughs, amused, knowing the players were too strong to be beaten by orcs, so it's clear most of them were busy fighting each other. With that, she checks the results for round 5, where Blackside is leading by a huge margin, 15 levels higher than the number 2 player globally. Everyone is shocked to see his level and that record time, hearing the players spread rumors about how it should be impossible to hunt so many orcs that fast. He sighs because he just wants to claim his rewards and leave in peace. Suddenly, many system notifications pop up to congratulate him for being first in almost everything, granting him an epic necklace choice pack and a special reward box. Then, it congratulates him again for the incredible achievement of staying first for 5 rounds in a row and gives him the cool title, the one who stands ahead of all, which Min has wanted badly, since it increases his experience gain by 50%. He then opens his inventory to choose one of 3 epic necklaces, which don't surprise him much now, since he's used them in past lives. He chooses the Necklace of Java, which raises all his stats, but the best thing about the artifact is that it gives 35% resistance to all status effects. Items with resistance are very rare in this game, so he can always sell the necklace for good money if he doesn't need it. Then he opens the special reward box and finds the option to either triple his experience in the 6th round and get 6,000 gold, or get hidden information about the 6th round. Min decides to triple the XP for the next round. Suddenly, the angel claps, confusing the player, and asks if anyone has checked the rankings since 1,600 people completed the mission, which can't be right. Suddenly, some players are engulfed in flames as the angel says that everyone ranked below 1,200 will be eliminated. The burning players plead for their lives, but she just laughs at the worthless insects. Meanwhile, our boy also laughs silently, thinking she'd be just as pathetic if she were in his shoes. Then she says that no one completed the side quests, but stops to correct herself and locks eyes with Blackside, who is the only player that managed to complete them. With that, she bids farewell to the players and says she'll see them in the next round. The scene changes to Earth, where Min is relaxing at home after a nice dinner with his younger brother. The next day, with renewed energy after eating, he gets to work and opens the combination window, choosing the Reaper's Scythe as the base. Then, he adds the Orc's Heart, a mysterious wooden totem, and the High Orc's Teeth as secondary materials. That setup would already give him an epic rank weapon, but by adding the black diamond he got from Young Min, he'll raise it to unique. Once the combination is done, an impressive unique weapon called the Death Scythe appears before him, making our boy laugh with happiness. Excited, he finally upgraded his Reaper's Scythe, which now sounds much more impressive. He then decides to use his remaining money to buy general skills, starting with Environment Search, which allows him to see every nearby player and monster as if it were a mini-map. Then, he buys the Dynamic Vision Enhancement, which improves his real-time sight and acquires Basic Resistance, which passively increases resistance to all status effects by 15%, along with another passive that reduces the chance of his attacks missing. Even after buying all that, he still has 14,000 gold left and figures he doesn't need anything else besides the epic item that's scheduled to appear in a few days. With that done, he calls a day and opens his status window to check his stats, still impressed by how much the Rune of Balance has raised them, and the Rune of Slaughter will double all that power. Now that he's as strong as he can be, he decides it's time to check on his business with King Rockma and then go after Young Min. However, he realizes he doesn't know where Young Min is or if he's still alive. He uses tracking and picks up a signal confirming he's still alive somewhere, which means Min can still make use of him. However, he promises this will be the last time he uses a guy like that for his own benefit before finally discarding him like the trash he is. The next day, Yuri is at a fancy coffee shop, wondering why the rich boy wants to see her again. In her mind, she starts imagining spicy scenarios, which leads her to shake her head to clear those thoughts. Just then, Min walks into the cafe like he owns the place and asks if she's been waiting long. Yuri is still a little nervous, but offers to treat him, and he accepts without hesitation. He gives an innocent smile, and as she takes a drink, she wonders where these weird thoughts are coming from. Min asks how she did in the 5th round, and she says she joined up with Blackside, so it went surprisingly well. She admits she thought she'd be a burden, but Blackside was very kind. Min reassures her, telling her that her buffs are useful, and she reveals that this was the first time she's ever placed second. That gets his attention, and he asks what reward she got, to which she proudly reveals that it's a mid-rank necklace that increases agility, and then asks him what he thinks of it. He comments that it looks like a good item, and the shy girl offers it to him without hesitation. Min tries to refuse it because she earned it on her own, but she insists, saying that Blackside helped her a lot. He suggests giving it to Blackside, but she thinks the item is too low level to be useful to him. Min downplays it, saying he's not even regular rank yet, which quickly piques Yuri's interest. He tells her he's still at level 19 and that he barely passed the last round. Yuri thinks that makes sense since a seer isn't a combat class, and so she asks how a seer fights, and he replies that he has some decent magic skills. She thinks it over and realizes the necklace doesn't suit his class, then suggests boosting his intelligence if he plans on using magic seriously. Then, she summons a red crystal and gives it to him as thanks for his help, which Min accepts so she won't feel bad. Yuri blushes and murmurs that he's always looking out for her, so she wants to return the favor. Then Min remembers something and says he has something to give her too, which makes her light up. He then shares that he can give her information about the 6th round. Upon hearing that, her interest skyrockets, and the two dive into the information. After they finish, Yuri asks if he wants her to rejoin Blackside. Min assures her that the guy won't reject her now, since she's proven her powerful buffs. Yuri ponders that, and Min teases her, saying she seems to enjoy working with Blackside. Yuri doesn't deny it, and says that he's truly amazing. She then lists all the bad traits of mysterious number 1 player, while Min stays silent, enduring it. She finishes by saying he's incredibly good at reading people and always seems to know what others are thinking. Thanks to the rune of thoughts that Min has in his mind, he knows he's not perfect and that he has failed and died 99 times. The last game still infuriates him because of the complicated condition of needing a 5-player team to enter the boss room. He looks down, thinking that this is his last chance and he must seize it. Yuri snaps him out of his thoughts by asking who he's thinking about and if he's nervous about the next round. Min admits that he is, since he's a weak player. Yuri says she wants to help but feels sad because they aren't together. Min playfully asks if she would help for free if they were together. The shy girl gets flustered and says she doesn't feel right always receiving help and that she wants to do something for him too. Min is silently grateful, since her buffs allowed him to eliminate the high orc in less than a second. He tells her not to worry, that they'll surely meet in the other world someday. She smiles and tells him to hang in there until she finds him while he raises a fist awkwardly in the air and silently wonders how she'll react when she finds out he's Blackside. Later, Min goes to see Kim Kyungrak, who immediately stands up to greet him. The guy puts an arm around him as if they were close friends, and walks him to the sofa before telling Songchul to prepare some tea. He speaks sweetly, saying he'll take care of anything bothering Min, which makes Min laugh. Seeing a big shot like him trying so hard to get close, Kyungrak offers dinner, but Min gets straight to the point, grabbing his attention by asking if it's about the next round. Min says he'll share that too, making the CEO smile widely. Then our guy says he wants him to call a shareholder meeting in exchange and explains that they need to change the company's business type and name, which makes Kyungrak wonder what he should do. Our hero tells the man he just needs to support the proposals he presents during the meeting and warns him that there should be no resistance from the others. Min recalls that the other shareholders weren't thrilled about this idea when he saw it in the future. Now that Min has Kyungrak focused on what he has to say, the man asks what kind of proposal he's planning. Min finally reveals his master plan to create an open social market for players. Hearing this, Kyungrak seems a bit baffled by the idea and asks if Min means creating a website. Min clarifies that it would be an exclusive platform for players, used as an item trading shop. He asks if they'll add a cash payment option, but Min says it's up to the seller, and they can choose to trade instead. The CEO still seems unsure, but our boy assures him that some players will need quick cash sometimes. Just then, Min mentions that there will be future opportunities, which Kyungrak quickly picks up on. Min reassures him, saying he's seen the future, where players above level 40 start trading items for gold. At that point, they unlock a negotiation skill that allows them to trade gold between players, so they just need a safe place for the exchange. Kyungrak thinks it over and sees it might not be a bad idea. If it works, they'll have full control. He asks if players would even use such a site, and Min replies that they already have tons of unused items from previous rounds. Players can't sell monster items in regular shops, so they must be having trouble getting rid of their clutter. Most of them are already at level 20, which means they've unlocked the combining skill. Having a place to trade materials would make things much easier. Kyungrak agrees that people would use it and reflects that if the seer is right, it could generate a huge profit. At that moment, his mind fills with ideas, like launching an app version or adding an auction system. Then Min notices the CEO getting excited about it all, which works in his favor, since if he takes control of the synthesis ingredients before they become popular, he could create some amazing gear. Kyungrak nods and accepts the plan, while Min asks if he has any ideas for the name. The CEO starts flattering him again, saying that Min is the majority shareholder and his idea should lead the way. Min suggests player place. The man agrees that it sounds good. Min asks how long the development will take. The CEO says it'll be ready in a month, just in time for the end of the 6th round. Min finally decides to share what will happen in the next round. After a brief explanation, Kyungrak understands that teamwork will be crucial again and thanks Min for the valuable information. He thinks that having the seer around was the best decision because now everything is flowing smoothly, both in the other world and the real one. Kyungrak promises to start the business as Min suggested and will call the shareholders meeting soon. Min agrees to join, and they both get up to leave. The boss asks Sean Chul to take Min home and inform Aaron about what happened today. And he sees our boy off. Days later, Min lies in bed, excited because the epic item goes on sale today. He logs into the shop and goes straight to the item of the day, which appears to be a stylish shirt that greatly increases both attack and movement speed. He buys it without hesitation, thinking that although 20 gold for an epic item is no small amount, he soon won't have to rely on the shop. When that time comes, blueprints, which are manuals for crafting items, will also start being sold. That way, people won't have to combine materials blindly and can resell the blueprints for an easy profit on the social market. Min flops onto his bed, thinking that the meeting has to go well for that dream to come true. The next day, the meeting begins and the room is filled with shareholders as Min takes the stage and gives an Oscar-worthy speech. As expected, there's some criticism at first, but he responds smoothly and manages to win everyone over. After the meeting, Kyungrak approaches and tells him he handled it like a pro, while Min plays it down. The CEO assures him that he'll handle the rest of the business matters and tells Min to focus on staying alive in the next round. This makes our boy smile a little, since the guy seems genuinely worried about him. With that done, the two decide to go for lunch since he's finished all his tasks for the day. As Min walks away, he thinks there's only one last thing to do now, which is to use Yang Min one last time. The scene changes to the forum meeting where Yami enters with her usual energy and greets everyone cheerfully, but the vibe in the group chat seems weird. A member asks if she hasn't heard the news. He then says that Mr. 30 and the other guy are probably dead since no one has heard from them. Yami thinks it's a bit silly for them to act so sad when they barely knew each other beyond these video calls, but then she realizes they're just faking it too. Look like good people in front of the president. She notices they're trying to emotionally suck up to the boss, who gets genuinely sad when someone dies and decides to do the same. Channeling her dramatic side, she puts on a fake performance that would make a grown man cry, and the others start crying too, while Yami cringes inside at how fake it all is and how easy they are to manipulate. Then the president joins the call and asks why everyone is crying, as if they were attacked by onion-cutting ninjas. Loster stops dramatically and reveals the bad news, which also makes the president's mood drop a bit. He informs them that there are now only 6 members left. A long-haired player suggests choosing new executives, but the president rejects the idea, saying there's no one talented enough, and that even the 3 players they recently tried to recruit have gone completely silent. Lost. York says he tried to contact them, but no one answered, which can only mean they died in the 5th round. An executive disagrees, saying he's not sure about the other 2, but he's certain that Blackside is still alive. He mentions the result of the last round to argue that Blackside is still alive in the real world, which only makes the president more confused and anxious about why someone would ghost them after having signed up to join their community. No executive could give a solid explanation. One took it as a joke, while another suggests that someone might have impersonated Blackside and was killed in the previous round. The president considers this theory, but before he can think too much, a member named Humble Mukbang throws some shade, saying that a high-level player like Blackside would never waste time joining their group. This hits the president's pride, as he sees any insult to his community as blasphemy. He created this group from scratch to guide and unite players like a noble lord. Before Humble Mukbang can take it back or apologize, the president kicks him out of the community for good and informs him that he's on his own from now on. Once the guy is kicked out, the rest continue with the meeting, though they barely make any progress when Lost York suddenly freezes, seeing that someone else has registered with the name Blackside. Everyone on the board is petrified for a moment, and Lost York quickly adds that this time the full name is Yang Min Jang. The president says to let him in, at least to verify if he's the real deal. Just in case it's another trick, he says they'll make Yang Min regret it if he tries to fool them. Meanwhile, our guy relaxes after entering Yang Min's name and address and wonders what the executive's next move will be. Although he believes the executives will show up at the house soon for a face-to-face meeting. He says he's not a fan of a group that murders people and plans to turn civilians into their slaves. He leaves the building thinking that this shady behavior will drag society to ruin, and he doesn't plan to stand by and let it happen. With his cold logic, he decides the best thing to do is eliminate the executives of the PCW community and take control, given that this group will grow, with more than 30% of the nation's players joining soon. Our man thinks it's smarter to lead and maintain control rather than destroy everything. He plans to use the name Yang Min Jang as bait to lure the executives and eliminate them one by one, until the president falls, leaving him free to take the throne. At Yuri's father's shop, the bell on the door chimes, and the old man looks up from his newspaper with a casual greeting, only to have a black bag thrown onto his counter. A masked guy is standing there, demanding he throw all the money in the bag. When the old man asks if he's a gambler, the guy slams his fist down, shattering the counter into dust just to prove he's not here to mess around. Scared for his life, the man hands over the money from the cash register, without a fight. But the thug isn't satisfied and insists he give him more. The old man tries to explain that his business has been struggling ever since they got rid of the lottery, but the robber doesn't care. He narrows his eyes and says he knows there's a safe hidden in the back. The old man runs to the back room and returns with all the cash he can gather, totaling about 10 million won. Before leaving, the thug issues one last threat. If he calls the cops, he'll come back and finish him, even if he has to break out of jail to do it. He quickly leaves the store and pulls off his mask, revealing the robber to be Yang Min Jang. He's hyped about the score, thinking it should be enough to last him a month, but then his smile fades as he wonders if he'll be able to clear the next round, just like how he's barely scraping by in real life. His thoughts spiral, landing on Blackside, who he blames for destroying all his stats and ruining his friend group. So he swears that if he ever runs into that guy outside of the game, he'll smash him into the pavement without holding back. He heads home and freezes in his tracks when he sees someone waiting at his apartment door. He asks who the guy is, but only gets more confused. When a stranger asks if he's Jiang Min, he stares back in disbelief, and the guy takes his silence as a flustered yes. Jiang Min nervously asks if the stranger is a cop. The man just laughs and asks why Jiang Min would think that unless he's done something illegal. He then introduces himself as an executive from the PC community, Du Bolivie, and mentions that Jiang Min signed up to join that day. This just makes Jiang Min stare at him even harder, muttering that the guy looks high since none of this is making any sense to him. The executive seems lost too and asks directly if Jiang Min is Blackside, which pushes Jiang Min over the edge. He asks if this is some kind of joke and says he doesn't know what PSW is. Hearing that, the executive sighs and turns to leave. However, Jiang Min stops him to explain. He says that even though the name and address match, someone else must have used his identity to cause trouble. Jiang Min asks who would do something so twisted when suddenly a masked figure appears, and calmly says that he was the one who used Jiang Min's name. Jiang Min starts to sweat and demands to know who the guy is and if they know each other. The masked figure responds by slowly revealing a massive scythe, the kind that nobody carries around for fun. Lost, Jerk eyes the weapon and wonders if the guy is Blackside, but dismisses the idea, because he seems too short and skinny, nothing like he imagined. On the other hand, Jiang Min feels his legs start to tremble. Even though the guy looks different, something about his vibe and the way he talks feels unsettlingly familiar. Their eyes meet, and he recognizes him instantly, wondering why Blackside is there, and why he used Jiang Min's personal information in the first place. He can tell that if the guy still holds a grudge, his sudden appearance is not good news. Lost Shark sees that Jiang Min is trembling and starts to reconsider things, considering this person might be the real deal. He's reminded that his level is only 20, and he can't take on Blackside in a fight. Before he can think too much about it, the masked man speaks. Blackside says he knows the guy didn't come alone and tells him to call out the others. That statement leaves them stunned, and both the executive and the chairman silently emerge from their hiding spot. One asks how he knew they were there, but the masked figure doesn't answer and instead warns them to stay put unless they want to lose their heads. The executive scoffs, saying the guy has some nerve for someone so small, but the chairman shuts him up before he says anything more reckless. The chairman repeats the question, wanting to know if he's Blackside, and the masked figure responds by raising his scythe again. Still doubting, the chairman insists he's never seen the weapon before, so it proves nothing to him. Our guy replies that there's no point in asking if he's not going to believe him, but the chairman insists he wants to hear the truth from his own mouth. Finally, the masked man confirms it, saying he is undoubtedly Blackside. A screen from the Rune of Truth appears in front of the chairman, clearly showing that his target is telling the truth. He communicates this to the group, and they all realize quickly that they're in way over their heads. The brown-haired executive is shaking like he just saw his browser history, now regretting his words about the guy's height. He thinks about getting on his knees and begging for forgiveness, but hesitates, wondering if the insult was even noticed since Blackside doesn't react. The man tries to switch tactics and go for a formal introduction. But our guy stops him and asks them to check again if he's really Blackside. The guy panics and blurts out apologies for what he said, but our guy insists they verify his identity again. The chairman nervously explains that they already confirmed it with a Rune of Truth, though he doesn't get far before Blackside interrupts again, saying he'll let them go if they can block his next attack. The brown-haired executive begs for mercy, but before anyone can even blink, his head goes flying across the room like a soccer ball. Lost Shark watches in horror, barely processing the speed of the strike, and yells out in shock, asking why this happened. Our guy shrugs, unconcerned, and says he was simply offering proof. That moment makes Lost Shark realize something chilling. Even though they came here hoping to recruit Blackside to their executive team, they might have no choice but to eliminate him, because there's no way to keep a monster like this on their side. But since our guy clearly outclasses him, Lost Shark now plans to fake a surrender and then attack him when he lets his guard down for the final blow. Blackside reads him like an open book and calls them out, saying they need to get better at hiding their desire to kill him. Although the chairman seems lost, our guy explains, kindly explaining Lost Shark's ambush plan while looking right at him, just to mess with his mind. Then he takes it a step further, explaining that he only showed up with a fake identity to get this meeting, which leads Lost Shark to demand a reason. Without hesitation, Blackside says he just wants them to die. The chairman panics and thinks he needs to calm the situation down and slow things before they get out of hand. But before that thought can fully form, Lost Shark is already lying on the ground, covered in blood. Only then does the chairman begin to understand that this was all a trap from the start. Their invited assassin didn't come to negotiate. He came to exterminate them. He loses control and screams at Blackside, demanding to know what they did to deserve this massacre. Our guy swings his scythe toward the chairman and coldly asks what their victims did to deserve what happened to them before being executed in the interviews. The president trembles, wondering how Blackside could know that. But our boy drops the real bombshell, revealing that the executive interviews go even further as the executives kill their targets personally. The president scrambles for excuses and says the people they killed weren't innocent. He claims they dared to insult them despite being inferior, so they had it coming. Then, he tries a bold play and argues that those people were hypocrites anyway. He says that deep down, they all wanted to be like the executives, so their fake behavior meant they deserved what they got. But Blackside flips it all around and calls the president the real hypocrite. He tells him that while he mercilessly judges others, he never reflects on his own mess, sweeping it under the rug as if it doesn't matter. The president responds firmly, saying Blackside doesn't know who he is. But our guy doesn't back down. He already knows who he's dealing with, and since he can effortlessly read his thoughts, he swings the scythe cleanly through his neck and sends his head rolling. Now he looks at Jongmin and tells him not to be afraid, as he'll be with his friends soon. Jongmin watches him in disbelief and asks how this guy could possibly know about his friends. Blackside then reveals that he remembers every detail, mainly because those friends never left him alone, dragging him around as if he had no choice. That answer confuses Jongmin even more, and before he can process it, the masked figure removes his mask, revealing his identity as Min Ryu, the same kid they used to bully like it was a hobby. Jongmin freezes his mind, replaying every time he bullied Min for his money. He tries to understand how someone he always treated as a joke could be Blackside. His memory flashes back to the moment when this person cut off his limbs in the other world, but still a part of him refuses to believe they're the same person. Min notices the hesitation and points it out, saying it probably feels unreal, since just a year ago, Jongmin was still beating him breathless without a second thought. Jongmin demands to know why Min pretended to be weak all this time. Min replies that it was never an act, and without hesitation, he swings his scythe and cuts off Jongmin's left arm in a single slash. As Jongmin screams in pain, our guy leans in and tells him he doesn't like being called a loser, especially by someone so pathetic. He warns him to stay quiet unless he wants his tongue to disappear. Jongmin barely holds back a scream and Min praises him like an obedient little dog. Then, effortlessly, he uses his first aid skill to stop the bleeding. Still, Min reminds him that he only has one arm now, though it doesn't matter much since his time is almost up anyway. Min asks if he's really the same Min he knew before, and Min replies that the old version of him no longer exists. He raises his scythe again, ready to finish him off. Min panics and yells for him to wait, saying that even though he bullied him before, he genuinely feels bad now and thinks that should count for something. Min raises an eyebrow and asks if he expects that excuse to save him. Min insists that killing him wouldn't help, and says he could still be useful. When Min asks how exactly that would work, Min replies that he's willing to be his servant, promising to obey anything Min asks, even if it means crawling on the ground like a worm. Min is silent for a moment, and then says the plan won't work because Min already looks like he's waiting for the first chance to betray him. Min starts sweating hard and asks with a trembling voice why he would do that. Min doesn't say much, but throws out a cold line. The dog that bites the hand that feeds it ends up dead. With that, he locks his gaze on Min, sees every one of his thoughts, and tells him he's of no use to him anymore. Before Min can beg Min, swings his scythe and cuts his head off in one blow, finishing him without hesitation. As the body falls to the ground with a dull thud, Min remembers how, in his past life, without the rune of thoughts, he actually gave Min another chance. He recalls that the guy promised loyalty, but ended up betraying him on the battlefield. This time, there are no second chances. He mutters a cold goodbye and feels relieved, knowing he won't see that horrible face again. He activates his erase trace ability and eliminates every trace of evidence from a scene. With the mess cleaned up, he focuses on moving into Min's house. Meanwhile, Yami enters the chat room for the PSW executives meeting and greets those present, hoping the meeting with Blackside was already over. She looks around and wonders why no one else has arrived. The other executive responds and drops the bombshell that everyone else was eliminated during the interview. That news leaves Yami stunned, and before she can ask who did it, her intuition makes the obvious connection. The executive confirms without hesitation that it was Blackside and informs her that he's now hunting the rest of the team. Yami asks about the remaining members, only to hear they're also dead. Her face twists in disbelief as she tries to understand what they did to deserve this. The executive says there probably wasn't a clear reason and believes Blackside did it for fun or because he didn't agree with their plan to create an organization. She falls silent, letting that sink in, although her mind is racing. She knows some people can't stand to see others succeed, and maybe he wanted to ruin it out of spite. Either way, one thing is clear: they have to eliminate him. She sighs and asks if the guy tricked them from the start, pretending to want to join. The executive nods without hesitation. Yami groans as she grabs her hair in frustration and mutters that she had actually been looking forward to meeting the guy. She never imagined he'd be a psychotic killer. On the other hand, she realizes that not letting him into their executive circle might have saved her, and the executive agrees. He reminds her that Blackside is now their official enemy, and that it's their duty to avenge the others who were eliminated. But Yami raises a valid point about whether this time it also wasn't the real Blackside. Just then, the executive surprises everyone by saying they have an eyewitness. He turns to the screen and asks Yark to explain what happened during the encounter. At the end of the meeting, the president says his goodbyes and leaves the chat first. Shortly after, Yamte tells everyone they should rest after everything that happened today, and then calmly ends the meeting as well. Once the virtual room is empty and no one is left, our hero finally lets out a sigh of relief, glad that no one noticed anything strange, and slowly takes off the mask. Minryu chose the assassin's mask as a reward from the 5th round tiebreaker raid. He needed a unique item, and the mask was the best option for its terrifying effect. It allows the wearer to take on the appearance of a dead player, flawlessly copying their face, skin tone, voice, and body shape. For our hero, assuming the identity of a fallen player is a huge advantage, because nothing is more lethal than an assassination carried out by someone the target believes is an ally. Our hero wants to kill the president one day and disguise himself as him. However, that plan faces an obstacle because the assassin's mask doesn't work on non-players, and the president is not a player. The irony that the leader of a players-only organization is a non-player is not lost on Minryu. Besides, Yamte is very close to the president, and in his current state, our hero has no reliable way to counter his abilities. That's why avoiding direct contact with the executives is the safest bet until he finds an effective countermeasure. For now, Minryu must continue to be Lost Jack in video meetings, keeping his distance and observing the situation. He's confident no one will investigate Lost Jack's whereabouts until the next meeting, giving him some breathing room. As his thoughts settle, he plans to restore the durability of the Orb of Eternal Rest before that time comes. He decides a trip abroad is the best option. Meanwhile, in the Cotswolds of England, a blacksmith works silently on swords, unfinished inside a small workshop. Upon completing his task, he sighs with exhaustion and frustration, wondering what the point is of making weapons that no one buys anymore. Ever since the angels arrived, customers have been disappearing, and although Russell has managed to survive so far, he's finally hit his limit. His bank account has dropped to zero, and for the first time he considers seriously whether he should abandon blacksmithing and find a different job. However, the smithy was Russell's dream, something he dedicated himself to long before the system. As he wrestles with his thoughts, he remembers that his wish will be granted if he clears round 20. Realizing this is his chance, he understands he can't give up now. With renewed determination, Russell decides he will clear the rounds and fulfill his wish, no matter what it takes. Even in this other world, Russell ended up as a blacksmith. Although it's not a combat-oriented profession, he's managed to survive by using it. Upon reaching level 20, he'll get the weapon sharpening skill, which increases a weapon's attack power by 150%. Imagining that future skill gets him really excited. But that excitement quickly fades. As reality sets in, money is still the biggest problem. Russell doesn't even have the funds to buy proper materials. In the end, he decides to take a break, save up money, and return to his cabin later to continue blacksmithing as a hobby. Once things stabilize, just then our hero walks in the shop, calmly saying that he's finally found the right person. Russell looks at the stranger, confused, wondering if he knows him, but our hero just says that he's seen him around. Minryu introduces himself as a prophet, someone who sees the future. Russell refuses to believe something so ridiculous, but our hero calmly lists off Russell's job level and even the name of his region without hesitation. Shocked, Russell starts to believe him, even though he's never heard of a prophet class. Minryu says it's unique, and only one person in the world can have it. Confused, Russell asks why someone so extraordinary would visit his small, failing smithy. Our hero explains that he came to make a deal and asks Russell to repair a weapon in exchange for valuable information. He declares, clearly that the information is about round 6. Hearing that, Russell immediately focuses. Knowing the details of the next round beforehand would greatly improve his chances of clearing it. Still, he knows that repairing a single item is too small a price for such knowledge. He carefully confirms if the stranger really wants nothing more than to restore the weapon's durability. Minryu sees Russell's reaction, just as he expected, and calmly tells him that his real goal is to get close to him. Russell is baffled by this statement. Our hero then explains that he has clearly seen Russell's future. Russell reaches the pinnacle of blacksmithing and survives until round 15 entirely on his own, without anyone's help. However, that's where his future abruptly ends. He has no path beyond that point. Our protagonist tells Russell that if he decides to join him, he'll not only grow faster, but also overcome round 15 and continue pursuing his dream of becoming a legendary blacksmith. Finally, Russell asks what our hero wants in exchange for such guidance. Minryu simply assures him that he's not asking for anything excessive, just that they help each other and walk the path together. Russell was the only blacksmith who made it to round 15, and Minryu knows that getting on good terms with someone like him will be useful in the long run. Russell hesitates to decide. Our hero assures the blacksmith that he's only asking him to repair his gear when needed and use a few skills on him in exchange for information about the next round. This way, Russell can gain advantages he would normally miss out on and get stronger faster. He knows it's a good offer, but is still hesitant to trust this person. He feels that Minryu seems honest, but he chooses to remain cautious. Appreciating his client's offer, he asks for time to decide whether to continue the exchange after seeing the results of round 6. He proposes to repair the item first. Then our hero will provide the information. Our hero hands over his beads of eternal rest, which only have 1 durability remaining. Russell casts a spell on the beads and instantly restores them. Minryu is relieved to see the durability is fully restored. Russell doesn't know what kind of necklace it is, but deduces it must be valuable if his client wants to repair it just to keep using it. The hero thinks that the blacksmith doesn't know what the item is for and thanks him for restoring it. He then fulfills his part of the deal and tells Russell about round 6. After hearing the information, Russell understands that he'll need strong allies for the next round and informs his client that their deal ends there for now. But our hero asks to buy some black iron powder from him. Russell is surprised that Minryu knows he has black iron powder and his amazement grows when he realizes that our hero also knows he needs more work to cover the cost of his materials. At that moment, Russell fully believes his client is a prophet and apologizes for having doubted him before. He agrees to give Min Ryu the black iron powder for free, thinking he's already received enough, and not wanting to be shameless by taking more. Our hero is surprised that the blacksmith wants to give away such a rare item. The black iron powder is for divine-grade items, and seeing Russell give it away makes our protagonist realize he doesn't know how rare it is. Before round 11, he asks if Russell is sure about giving it away, and Russell replies that he doesn't even know what it's used for. He figures it must be important if Min Ryu asked for it, but he doesn't want to be greedy. Still, our hero gives him a bag of money, not wanting to accept the item for free. Russell is shocked when he sees how much money is inside. With this sum, he can cover his material costs without needing another job, but he feels uncomfortable accepting so much. Our hero assures him that the item is worth a lot and tells him not to worry. He then advises Russell to open an overseas account and invest in Korean stocks from a company called Player Place. He assures him the company will prosper soon, and that investing will ensure he won't have to worry about material costs. Russell decides to trust the prophet's advice. They exchange numbers, and our hero introduces himself as Mr. Ryu. On June 1st at midnight, the players are teleported to a desert. They are surprised to find themselves in a desolate wasteland for the mission. Our hero already knows that round 6 is a cooperation round, and that he'll need people to work with. His first choice is Min Yuri, and although he doesn't need anyone else, he still requires 3 more people to form a group of 5. Just then, Min Yuri calls out to him and catches up. After not speaking for a while, the surrounding players are surprised to see her chatting with the rank 1 player, and many are jealous of her for placing second in the previous round. Meanwhile, Min Ryu and Min Yuri talk about the last round. He tells her he beat the final boss even though time was limited and also completed the side quest to collect the Stones of Balance. However, he doesn't tell her the rewards, knowing she's going to ask. Min Yuri comments that she's always believed he has great insight, but feels embarrassed, noticing how cheesy that sounded. Our hero assures her it's fine, and thanks her for the compliment. At that moment, Sang Cheol and Seo Arin arrive, and see our hero talking with Min Yuri. Seo Arin and Sang Cheol greet our hero. Seo Arin asks if the woman with him is his companion, but our hero doesn't answer. Noticing his blunt response, Seo Arin looks annoyed. Our hero wonders if they came to talk about something. He knows they approached because the prophet told them to form a party with Black Scythe. Sang Cheol urges Black Scythe to form a party with him. They admit they will probably slow him down, but promise they'll do their best anyway. Our protagonist pretends to consider their request, though in reality, they're just filling numbers. Still, he believes that accepting them would make Matthew Ungrak think better of him. So, Cheol offers to exchange information about round 6 in order to join the party. Our protagonist decides to play along and instantly rejects the offer. He says he prefers to clear the round his own way and doesn't trust unreliable information. He then asks about the source of the information, which makes Sang Cheol hesitate. This reaction impresses our hero, since Sang Cheol doesn't reveal the informant, even if it means losing the chance to join the party. So, he decides to accept them. Sang Cheol is confused by the sudden change, but Min Ryu explains that keeping the source a secret makes him trustworthy, and that Black Side doesn't like people who can't keep secrets. Instantly, Sang Cheol sighs in relief for not mentioning the prophet and thanks Black Side for letting them join. Min Ryu introduces Min Yuri, explaining that she's a buffer under contract with him. Seo Aha introduce herself, and Min Yuri gets excited when she realizes she's the actress. Seo Aha. Sang Cheol asks if Black Side is sure he doesn't want the information about round 6, and our hero replies that he doesn't want to owe anyone anything. Sang Cheol wanted to return the favor with information, but after Min Ryu's refusal, he decides he'll just give advice if something goes wrong. Sang Cheol asks Min Yuri about her support class. She says she specializes in stat boosts and that she'll apply them to everyone. Then, CORN adds that she has something similar, mentioning she has a fairy that provides shields. Sancheol introduces himself and tells Min Yuri that Black Side saved his life once. At that moment, the messenger flies in and greets the players. After mentioning the total number of participants, she gets straight to the point and announces that the round requires defeating a boss within a 6-hour time limit. The players are annoyed at the thought of facing a boss alone, but the messenger reveals that it's impossible to beat it solo. She explains that they must fight together and that there's a party system prepared for this round. Once players form a party, they become allies and can no longer harm each other. The players are relieved to know they don't have to worry about betrayal. The messenger explains that external attacks will still work but allies can't damage each other. Rewards, experience points, and gold are divided equally among the party, regardless of who lands the final blow, as long as they are within 100 meters. If they move further than that distance, the rewards won't be shared. Item drops depend on the contribution percentage, but even players with low contribution still have a chance to get items. A player asks if someone with minimal contribution can receive an item, and the messenger confirms that even with 1% contribution, they could succeed if luck is on their side. She says that contribution is based on all actions, and while dealing damage raises it, support and buffing roles also count. After explaining the rules, she says it's easy, announces that there are no side quests this time, and leaves. The players get frustrated because the messenger called the round simple before disappearing. A system notification appears, instructing them to form parties by holding hands and chanting party formation. Anyone not in a party will have their quest progress voided, and a countdown begins immediately. Sanciol files Hollyved. For trusting the prophecy and joining Blackside's party. However, they still need one more member, so they leave the final choice to their leader. Our hero waits silently for that last person, hoping they're nearby. While Blackside pretends to randomly pick his chosen one, the others scramble to form a team. The players look around desperately, searching for others to join their parties. Some approach people directly, while others loudly announce their level, hoping to attract someone. Before long, two players decide that joining Blackside would be their best option. They approach him and ask to join his party, but he tells them to get lost. Before, our hero, he used to accept anyone to fill the party, but now it's different. He's looking for people who will grow with him. Even so, he continues to attract attention. Another player asks to join, hoping to complete the roster, but Blackside rejects him. A girl tries next, but she's also rejected. The players watching get irritated, seeing how he rejects everyone without even listening, and many envy those who have already managed to join his party. Meanwhile, Sancho wonders who Blackside will put in the last spot. He wishes the chairman, Ma, were there to recommend him. Min Yuri, on the other hand, wishes that Ryuman were present, knowing he would argue his way into the last spot. At that moment, someone else approaches to greet Blackside. Our hero is relieved to see that Jo Jong-ho is still alive, since he expected him to drop out in the 5th round. Jong-ho tells him that watching his fight motivated him to finish the house quickly and thanks him for it. He then introduces his friend, Monkey, who also thanks Blackside for healing his shoulder. Our hero is impressed that Monkey managed to get 300 kills with that body, and Monkey thanks him again. Jo Jong-ho asks Blackside if he's looking for members for his party, clarifying that he didn't come to join since they already have their own party. Because of the chains on their wrists, our hero already knew that. He asks why they came, and Jo Jong-ho explains that he wants to propose an alliance between their parties. He says he's not interested in the items, and even offers to let Blackside have the boss because he just wants to help. When our hero refuses, Jo Jong-ho assumes it's because they would get in the way, but Blackside says he doesn't like complications. He promises to ask for help if it's necessary, and Jo Jong-ho leaves with his party. Sancho urges Blackside to decide on his last member, and our hero says he already has. He points to a man in a hood who looks uncomfortable and asks him to come closer. He asks him why he's been watching them, and the man admits he wanted to join Blackside's party. He says he's a dark magician, level 23, an hour. Hero accepts him for the last spot. Everyone is surprised to see Blackside choose a player who seems weak after rejecting so many others. The dark magician's nickname is No Pain, No Gain. One day, he will found a religion that worships Blackside as a god. He will be a follower of our hero, and creating that bond early on will be useful. Meanwhile, as everyone holds hands to form the party, the dark magician can hardly believe that Blackside chose him. Since his first year of middle school, Hyo Tae-suk had been the errand boy for the bullies. They ganged up on him for no reason. Sometimes just for being nearby. They bullied him because he was an easy target. They extorted him for money. And when he said he didn't have any because he lived with his grandmother, they would order him to steal or do whatever it took to bring the money daily. They even threatened to bury him next to his grandmother if he failed. Overwhelmed with rage, Hyo Tae-suk lunged at them, only to end up beaten and thrown helpless on the ground. Hello, model. Tae-suk thought dying would be easier, but he was worried about his grandmother, who was suffering because of him, and he promised himself he'd earn money to give her a better life. Clinging to that determination, he endured for years. Just when he saw a future for himself, the angels appeared. The great cataclysm began, and instead of pampering her, he couldn't even find a proper job. At the end of the second round, Tae-suk returned home and saw his bullies dragging his grandmother away. Enraged, He attacked them with black arrows. The bully screamed in pain, shocked to see that he had changed his class. From that day on, Soc isolated himself and began to stutter. He decided he would complete the final round and use his wish to save his grandmother. He would pass the final round and use his wish to save his grandmother. He cleared the third round, and ever since his class change, he always ranked first in his zone. Although there was always another stat to improve, when Soc saw Blackside defeat the 9 zone representatives in an instant, he was blown away. He wanted to be strong to protect his grandmother. Curious about how Blackside became so powerful, he wished he could meet him at least once. Our hero asks his new party member to introduce himself. Soc says he's a level 23 Dark Mage with Black Arrow and Black Chain skills. Only then does he realize he didn't stutter. He's surprised he doesn't feel nervous and wonders if it's because he wants to impress Blackside. The group starts their hunt, and Min-Yuri casts buffs on everyone. She starts with Sanchiol, increasing his stats by 60%. Then, she buffs the attack and speed of CO Eren by the same amount. Everyone understands why Blackside kept Min-Yuri after seeing her impressive support skills. Then, CO Eren summons his creatures and explains that his fairies used to only provide shields with no combat ability, but upon reaching level 20, he could summon 2, and they started using attack magic. He also summons his golem, explaining that it only draws the monster's aggro. CO Eren looks for Blackside's approval, but he just tells everyone to move out. Seek watches their skills in awe and realizes he needs to contribute too. As our hero and his party advance, they're surprised to see another group fighting the boss, excited to have found it so soon. The players charge in to attack but when the boss counterattacks, they realize its power and adjust their strategy. Pink Princess tries to flank the horse from behind, but she's kicked away instantly. Everyone attacks together and defeats the horse immediately. Seeing the boss fall, the Dark Mage is stunned, realizing first place was stolen right before his eyes. While the other group celebrates their victory, Soc can't believe he lost first place. He thinks Blackside will be disappointed, but he notices our hero is very calm. Everyone in the other group waits for the quest completion message, but it doesn't appear. Only then do they realize that the centaur they killed wasn't a boss. The real quest boss is a minotaur with a bull's head. To defeat it, you need at least 20 level 20 players. This means at least 4 parties of 5 people are needed to even have a chance. Blackside understands that the trap in this round was to make. It might seem like a party of 5 could beat a boss, but remember, the angel mentioned that killing the boss clears the round, and he realizes they never said 5 people could defeat it. But our hero can't just keep ranting about the mission. Except for Soc, who doesn't know the prophecy. The others seem calm, and the hero decides to put on a little show. He pretends to realize the centaur wasn't the boss, and that the real boss is somewhere else. He tells everyone the plan is to ignore the boss and farm centaurs to level up until time runs out. Everyone is confused. Blackside explains that it took 5 level 20 players to barely beat 1 centaur. If that's just a common enemy, the real boss would need at least 3 or 4 teams to defeat it. Since they don't know how strong the boss is, it would be foolish to rush in. Besides, even if they kill the boss early, they could get trapped in a pillar of light and waste time. Hunting the boss first seems to be the right choice. Sanchion is impressed by his leader's insight and his ability to come up with a strategy without knowing the prophecy. No Panagen asks if he's okay with losing first place, and our hero says that the experience gained from hunting for 6 hours would be enough, and that whoever kills the boss first might not be the measure for first place. Sanchiol is even more impressed seeing him come up with the right strategy again. Eren suggests coming up with a strategy to hunt monsters, but our hero tells them that he will hunt alone. Eren is surprised that Blackside would fight a monster that requires a party of 5 to beat all by himself, but the Dark Mage trusts in his leader's power. Our hero tells them to follow him and take the experience and gold while he kills the monsters. However, all items obtained through contribution go to Blackside, and in return, the others get the experience and gold risk-free. Everyone agrees to the leader's plan, and he assures them they won't regret it. Our protagonist grabs his scythe and starts running to hunt. Those watching him are amazed by his agility, and the Dark Mage, who thought he was fast, now sees that Blackside is even faster. Suddenly, he sees our hero confront a monster and directs everyone's attention to him. Blackside jumps at the monster and kills it in one hit, leaving everyone astonished. Our protagonist continues to run across the field. A centaur appears in front of him. He leaps onto the centaur and cuts it down with his scythe. He continues to kill the centaurs as they appear. In 30 minutes, Blackside manages to kill 170 monsters on the field. There are 2,000 centaurs, and he could finish them all off in 6 hours. After hunting for a while, Blackside's companions get tired and have trouble keeping up with him. He tells them to rest. If they're exhausted, and they all collapse on the ground, catching their breath, Minsuri praises his speed in hunting, and the mage feels that their leader is pushing himself harder than they are. At that moment, someone else enters the field while they're resting. A player pretends to run into Blackside, and our hero tells him to get to the point. The player asks to join their boss hunt. Our hero refuses, but the player insists that the boss is very difficult. He points to a minotaur in the distance and explains that another team tried to fight it but was wiped out, seeing that several groups are required. He tries to persuade Blackside again. Our hero refuses once more, even when the player offers to let him. Delivering the final blow, telling him not to make him repeat himself, our hero sends the player flying, and the man quickly retreats. The player returns to his team and reports that convincing Blackside was a failure. They wonder why he refused, since he has to beat the boss too, and decide to try fighting it alone. As they get closer to the Minotaur, its size makes them hesitate. The Minotaur turns towards them, and the fight begins. From a distance, our hero watches the battle, calculating how long it will take to beat the boss. The Minotaur isn't very hard to kill. It moves slowly, which makes its attacks easy to read and dodge. But its hide is thick, making it hard to damage. However, if you hit a vital spot, the Minotaur can't take much punishment. As the fighters land their hits, they notice just how tough its hide is. They keep dodging and attacking. One of them throws his axe, striking the Minotaur, while others attack it with fire, finally killing it. Cheers erupt as the boss falls and the mission complete message appears. Everyone celebrates enthusiastically. However, the boss has to be defeated again. The group that dealt the final blow gets trapped inside a pillar of light. The ones who completed the mission have to stay inside until the timer runs out. While the other players look for another party, they spot Blackside, but they give up instantly, knowing he won't join them. Meanwhile, our protagonist is relieved he didn't waste time by killing the boss too early, and goes back to hunting centaurs. The group in the pillar wonders what rank they finished at. While they're resting, they see our hero take down a centaur in a single shot. Everyone is amazed by his strength, but confused as to why he's hunting centaurs instead of fighting the boss. One of them realizes that if Blackside kills the boss now, he'd rank below 50th place, which means he's farming points on purpose. Confident in his mistake, they believe they've surpassed Blackside for first place. After a while, our hero finishes off all the centaurs in the area. His party asks for a short break, and he allows it, knowing that only the boss is left to beat. Minjuri is surprised to hear the hunt is over. Blackside calms her down, saying he used his tracking skill and confirmed there are no more centaurs. Just then, Sankiol tells everyone to check their levels. Everyone is shocked by the huge jump. Sankiol and CO Aaron go from level 20 to 34. Minjuri goes up from 21 to 35, and the Dark Mage jumps from 23 to 36. Our hero realizes that they all gain between 13 and 14 levels. He goes up from 40 to 50 and receives a lot of items, including materials to craft divine-grade equipment. Everyone's gold is over 100,000. Sankiol doesn't know what to do with so much money, so our hero suggests he buy universal skills from a shop. He recommends skills like presence detection, enhanced reflexes, and basic resistance, and tells them to check today's special items in case there's anything useful. Taishak starts shopping, but Blackside, our hero, stops him and says to shop later and kill the boss first. He activates his tracking skill and heads straight for the battlefield. Players immediately surround him, asking him to form a party, but he refuses, stating that he plans to kill the boss alone. Everyone is stunned by his declaration, believing that not even Blackside could defeat the boss solo. They call him arrogant, but he replies that they're underestimating him. If they can kill it, so can he. They say they needed more people, but he doesn't think that will help. As our hero tells his team to stay back, he approaches the boss. The players watch anxiously, with many eyes on him. Blackside prefers to keep his ultimate skill hidden, but this is the perfect opportunity to show his true strength. If he shows how quickly he can kill the Minotaur, no one here will ever look down on him again. He takes his stance, and the onlookers find his position strange. But when the distance is right for the attack, the system starts recording. Since the combat hasn't officially started, it's still a preemptive move. The Minotaur charges and enters his range. Our hero counts to 3 and activates his skill, Death Knight, followed by Moonlight Cut. A wave of energy surges forward and slices off the Minotaur's head. As the boss falls, everyone watches in stunned silence. In that moment, our hero shows his true strength. After killing the Minotaur, Blackside gets a bull hide and a Minotaur armor blueprint, which could be sold for a high price. He looks at his party and sees Tai-Suk staring at him, stunned. Although the Dark Mage will be his follower one day, our hero prefers to keep his distance for now. Shortly after all the bosses fall, an angel appears and eliminates the remaining teams. The players beg to be spared as they are eliminated, and the angel checks the rankings. The team that killed the boss first is surprised to see they didn't get first place. But the angel says the rankings don't depend on who kills the boss first, but on the time it takes to do so. She scoffs at their 11 minutes and 30 seconds and admires that Blackside's team defeated the boss in just 1 minute. Someone corrects her, and upon checking again, she realizes it wasn't 1 minute, but 1 second. Impressed, she distributes the rewards to the top 3 teams and reminds everyone that they are only given to those who contributed the most. The system congratulates our hero for ranking first in both his region and all regions. He receives a high-grade epic helmet selection ticket as a regional reward and a special reward selection box for placing first globally. The system asks him to choose one of the 3 helmets, and since Blackside needs a helmet with feathers, he selects the Helm of Hermes. The helmet grants an invisibility skill. Although it doesn't suppress sound, our hero plans to solve that later with a stealth rune. Next, he chooses from a list of global rewards. Since he doesn't need gold or information, he opts for materials. From the options, he chooses Gold Tier Angel's Golden Dust. After distributing the rewards, all the players return to their physical bodies. Meanwhile, Director Ma hears a knock on his door. When he opens it, he finds Manager and standing outside. Ma knows that joining Blackside's team ensures rapid level growth, but he's still curious about how much he gained. His manager seems so excited. He's stunned to learn that gained 14 levels and asks if Blackside cleared the entire dungeon by himself, and confirms it, adding that even though he took some of the loot, the level gains alone were worth it. Director Ma is still at level 29 and never thought his manager would surpass him. Seeing that even the CEO has passed him, Ma is forced to reflect. He's astonished to hear that Blackside eliminated the Centaurs in 1 blow, as not even his entire party could manage that, and adds that Blackside also killed the boss in 1 hit with a brilliant skill that instantly cut off its head. Hearing this, Ma understands the gap between them. The Dark Knights are strong, but not even they can compare to Blackside. Ma wonders if he'll reach that level upon hitting 40 and decides to focus on leveling up. Grateful to our hero for rekindling his motivation, Director Ma decides to reward him the next time they meet. He plans to ask the Prophet when he'll see Blackside again, but wonders if the Prophet survived. Ma immediately orders him to check instead of speculating. He then asks if he learned the requested skills, and replies that he mastered tracking and erasing traces. Ma tells him to go out later and test the skills. While cleaning, and is surprised that his boss is working so late since the sun is almost up, but Ma reassures him, saying it's fine because they aren't going to kill anyone outside. Ma finds this weather ideal for relieving stress. Meanwhile, Tai-Sik is in bed, unable to stop thinking about Blackside and his immense power. He believes our hero is so far above him that he can't even look at him properly. To Tai-Sik, Blackside is a god, and he wants to repay the favor somehow. Feeling like he isn't much help, he wishes for a class that could truly support our hero. Knowing he can't do much here, he wonders if there's something he can do in the real world instead, thinking about what a god truly needs. He comes up with the idea of followers. Meanwhile, our hero wakes up feeling slightly cold. His phone rings with a call from an international number, and when he answers, he hears Russell's voice. Russell thanks him for the information, and promises to explain everything upon arriving in Korea. Our hero is surprised, as this didn't happen before, and Russell misinterprets his silence as him being offended. The next day, Minryu goes to the airport to pick up his new friend. Russell is eager to talk about a lot of things, but decides to wait. Seeing the table full of food, he's impressed but refuses to eat, unless he pays for it. Our protagonist offers to pay for the meal and asks the blacksmith to restore his item's durability to its original state. Russell gladly repairs the Orb of Eternal Rest, although he still feels it's not enough compensation. He then says he hunted for almost 6 hours as advised before facing the boss, admitting that if he hadn't leveled up first, he would have been finished. Russell says he reached level 29, and, somewhat embarrassed, he asks if he'll really become the best blacksmith. Our hero reassures him, assuring him that success is guaranteed if they work together, and asks if Russell checked out the company he recommended for investment. Russell replies that he opened an account immediately and invested a little more than half the suggested amount. However, when he asks what the company does to be successful, Ryu realizes that Russell invested without doing any research. He decides it's time to properly introduce the company. In front of the player place building, Russell is impressed by its appearance, while still thinking about the money he invested. Minryu's money. Our hero corrects him, saying it's his own money, and asks how he's surviving on the remaining 30%. Learning that Russell is struggling, our protagonist decides to give him another 10,000. Later, upon entering, Russell hesitates, asking if they can just walk in without notice. Minryu assures him they can, explaining that it's practically his company, even if he's not the CEO. The company changed its name and transformed its business model. Russell thinks that if the profit is fully invested, it doesn't need an introduction, but he still wants to know what kind of company it is. Our hero assures him it's the kind of business that would interest any player. Inside, Minryu sees and blocking the door, which makes him wonder if there's a guest, and is surprised to see Minryu, and our hero says he brought a foreign investor and wants to see the CEO, and asks him to wait, saying someone is already inside. Minryu realizes that Ma has forbidden entry and understands she's just following orders. But he's curious about the visitor, and reveals with hesitation that the director's fiancée is inside. And Minryu instantly understands why he was stopped, is surprised to see Minryu, and when our hero calls him out for waiting for an appointment, Ma awkwardly claims he misspoke. Minryu knows it wasn't a mistake, and that Ma simply believes prophets have no power beyond foresight. Ma apologizes and assures him he's always welcome, explaining that the lack of notice just surprised him. Our hero notices Christine Craig, the only unique class priestess, and a woman who made it to the 15th round. Just like buffers, priests are essential support classes. Their resurrection skill at level 60 is very powerful, reviving players who died in the last 10 minutes. Although it has limitations, an extra life is a huge advantage. Minryu only approached Ma because of Christine. He didn't expect to meet her so soon, but he knows he must make her his ally and guide her at least until the 20th round. Ma introduces Christine, and although Minryu already knows she's his fiancée, he introduces himself politely and compliments her beauty. Ma realizes the prophet knows about the engagement and apologizes for lying. Our hero understands the awkwardness, but wishes Ma would trust him more. Minryu also wants to share info about the next round with Christine. He asks Russell to wait outside and enters the office. Ma introduces him as a business partner, the company's manager, and a prophet who can see the future. Christine is confused, but our hero assures her it's true and mentions knowing strategies for the 7th round. Ma adds that not a single one of the prophet's words has been false. Christine wonders why he's revealing all this to her, and Minryu explains that he wants to give her the information for round 7 freely. Her reaction shows she still doesn't trust him. He warns her not to be swayed by temptation, but he says he can't say any more without harming everyone, telling her to remember his words like a mantra before adding one more thing. Her life will be in danger in round 11, but she shouldn't worry because later, a lifeline will descend to save her. As Christine is on the plane, she thinks about their conversation. She knows her father would have exploded if he'd heard it. The prophet told her she would be saved, but didn't say by whom, which makes her doubt him. She wonders if the prophet is being deceived, since he only described the surface. Upon landing, she's surprised to see Bishop Deacon waiting for her. He explains that he was ordered to escort her back, and they leave together for Shiningwood Hall. The deacon announces Christine's arrival, and lets her into the bishop's office. She tells her father that Ma is fine and treats her courteously, but she feels no closeness. The Reverend hopes that feelings will develop after 6 months, but Christine doesn't even see it as a date. He insists that marrying into the Osung group would be beneficial for her and believes affection will grow over time. Christine suspects Ma is hiding something, but her father scolds her for her lack of discipline. She mentions that Ma is preparing a business venture, which the Reverend criticizes as greedy, only to be called out for the same behavior by his daughter. He insists that his power is divine and blessed by angels, refusing to accept the truth. When asked about how Ma is using his gift, Christine says he's ranked 2nd or 3rd in the sector and plans to create a social marketplace with a partner who claims to know the future. She talks about the prophet's predictions and the information about round 7, but admits she can't trust him. Tempted, the Reverend suggests getting closer to the prophet. Christine objects, saying he keeps predicting her death, calling it a false prophecy. Her father warns her that betrayal can come from her followers, but she reminds him that she is the representative of the sector and is well protected. Although he agrees, he asks her to be cautious. After Christine leaves, the Reverend calls Jeffrey and tells him about the prophet's prediction of his daughter's death. If the prophecy is false, he orders Jeffrey to find out the truth and vows to make the prophet suffer. Our hero sits in front of his computer for another meeting, and the president asks if he has narrowed down the list of candidates for the executive positions. Ryu says he chose 30 candidates based on their levels and regional rankings, but Black Side is not included. He also searched for the other players mentioned by the president, like Heavenly Demon and Dumb Idiot, but found no trace of them. The president tells Yamte to proceed with the tests and choose 5 candidates who pass. He then changes the subject, and they discuss Congressman Lee Sang-hyun, who's been criticizing players lately. The president decides to take care of him after the executive selections, thinking that his real enemy is within the legal system, those who seek to control players through legislation. The official Player Place website launches successfully, and, as expected, thousands of players log in and start listing items. Our hero notices how desperate people seem for money, seeing the variety of items for sale. He takes out his phone and starts collecting unique materials. Ryu chooses several that he can use to create at least 3 unique items, and gets them ready to ship. Then, he looks for magic stones, although some well-known ones are priced at over 2 million wonder. He only finds low-quality stones, but he buys every single one available. 2 days later, Ryu's friend, Ryu, enters the apartment and sees boxes all over the room. Our hero says he bought items from players on the Player Place market and starts to unpack them. After confirming that everything arrived safely, he begins to combine the materials. He starts with the magic stones, fusing 16 low-quality ones to create one of high quality. He repeats the process several times, creating multiple high-quality magic stones. Then, Ryu integrates them into his equipment. He adds 16% damage to his death scythe and enhances the Hermes feather helm. With 32 points of strength, the Wanderers close with another 32 points and grant 16 points to all stats on the Ring of Resistance. After completing the upgrades, he checks his stats and sees they all exceed 200, even without the Massacre Rune or Blessing buffs. With buffs, they could climb to 600 or even 900. In addition, he equips 7 different high-grade magic stones, activating the Rainbow buff effect. This increases his resistance by 50%, and when combined with 35% from the Java necklace, 35% from the Ring of Resistance, and 15% from the basic resistance skill, the multiplicative stacking allows him to block status effects with an 82% success rate. Now, Ryu is the only player fully equipped with high-quality magic stones after buying all the available ones. Although new stones will eventually appear, prices will skyrocket due to the scarcity, causing even low-quality stones to exceed 20 million wonder. He decides to save the remaining unique materials, thinking it would be more efficient to use them on higher-ranked equipment later to create unique items. He plans to wait until he reaches level 60 before combining them, and keeps an eye out for extra unique materials. Suddenly, he spots a material on the market needed to create a legendary item, and he freezes in astonishment. Regardless of a player's rank, items have 6 tiers. Players can only buy items up to the epic grade in shops. Anything higher must be crafted through combinations. The higher the rank, the harder it is to get the necessary materials. Although it's not impossible, it's extremely difficult right now. There's only one place where the fragment of a mortal skin can drop, the round 5 boss, the High Orc. Even so, the probability of getting the item is low. Seeing that someone obtained this material means they must have killed the boss, and our hero immediately suspects who it is. He knows this person is strong enough to beat orcs and has the drop rune. If the seller is him, then the listing is bait, a very dangerous bait. The direct trade only requirement reinforces his suspicion. Still, Ryu decides to test it and send a message to the seller. First, he offers 900,000 won, and when the seller quickly accepts, he pushes further. Pretending to be a newbie, he asks if the price can be lowered to 800,000. The seller agrees out of pity, confirming Ryu's suspicion that it's that guy. He arranges the meeting, knowing it's a trap to lure in victims. If it is him, Ryu won't let it continue and decides to pay a visit. Before more people fall into the trap, and the legendary item disappears, the seller had dragged 20 orc corpses to summon and defeat the High Orc, nearly dying in the process. Furious that our hero tried to haggle for 800,000 won, he plans to kill him for the insult. Suddenly, another victim crawls towards him, begging for their life. The vendor scoffs at his desperation, stabs him in the neck, and waits for his next target. As a child, he was bored with everything. Nothing interested him, and that emptiness followed him into high school, thinking that concentrating would help. He studied just as his parents demanded, always ranking first in his class, but even that became tedious, and he let his grades slip, and his parents' criticism grew harsher. However, upon entering the game from another world, everything changed. It was a perfect fit for him. Thanks to the drop rune, He had an excellent start and acquired countless rare items. He also obtained a shaman class change item that allowed him to switch classes freely. From the 4th round, the game got really good. He decided that upon completing all the rounds, he would want more. Because the game was too much fun to end. The seller remembers the many people he killed and how much he enjoyed it. He avoided punishment since he was a child and continued killing, without consequences until he was 27, thanks to his careful planning. He was never caught. If a target survives, he plans to curse them with fear and kill them slowly. Suddenly, he hears a noise and assumes his next victim has arrived. When the target gets close, he'll detonate a corpse explosion. Boom! It'll blow them to bits. At that moment, our hero enters the alley. The killer eagerly waits for him to get in range, but Ryu stops and asks calmly if he's selling the immortal skin fragment, calling the seller to come out of hiding. But the killer keeps waiting, hoping the target will take a few more steps. Getting closer would put him in the blast radius. Although he thinks about using the curse of fear, it seems boring. Our hero stops just outside the danger zone, forcing the seller to show himself. Seeing his prey hesitate, the killer wonders if his plan has been discovered. Still, he convinces himself there's no way the target could know about the corpse or the explosion skill. Ryu insults him, calling him a fraud and accusing him of scamming with fake ads. The seller panics. As his victim takes control, our hero continues to berate him, accusing him of ripping off players. Finally, the seller gives in and reveals the item. After confirming it's genuine, Ryu smiles and immediately cuts off the seller's arm. The killer screams in pain, stunned because his target never moved forward. In an instant, our hero disappears and reappears behind him. The killer starts seeing double. Our hero teleports behind him and calmly picks up the item. The killer tries to activate his curse of fear, but fails shocked. Ryu punches him in the face. The killer is stunned by the force of the blow. Our hero keeps punching his opponent until he's unconscious, then heals the killer, only to start beating him again. Our hero keeps relentlessly pummeling his opponent. As the assassin's fear curse recharges, Ryu responds by gouging out his eyes. He coldly says that the assassin's parents must be disappointed. Desperate, the assassin pulls out his knife. But our hero kicks him to the ground. With an arm amputated and his eyes gone, panic finally sets in. Believing this is the end, the assassin remembers his trap and decides to take his opponent down with him. A massive explosion erupts, drawing people to the alley. When they arrive, they see police blocking off the area, claiming it was a gas explosion and keeping everyone away. Meanwhile, Ryu is on a nearby building with his rival. The assassin's name is Yusong, nicknamed Fools. Just like Director Ma, he's one of the players competing for 2nd or 3rd place in all zones. No matter how skilled Yusong is, our protagonist doesn't plan on taking a serial killer past round 20. Still, he can be used to hunt bosses beforehand. The drop rune that Yusong has is very valuable. It improves item drop rates in hunts and increases the chances of getting special items from bosses tenfold. As long as Yusong stays alive, he will continue to collect rare materials and put them on market. The problem is, he's a murderer, and if Ryu lets him go, innocent people will keep dying. Ryu heals his opponent again. When Yusong wakes up, he'll face the reality of what was done to him. Our hero made sure the assassin's limbs can't be reattached, ensuring he can't harm anyone else. The only body that matters for getting items is the one from the other world, and since Yusong never saw his attacker's real face, he won't be able to track him down after a while. Yusong wakes up, still dazed, and is surprised to have survived the explosion. In the alley, he remembers his opponent cutting off his arm, but as he looks down, his horror grows when he sees his leg is also gone. He starts cursing our hero until he sees a letter beside him. The letter says that Ryu didn't cut off his leg. He would have killed Yusong out of spite, but losing a leg in the explosion was punishment enough. If anything, the assassin should consider himself lucky. The letter warns him not to cause trouble again unless he wants to die, and makes it clear that Ryu knows his address and personal information. Yusong is stunned that the explosion didn't kill his opponent and only cost him his leg. He wonders how long he was unconscious for Ryu to do all this. He reaches into his pocket and is horrified to find his phone and wallet are gone. Furious and humiliated, he starts screaming and vows revenge. Meanwhile, our hero is at a restaurant with Minuri. As she happily enjoys her meal, he suggests coming here more often, but Minuri points out that he's always busy. Our hero knows she's right. Between the meetings at the bar, the game server on weekends, and regular meetings at the gaming spot, he rarely has time to relax. Besides, he can't move around freely because of the constant risk of being followed. Even now, He's aware that he's being watched. The level 28 assassin, Jeffrey Bishop. Christine's father, Nathan Craig, hired Jeffrey to keep an eye on Min Ryu. Our hero didn't notice someone was following him until he activated his presence detection and sensed Jeffrey's existence. However, he still couldn't see him, which indicated that Jeffrey was an assassin with an invisibility skill. Furthermore, Jeffrey clearly didn't have presence detection. If he had, he wouldn't have followed Min Ryu so openly. The day after Min Ryu noticed he was being followed, he started tailing Jeffrey. When Jeffrey deactivated his invisibility, Min Ryu identified him, then read Jeffrey's mind to find out the reason for the surveillance. Christine had told her father about the prophet, and he just wanted to confirm who Min Ryu was after hearing the prophecy about his daughter's death. Jeffrey could follow him as much as he wanted with the assassin's mask and invisibility. Min Ryu seems to only move between work and home. Yuri asks our hero again, if she really only needs to remember, not to fall into temptation. Our hero tells her it's because he knows she will fail. If she knows the mission, and failure means death. He can't let anyone he wants to protect die before round 20. He needs to save as many people as he can and asks Yuri to survive until the final round. As the next round begins, the Angel announces that 434 players have survived and that the regions will merge again. 10 regions are combined, increasing the total number of players to almost 5,000. The Angel introduces the merged zone and prepares to choose a representative to manage it. Seeing the process, our hero realizes he must secure the position again. Being the zone representative gives influence in the real world. Besides, the reward for the side quest. Of this round includes the mental barrier rune. It's one of the 18 runes he needs and is vital for resisting the ability of Yinti. No matter what, he must get both the representative's reward and the mental barrier rune, and he's ready to do it. The Angels debate over who should be the zone representative. Someone mentions Priscilla's previous game, where if the representative from her old zone wins again, she'll become a queen. They suggest repeating that method. Priscilla proposes the usual deathmatch, but another Angel quickly objects. His zone has black side, the only human above level 50, which would make a deathmatch a sure victory for Priscilla's zone. Any competition of strength is ruled out because of him. They propose choosing the representative based on who clears round 7 first, since strength doesn't matter there. The Angel says the representative will be chosen based on the speed of completing the mission, and announces the mission for round 7. Everyone is stunned to see the mission information as question marks. At first, the players think it's a mistake, but the Angel clarifies that this round's mission is hidden. She leaves, and a 2-hour countdown begins. The players are furious with the Angels for not giving any information and resent having to find a mission on their own. Meanwhile, our hero's former companions approach and ask him if he knows the mission. Our hero feigns ignorance, pointing out that the details are completely hidden. Sankiol offers to share information. When Blackside asks how he knows, Sankiol says a seer told him. Upon naming his source, our hero realizes he can no longer trust him. Blackside feigns surprise, but Sankiol assures them the prophecy worked before and asks CEO Aaron to confirm it. When she nods, our hero realizes he can't trust her either, as Sankiol explains the information to Min Yuri. He suddenly notices something and asks if the seer's name is Ryu Min. At that moment, for people discover the existence and identity of Min Ryu. Although it's not a problem if they don't connect him to Blackside, our hero knows he must separate them as soon as possible. Pretending not to understand the prophecy, our hero suggests splitting up to look for clues. Sanchiol argues that staying together would be safer, but our hero replies that moving as a group would be inefficient when they don't even know if it's a group mission. Sanchiol agrees, and the group splits up. Min Yuri asks if she should separate as well, and leaves after getting confirmation for Black. Side. After everyone leaves, our protagonist is left alone, thinking about the hidden mission when he suddenly hears a scream. He runs toward the sound and sees an injured Min Yuri on the ground. As he checks on her, she unexpectedly calls him by his real name. He's momentarily surprised that she knows who he is. Min Yuri says she always noticed when he was hiding something and that she was just pretending not to know. She admits that keeping up the facade was very difficult for her. Min Ryu starts to heal her wounds, realizing how close she came to dying. Once she's healed, Min Yuri reveals that Sanchiol attacked her. Rage surges within our hero as he looks for Sanchiol, and soon, Sanchiol appears behind him. Seeing Sanchiol address him as Seer confirms that he also knows Min Ryu's identity as Black Sage. Sanchiol discovered this after torturing Min Yuri for information. He adds that he was surprised to see someone as weak as Min Ryu be the Black Sage. Our hero thinks about tearing his mouth off but restrains himself just enough to ask why. Sanchiol targeted Yuri first. Sanchiol coldly explains that he did it to get information, believing that Ma would be pleased with the intelligence he obtained. However, our hero has no plans to let him live. Sanchiol threatens to detonate the hidden bomb in Min Yuri if he doesn't obey. Min Ryu is even more surprised when Sanchiol says that Taisik helped him plant it. Here, the importance of the Black Seed ability becomes clear. It's a skill that dark mages obtain at level 40, allowing them to bury it anywhere and summon a random demon. The terrifying question is what happens if it's buried in someone's body? Min Ryu can't believe that his devoted follower is already at level 40. The dark mage arrogantly refuses to remove the bomb, explaining that his faith in Blackside was born from successfully overcoming past situations. But if he now sees Blackside as imperfect, then worship is meaningless. Realizing the betrayal, Min Ryu demands to know what they want and makes them promise not to harm Min Yuri if he complies. Sanchiol is already bursting into laughter. Our hero assumes they're looking for information about the next round or the location of a hidden piece, but Sanchiol clarifies that he simply hates being deceived and manipulated by the prophet. He wants Min Ryu to kill himself in front of them, promising model to spare Minjuri if she obeys without hesitation. Our hero places a knife to his own throat and cuts, completing the side quest to save Minjuri. The system shows that there was always a side quest. Blackside completed the main quest of escaping the illusion within 2 hours, and the side quest of killing himself without hesitation. He remembers that the main quest of round 7 was to escape the illusion. If he had known it was an illusion, the quest to overcome it wouldn't have progressed. This was a rule he imposed on himself upon entering the round. Once the timer starts, the system activates illusions, and being aware of them prevents you from finishing. That's why he had brainwashed himself to ignore the illusion until the subquest was complete. Our protagonist had prepared before the round, so he could save Minjuri, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. He also strengthened his emotional fortitude, knowing the illusion would exploit his anxieties, especially the fear of betrayal from those he trusts and his identity being revealed. By using Minjuri's presence as an emotional anchor, the system tried to tempt him into suicide. Thanks to his careful preparation, the plan succeeded flawlessly. At that moment, CO Arin arrives after completing her mission and confesses her feelings, telling him she truly likes him, but only now has the courage to admit it. Before she can continue, Black Scythe quickly beheads her in the illusion, completing the main quest of escaping temptation. By finishing off the illusory version of CORN, the mission officially concludes. The angel overseeing the round is surprised that a human has already cleared it, and quickly informs Black Scythe that he is the first one to complete the illusion. A magic shield remains until the round officially ends, but now he understands that the main quest was designed to test the player's ability to overcome temptation. The main quest uses the player's personal data, creating scenarios that tempt them with worldly desires, seduction, or escape from pain. Players who hit the time limit without overcoming the temptation, or who reject it beforehand, fail to escape successfully. The illusion ranks players by completion time. Blackside believes that because he finished in 1 second, all the players were suddenly returned to reality. When the angel reveals the details of the mission, everyone is stunned to learn that the subquest required them to kill themselves. Their surprise grows upon seeing the stats board, which confirms Black Scythe as the first in his zone and in all zones. The system congratulates him, giving him a random gacha ticket for being first in the zone and a special chest for being the first across all zones. Priscilla becomes queen again due to her victory, and the angels execute the players who failed the round. Black Scythe manages to become the zone's representative, earning the ruler ability to use in real life. Additionally, by successfully resisting Yami's abilities, he is granted the power to control the world of the player community at will. Meanwhile, Ma Watkins, in reality, questioning if what he saw was really an illusion. He saw his brothers trying to kill him and wonders if it was a vision of the future. But he realizes he must quickly expand the company and earn his father's recognition. Although he didn't learn the nickname Blackside during the vision, the freeform combat nature of the mission suggests that Min Ryu might have intentionally completed it slowly. Our hero meets up with Min Yuri, but hesitates. Upon noticing, she seems nervous. He asks her if something happened in round 7. Min Yuri blushes, and he calms her down, telling her to forget what she saw. Min Ryu says he wanted to see her to talk about round 8 right away. He lets Jeffrey overhear, knowing that this will help win Christine's trust, since the information will get back to her. At the same time, the chairman notices that a new article was published within minutes. His father praises Ma's youngest son for successfully obtaining the player item and highlights his business acumen despite his youth. Unlike Ma, the chairman is not a player and cannot take advantage of such items. Frustrated, he blames Ma and wishes he were a player capable of rivaling him. The chairman meets with Yami. He confirms that 3 players passed the assassination test and tells them to proceed with their plans the next day. Meanwhile, Reverend Nathan Craig tells Christine that having the prophet nearby is useful. Christine is surprised that her father trusts Min Ryu so quickly after just one accurate prediction. Nathan explains that his investigation, done through Jeffrey, showed that Min Ryu is just an ordinary person who moves between his home and his job. Even Ma trusts him. At that moment, Jeffrey arrives with detailed information about Round 8. He confirms that the round's difficulty will depend on the player's choices, and that the experience points earned will vary accordingly. Furthermore, starting from Round 8, non-player characters will appear.